Please note that this content is for adults only. Viewer discretion advised. If you haven't yet, hit the subscribe, like, and share. Hello everyone and welcome to day 7 of the Letecia Stauch trial. Thank you for all of you who are here already. My word, LJ. Thank you for the super sticker already. I really appreciate it. Welcome to all the new members as well, to all my patrons. I'm glad the notifications are working out for you. And also to everyone who's bought me coffees, because you know I need coffee for this. Oh yes, indeed. Okay, so I'm monitoring the court as always. The court broadcast, it's supposed to start in about 6 minutes or so. So today, what they said yesterday, if you missed it, what they said was that it's going to be Detective, I couldn't hear if they said Jess or Jeff, but Bethel. Detective Bethel, one of the lead detectives on this case, is going to be testifying today, as well as 5 hours worth of interrogation of Letecia Stauch, which is like, yes, as true crime as you know. We want to see those interrogation tapes, am I right? And when I say interrogation tapes, I feel like I give my age away. I'm 39, okay. So thank you so much for being here. Please like the video and share it so that other Grizzlies know, or new audience members know that, oh, okay, she's live. She's covering this trial, because I've never covered a trial on my channel before, and I'm really enjoying watching it with you. So if you can like it and share it, it helps others be able to see it. That's how YouTube works, right? Okay. And thank you to everyone who's already done that. So here we are again. Yesterday was another long day, big day. And today I'm sure will be no different. And if you don't know anything about this case, and this is the first time you're peeking in, we are looking at the case of Gannon Stauch, who was murdered on January 27, 2020, and his stepmother's on trial. Now, here we go.
I wanted to make a little bit of a further record on the Medina case and some research that I've done since then.
Can you guys hear properly?
16.8.109 CRS section 16-8-109 permits a layperson to give an opinion regarding a mental condition of a defendant. Mr. Tellini has cited People versus Medina, 521 Pacific 2nd, 1247, Colorado, 1974, for the proposition that the individuals which the district attorney's office sometimes requests be permitted to give an opinion regarding sanity. You can go ahead and have a seat if you want. I'll give you a chance to talk. But the defense has objected on the grounds of Medina, and I reviewed the facts and circumstances of that case. And in that case, the trial court, this was back at a time, it was 1974, so it was back at a time when the issues of guilt and sanity were tried in separate phases. And actually, this case apparently had 3 different trials, all on the same facts regarding a robbery. And in that case, the trial court allowed a sheriff to testify that he thought the defendant was presently sane, and I note that word, presently sane, based on a contact that the sheriff had with the defendant while transporting the defendant from Dallas, Texas, back to Fort Collins. It does not say when the crime occurred, and it does not say when the sheriff had his first contact with the defendant. So that's not terribly helpful. The next person that was allowed to testify was an investigator. And according to the facts, the investigator did not first met the defendant approximately 2 months after the offense. And The Supreme Court ultimately held that it was that the trial court abused its discretion in allowing that testimony, saying that before such opinion evidence from a non-expert can be admissible, the specific facts upon which the opinion is based must first be stated by the witness, and his testimony must also show a close or intimate relationship with the party alleged to be insane. They also cite a case called People versus Cole from Michigan. And it appears to be that the emphasis of that case was that the witness must establish that he was sufficiently acquainted with the defendant or testator so as to testify to the mental condition on a comparative basis and not merely to some manifested idiosyncrasy or eccentric behavior. Also, however, reviewed the case of People versus Tally, 7 Pacific 3rd, 172, Colorado Appellate 1999. And I will tell you that there is an error in that case because it says that cert was granted August 28, 2000. That's not correct. Cert was denied by both the United States Supreme Court and the Colorado Supreme Court. But in that case, it involved I think it was a cable TV installer. Yeah, cable television company installer. And the one worker killed another worker for, I guess, infringing on his turf is how it's referred to in the case. And the defendant at that point in time, or some months before the killing occurred, told his supervisor that if the victim was not kept off his turf, he would go to a higher level of security. And the supervisor was called to testify at trial and was allowed to express an opinion on the defendant's sanity as of the dates other than the date of the offense. And the Court of Appeals in that case found that it was not error to allow such testimony. Also noted People versus Gallamanis, Gallimanis, 944 Pacific 2nd, 626, Colorado Appellate 1997. Holding that it is proper to inquire into the mental condition of the defendant both before and after the commission of the act. And in this case, it said the defendant's supervisor expressed his opinion that the defendant was sane as of 9 days after the killing. Even if his testimony as defendant contends also expressed an opinion that the defendant was sane at an earlier date, that opinion referred to defendant's sanity only 3 months before the killing. So as I see this, I think that the foundation that needs to be laid for an opinion to be provided is what were the circumstances of the contact between the witness that is testifying, the circumstances under which the witness had contact with the defendant, how the defendant was acting, those sorts of things. I also note that in this case, everybody except for the defendant's brother and Mr. Stauch had contact with the defendant either at or near the time of the offense, which is alleged to have been committed in this case. So it seems to me that a person can give testimony regarding whether or not, based on their contacts with them, whether they thought the defendant was sane at the time. They cannot give testimony unless qualified as an expert and a sufficient foundation is laid. They cannot give testimony regarding a diagnosis that may have rendered the defendant insane. But they can testify as to whether or not they saw certain things, whether she was, I think the prosecution has gone down the line of, did she refer to herself by a different name? Did she seem to know what was going on? In addition, with respect to, I think it was Van Nest was the name of the nurse yesterday. She's in a little bit different position. Number one, she was qualified to testify as an expert, true, not in the as a psychologist or psychiatrist, but part of her job requires her to obtain consent from a patient in order to perform an examination. And before she can obtain that consent validly, as she testified, she has to make sure that the patient understands the procedure, understands what's going on, understands why she is requesting what it is that she's requesting, and that the patient has the present capacity to be able to understand all of that and make a decision regarding that. So I think her testimony regarding whether or not the defendant was sane was properly admitted. So with that, Mr. Tellini, did you want to make further records, sir?
Just briefly,
Go ahead.
in regards to, with saying there's, I think it's different her testifying whether or not she was mentally signed the releases and so forth. I think she has a training on that, and with my objection, my objection with her different than she's saying. I think that has a legal connotation that she's not qualified or does not have the foundation. I understand the court's ruling, but just that's what my objection
Okay.
is too. And I understand there's Medina and there's, in my reading of Medina, there was kind of two issues that the board had with the officers, with the two, basically law enforcement people testifying. One was, I understand the court saying the proximity and time when they're in contact with them. It also seemed that they were stressing that the contact was of somewhat of a limited duration. In it, I think one of them only had like an hour-long interview with them. Tally, and I understand Tally, it's unclear from the case how much contact the supervisor had with the defendant, whether this was, we've been supervising for years, we've been supervising for, a month. And so we don't necessarily have this that we had to focus on the time. It's depending on how this case goes out, we'll have some direction from the Supreme Court on how to interpret Medina, even though it's a 50-year-old case. It doesn't seem that there's a lot of cases subsequent to it explaining what the actual foundation is. And so I think I made the record pretty clear. And again, I don't want, I'm not going to make a long record, in the.
That's fair.
For this attorney, when they're asking that question, I'm objecting to, I'm going to object foundation and Medina, and I think that would make a sufficient difference, so they understand what they're focusing on.
All right. Prosecution, do you have any other record to add?
Yes, briefly. Good morning, Your Honor. It's the people's position that we agree with the court on the analysis of the cases that you cited. However, the jury is also going to be instructed on what insanity is. They're also going to be instructed, at least in the packet that we provided, that a layperson can weigh an opinion about insanity. At the end of the day, all of this goes to the weight of the testimony, because they also going to be getting instruction on the credibility of all witnesses. And they can base the amount of time that the witnesses have spent with the defendant and weigh their credibility on that. So the instructions of law will cure any concerns that defense has.
Okay. All right. And that was a long way to start the morning. Sorry about that. Anything we need to bring up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time?
No, Your Honor.
Yes. Okay. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
Welcome to all the new members. Thank you.
Are you going to start with the video?
No, I'll start with some testimony first, obviously, yeah. And there's actually, will be 4 videos during her testimony. The long one will be her interview that she conducted on January 29th, I think it is. It's about a little over 4 hours.
We'll also need to find a breaking point this
Yeah.
morning.
Yep.
Okay. All rise for the jury, please. Fine, it's all good. I'm positive. I can see it's fine. Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response. All right. Yesterday, when we took our break, we were still in the midst of the prosecution's case in chief. That's where we will resume today. Mr. Allen, call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would call Jessica Bethel. It's my understanding Mr. Cook is doing her cross. I don't know where Mr. Cook went.
Okay.
He's going to be right back. I will say that for him.
We're good to go then? Okay. All right, Ms. Bethel, if you would raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about giving this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may. Go ahead.
Good morning, ma'am. Will you please introduce yourself to our jury and then spell your first and last name for the record?
Good morning. My name is Jessica Bethel, Jessica Bethel.
Ms. Bethel, what do you do currently for work?
I'm currently a stay-at-home mom.
Okay. Did you at one point work for the El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
I did.
What was your last assignment with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
I was last assigned to the investigations division.
What kind of education and training allowed you to do that job?
I went through a post academy to become a sworn peace officer for the state of Colorado. And from there, I received on-the-job training and advanced my career into the investigations division.
Are you still a post-certified peace officer in the state of Colorado?
Yes, I am.
How long were you in law enforcement previously?
Total, including my time served as a civilian, would be 14 years.
I want to specifically get us oriented to January 2020 timeframe. Were you working at the El Paso County Sheriff's Office at that time?
Yes, I was.
What was your specific job assignment then?
I was assigned to the majors investigation team, which consisted of detectives that investigated homicides and robberies, assaults against people.
How many different homicide cases did you get involved with investigating, if you have a round figure?
Oh boy. I would say more than 100.
At some point, did you become involved in the Gannon Stauch disappearance case?
Yes, I did.
What was your role in that case?
I was assigned as the lead detective.
What does a lead detective do?
The lead detective coordinates the investigation mainly on a typical case and receives the leads and the information that's being collected by the other detectives. And then from there, analyzes that information and disseminates further leads, eventually leading up to either an arrest of the person or, looking at potentially a different suspect.
You said in the typical case, was there something about this particular case that made it different from those, what you would classify as a typical homicide investigation?
Yes.
What was different about it just from the initial standpoint?
Initially, this case was receiving a lot of attention in social media, and the case quickly grew to a multi-agency case.
Do you remember off the top of your head how many different agencies got involved with this investigation?
I would say close to 10, if not more.
Did that include both state Colorado agencies like the El Paso County Sheriff's Office and other agencies, also federal agencies?
Yes.
Did it also include agencies in other states?
Yes, it did.
Would that include South Carolina and Florida?
Yes.
Because of the scope of this investigation, did that change the role of a lead investigator from the sheriff's office to some degree?
It did, yes.
In what way did that happen?
Because there was so much information coming in, I assumed more of an investigative role as opposed to sitting back and collecting all of the leads at once.
Would you classify the investigation as almost an all hands on deck effort?
Absolutely.
Speaking about just generally how the course of an investigation might go in a typical case, what are things that can influence the direction a case will develop into?
Things that can influence it, I would say whether or not we have witnesses available, whether or not there's video, um, whether or not the suspect is willing to do an interview with us. Those types of things can influence it.
What about the potential absence or existence of physical evidence?
Absolutely, that can influence it as well heavily.
You mentioned witnesses, willingness to give statements or lack of willingness to give statements. Can that also influence the course of an investigation?
Yes, it can.
What about misleading statements from witnesses? Can that have an influence on an investigation?
Yes, it can.
Those things that I just referenced, did some of those things occur in this case?
Yes, they did.
Did some of those things have a negative influence on the investigation?
Yes, they did.
Can you, in a general sense, tell us what some of those things might have been that caused a negative influence on the investigation?
This ultimately ended up being a homicide investigation, and we did not have a standard homicide scene where there would be, evidence of the homicide and a body. That was not present in this case. Also, the suspect providing alternate leads, multiple stories of what happened, also influenced how we proceeded with the case.
When you've got that sort of dynamic going where there's different stories being presented to the investigative team, do you have to sometimes chase those down to see if there's any validity to them?
We should always chase those down. Absolutely.
Okay, and why is that?
It's just as important whenever you're trying to prove that someone did something as to prove that they didn't do something. We need to act without bias. And so if they present something to us, we need to take that just as it's a credible piece of information and vet it before we determine that it's not a good lead.
When did you first become aware of this particular investigation? Do you remember?
January 28th.
So the day after Gannon was reported missing by a 911 call and a non-emergency call
That's correct.
by the defendant in this case?
Yes.
Because the initial call was for a missing or runaway child, did that cause a investigative impetus or momentum to try to find this child that potentially had run away?
Initially, patrol handled the case just as a missing or runaway child. But then later, when it was brought to our investigations, our attention, we realized that he was 11 years old. The weather, his medical conditions, it became more important to find him soon.
Were there lots of searches conducted in the area sort of surrounding the victim's home?
Yes, I was aware of many searches being done by neighbors, some coworkers of Albert's, and also law enforcement.
Did that include vast areas of field and even reservoirs and that kind of thing?
Yes.
Did any of those searches in the immediate area turn up any clues that would lead to any investigative leads that you could pursue?
No.
You said that you first learned of this case on January 28, 2020. Did you actually reach out to the person that ended up being the defendant in this case on that particular day?
Yes, I did.
Why did you make that effort?
I wanted to contact Letecia to speak with her more about Gannon's disappearance and to meet with her at preferably at her home so that I could look at his room to look for clues as to where he may have gone, if he had left anything behind, a note or any behavioral changes.
Were you able to talk to Letecia?
I was, yes.
How would you describe her demeanor on that phone call? Was she willing to talk to you?
I would say she was hesitant at best.
Do you remember how you described it in your reports?
I don't remember verbatim, no.
Okay, do you remember if you described it as being apprehensive, that she was apprehensive to talk to you?
Yes,
Did you specifically ask her at that particular time if you could go to the house and talk to her about what had happened?
yes, I did.
Did she agree to allow you to come to the house?
No, she did not.
Did she give a reason?
Yes, she told me that there were several young children in the home and she didn't want them overhearing what we were talking about.
What did you do then as far as trying to get her to sit down with you and give some sort of a statement to you?
I offered to meet her at a place of her choice. She ultimately asked that I meet her at Starbucks located on Fountain Mesa.
Prior to this particular phone call, had you ever met Letecia Stauch?
No,
Had you ever talked to her on the phone?
no,
Did you, in fact, then meet up with her at the Starbucks on Fountain Mesa?
I did.
Who was present for that interaction?
Letecia was present, Albert was present, my partner, Detective Mark Riley, was present, myself, and Jason Hess, Sergeant Jason Hess, also was present during part of it.
Okay. Did you actually do this contact with her and Mr. Stauch inside the Starbucks business?
Yes,
So was there a recording made of this particular interaction?
yes, there was.
Can you hear sort of the normal chatter that you would hear in a Starbucks on the recording of this?
Yes, you can.
Can I approach with People's Exhibit 335?
You may.
Ms. Bethel, do you recognize People's Exhibit 335?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It is a disc containing a field interview with Mr. Stout and Letecia.
Is this the recording of what we were just talking about, your interaction with them at Starbucks on Fountain Mesa on January 28, 2020?
It is.
Have you had a chance to listen to that recording?
I did.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of that interview?
Yes.
Now, at this time, I'd move forward admission of People's 335 and request permission to publish.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, exhibit 335 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And before we publish it, the person that you had contact with that identified as Letecia Stauch, did that person have the same voice as the person you talked to on the phone just a little bit prior to this actual meeting?
Yes, she did.
Do you see that same person in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Will you please identify her for the jury, pointing out where she is sitting and what she's wearing?
She's sitting at the defendant's table. She has a pink shirt on.
With her head resting on her hand?
Yes.
I would ask that the record reflect she has identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
And then permission to publish People's 335, and it is 55 minutes and 54 seconds, Your Honor.
And is this audio only?
Yes, this is audio only.
All right, go ahead.
I wasn't sure like what you were gonna be in. Yeah. So, do you guys just want to stand out here or do you want to go in the? We can go in. Okay. I'm Detective Bethel, by the way. Okay. This is my partner, Detective Riley. Sorry, I'm just a little. And I felt that. I guarantee you, okay, if I put it down there, I'm going to. So.
So we were just notified about what's going on with Gannon, and so I just want to start from the beginning, to make sure that I have accurate information. So your name, ma'am?
It's Tecia. And same last name, Stauch. AUCH.
Your date of birth?
8483.
Give me the address, because I don't think that street name's right.
It's just Mandan, MANDAN.
How long have you guys lived there?
A little over a year.
And your name, sir?
First name's Eugene. Last name.
Your date of birth?
82.
All right. Where do you work, ma'am?
The beginning.
Which school?
I don't know. I don't like if I think it's for the other college.
And you, sir?
I'm in Asheville. Full time.
So tell me a little bit about Gannon. How old is he? He's 11?
Let's switch up it out. That's, come to attention that that's not true.
Right. That's what I was told too.
So we were like, everything we've been basing our mindset on. Based on that.
But someone actually takes.
Yeah, technically last night he texted me. I was in Oklahoma at Fort Sill for training and I had to come home emergency. But like he texted me last night. He's like, yeah, we saw him on the camera, came in, did not look distressed. Bought some chips, left on foot. I mean, I can show you the text if you want to see it. But
Sure. When did you go to Fort Sill?
when?
Yeah.
I left Sunday. I've been there one day.
What school does Gannon attend?
Grand Mountain.
Grand Mountain?
Yeah, it's in our neighborhood.
I was gonna say, I think that's a new one that opened up down there. Tell me about his friends.
Most of his friends are right there, like right around our house. Like he has boys that live right at the end of the street. He plays with them most of the time. Braden is his name.
What's Braden's last name?
I mean, I got all his parents' phone numbers and we talk to him all the time. But
If I could get their number too.
yeah,
So we have Braden.
I don't.
Braden, so they're like two families that live in the same house, but they're like related. So
Well, Connor, I know. But Connor is the Webster.
there's a Connor, but he goes to the web show actually, like, because they rezoned him because of the new school or whatever. So he went there last year.
Connor's mom has been with us the past day or two.
She works at
Yeah, she works at Webster.
so this is one of them. That's,
Ian,
so like I said, I think it's two brothers and their families live in the same house. And they got like 3 or 4 kids.
But that's associated to Braden.
I think that's Braden's uncle. I got Braden's mom in there too. But you can get to him through this guy. This is him. So,
When was the last time that Gannon went to school?
we've been last week.
yeah, so Gannon went to school on Friday.
Friday, yeah.
When does he return home from school?
I'm like 3:15-ish.
Yeah, 3:05 to 3:15,
Yeah.
they changed the new time of the school. Like it used to be like 3:30 to 3:45. Because of like snow days over there.
So Braden and Connor, are those the only two friends?
I mean,
I don't even know any parents.
I'm looking.
He wants to meet them all and talk to them, because he has all their numbers. I don't even, like, I know them from coming to our house. Like, I don't have a reply down.
There's one more. This so Lily is my daughter's friend, but she has a brother that's Gannon's age as well. and they kind of live like right behind us.
What is the brother's name?
Reese.
Reese.
I do know that because
Yeah,
I hear playing the sale all the time.
So they live on the next street over. And sometimes they'll ride their bikes over there, but they mainly play with these boys, these Braden. And then right next door to them is a group of girls that my daughter plays with.
Okay.
I just know their mom,
Campbell.
Canberra, is the mom, and that's her number right there. 801
Oh, yeah.
CAMBRA, I think.
So that's a mom of,
My daughter's friends. There's like 3 girls.
Well, one of them is the age of Gannon.
Yeah, I mean, these kids are like they range from like first grade to like 5 or 6.
so these are neighbors.
Yeah, basically they live 2 or 3 houses down, but they live next door to one of those 2.
Okay.
And that's about it. That's all they really play with. Now he's got some other friends at school, but he never really goes to their house and stuff like that. The point of concern was this right here. This is where the concern started. I'll show you the text message he sent me. Okay, so this was, he stayed at home yesterday because his stomach was hurting.
So we went hiking on Sunday.
Okay, so yeah,
I would tell her that part.
Yeah, sure.
She's about to stump. And we went to Garden of Gods and we get probably about, I don't know, a few miles out, a few feet in. He's like, oh, my stomach hurts. I'm like, it's probably because you haven't been, like exercising on it. He's had this problem for a while because he gets like really bad constipation. And so his stomach was hurting all through the night. And you were either on the plane,
yeah. So that was
something,
on the way
we
up.
were like texting back and forth. And I was like, should I just stay at home? Because there was like, well, this stuff coming out of his body a little bit. And so I was like, I didn't want him to go to school like that, scared because it's coming like multiple under there.
Okay.
So that,
And he gets really down and embarrassed about
so
that too.
yeah, so he gets embarrassed. He's very like emotional about that type of thing because he's sad about it. So he stayed at home. Well, we went and got good dogs, some new outfits. We got 2 new puppies. So we went, got a dog outfits at the Petco. I think it's on Coles, Nevada exit maybe. I don't know the numbers, but I know it's Nevada and the Coles right there. And so we went to Nevada with the Coles. He sat in the car because he wasn't feeling well, but I wanted to make sure he was gonna eat and I made sure some feeding light and stuff like that. I think that's about it. Came back, whatever. So when we came back, he was texting you. That's where you.
Yeah, so he had spilled a candle in the house, whatever. He was, because he felt like he was smelling bad because of his accident. He lit a candle and was playing. He spilled the candle, so he got really upset because he made a mess with that too. So
it burned a big.
So then this is where he starts texting me. I'm in Oklahoma. So he told me my tummy hurts, blah, blah, blah. And I'm just trying to stay positive, So he's worried about, Teacher said he was really worried about getting in trouble not for the accident, but for the candle thing. So then right here, I was like, we'll talk later. And he's like, do we have bath salts? And I'm like, immediately, I know what that's all about. So I'm like, what's going on? Or where did he even hear this from? So I immediately texted her. I was like, we have a little bit for baths and stuff. So I was like, put all the stuff we use for our baths and put it away somewhere so he can't access it until we find out what's going on. And then I asked him for what.
Yeah. So with that, the day before, when he tells me this, I said, he came in and asked me, did we have any the day before, which was the Sunday. And I gave him a bath bomb because I usually didn't know bath salt. I didn't know. So I gave him a bath bomb and went to the bath. I still was clueless to the bath salts until we looked it up.
So then he tells me this. My friend said if I got some, we could play this weekend. And I told him no, absolutely not. But we were still talking at this point. And then he was like, he went on a little bit. And then he's like, his brother has a car for a sleepover if I can come over Friday. That's kind of the end of it, though. We need some more haze. So that's where we get the idea that he may have left. Well, no, he told her he was going to play. So,
Which he does.
which they do all the time. They walk out and they're like, where you going? Be back at such and such time. And they're always, maybe he's 10 minutes late, but nothing like this. So I don't even know who this friend is. That's the biggest concern on the surface. That's why, like she said, I always like to walk over here and meet, hey, this is blah, blah, blah.
We don't know anyone with the car.
Yeah. Yeah, with nobody that has
Yeah.
an older sibling that drives, none of his friends that we're aware of. So
But there's
we, from these other people, we got some names of other kids on the bus that he plays with. And so we kind of hunted them down last night. What they did while I was on the way back. Found one kid named Jimmy, but he wasn't, they hadn't seen him. And then they were like, well, this kid has an older brother or whatever. And they went to their house and they're like, no, we haven't seen him. So that's when it really was
gave us
alarming.
information that Jimmy had an older sibling. So of course, we all went,
I
you
mean,
know.
we think it was
Around.
putting people together. You know.
Right. So then Jimmy's dad answers the door and they show the picture to Jimmy. Connor's mom, with the one with my daughter, she's a 17-year-old. So he's like, yeah, I think I know that kid. And then they were like, do you know Jimmy? And the guy was like, yeah, that's my son. And then he was like, I'm sorry to tell you guys, but we don't have a older child that drives. I don't know if she said Jimmy was the oldest, but whatever it was, Dad said there was no older boy that was in their home that drove. But it was like he said, pieces were coming in from different kids trying to give us information and names.
See, the big deal here is it's not like, and I know kids, you know, they get influences, but he's a homebody. I mean, I'm like the same way. He'd rather be at home playing his little Nintendo or, you know, watching cartoons. You know, sometimes I gotta make him go ride his bike, that kind of thing. So he's not one just to walk off. And, you know, he's had times where he's been a little embarrassed about his stomach problem, but never anything to drive him to something like that. So that's why, I mean, I had to come to grips with, I'm pretty convinced that something bad. We kind of, between ourselves, kind of broke it down to, we either feel like he's at a house where some of this good stuff is going on. They convince, you know, they convince.
Has anybody called the school yet?
Yeah.
So the principal called this morning.
I back up. I emailed the teacher first. I'm like, can you give us any information? I knew she couldn't, but I wanted to start that dialogue. So can you give us any information about Anna's friends or anything? She's like, no, but I can go to the administration. So principal, somebody reached out last night. Her principal said he waited up front just to make sure he didn't come to school today, side or whatever. And an announcement is that they have information, going to help Gannon. And
They also just sent an email on the do not reply. The district email just came to us, where the principal said he's sending out all families.
okay, so yeah, so they're doing their due diligence.
So that just came to us just now.
What kind of social media accounts does it have?
So I don't even let him get online with these things. I have.
Does he have a phone? Obviously, he has a
Yeah,
phone
it's
that
in the
checks it.
truck, but like, we check through that. I check the phone logs on my TT account, and we hadn't texted anybody other than the one friend.
So we have the capability to do a download on the phone and potentially see things that are deleted that you and I wouldn't see immediately. It would be like in cache data or whatever. Would you be willing to let us look at his phone,
Yeah.
do that download, see, just to make sure that he didn't delete something that we need to look at? Okay. So it's an iPhone?
Yes. You wanna get that?
We need to, need to take it with you.
Yeah, that would be great if we could.
I know we'll get to that, but I brought this because some of my buddies at work were like, you can track, Nintendo has a way to protect the device is hooked to the internet somewhere.
Okay.
So maybe he's somewhere and play this game on their Wi-Fi or something.
Is the Nintendo Switch missing?
Yeah, he had it with him. So like he was going to play games. That's obviously, he was going to play games with his buddy or something.
What's the serial number on that?
That's going to be right here if I'm not mistaken. Everything should be in here. I think that's it.
Does he, other than the stomach issues, does he have any other ailments, disabilities?
He just, he takes, ADHD medicine, but That's never really caused him a problem other than, I mean, he makes straight A's. He actually got his first B this past time, so.
That's his phone there.
Yeah, that's 292.
2922.
Yes. Yeah, let me give you this phone number. And I don't know if you have to subpoena information or not, but so my friend looked this up and found, it said that, police can subpoena connection location for the switch, and that's the phone. And he found something on the internet that said that, so it's at least worth looking into, I think.
Yeah, we've got a database of stuff that we work with, so
Yeah.
we'll be able to find a contact if that service exists with them. Any,
Can I show you something?
Yeah.
I mean, I know you'll find it out, but I was just not sure about the history.
Oh, yeah, he looked up only one, something that was.
Oh, where's the history?
are there any other children in the home?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You mentioned a 17-year-old. The, biologically both of yours.
No, so I have Gannon and my 8-year-old daughter. And their mom is on the way now, so she's gonna be here tonight. But
What is sister's name?
Lena, Laina.
What's her date of birth?
1/22/12.
And you have custody of both of them?
I do.
What is
Well,
mom's name?
technically shared, but they live with me and go to our senior summer. So we call it shared, but I really have this. Mom's name is Landon, Landon.
Do you know her last name?
Hyatt, Hiott.
Date of birth?
411?
4/11/85. And we have one other child in the home as well, her biological daughter.
Okay, what is mom's phone number?
Phone number?
Yep. And you said it's your biological daughter?
Harley. H-U-N-T, no, Harley.
Oh, Harley.
Yes, ma'am.
What's Harley's date of birth?
51010.
You mentioned younger children in the home.
Well, mainly if I was being Elena because here's what happened. One of the people called this morning and she was sleeping and heard a lot of conversations and she's been like just crying and things like that. So, yeah, and she already has like a preconditioner with anxiety, but she gets very,
It's worked out.
worked up easily. So she's having a hard time because like the National Guard came earlier, so many people been comment, so it's a lot.
So like you said, I guess the search history had been deleted, but like that one right there, Monday afternoon. I don't know, I don't see a time on that, so I don't know when that happened, but I'm sure that can be found, but it says, can my parent find my cell phone if it's off? So I don't know if he intended to take the phone.
What is this? Where does FGTEV live?
That's, so this FGTV, some little kids show that they watch, what the kids watch, and they got.
Like famous YouTubers.
It's like a YouTube thing that's going on, so. But he left the phone.
Is he talking to any girls?
No, actually, I joked with him about that, but
He had a puberty class and he was like,
Yeah.
ooh, I don't want to do like, and
yeah, they just had a little puberty class in school, so he's still in the ooh phase. Yeah, go ahead.
now, if you see the messages that say to mommy in the last day, that's me talking to his mom. Because I don't give her my.
To see if you get any searchable stuff on the maps. So he searched for 10315 declaration of right, you got it.
Declaration is probably somewhere.
It's old.
Yeah, it's probably,
Old Glory.
yeah, it's probably something that we were,
I
it
didn't,
could have been things that people.
what date was that?
10315 declaration drive.
When was that? Sorry.
It says classic homes, Wilson Ranch.
Yeah, I mean, that's our neighborhood.
Right.
Declaration.
Well, I didn't look for any declaration.
Stephanie was on charge, so.
Yeah.
But we were driving around over there and somebody said that they saw a camera.
That was
On the old road.
address on there.
Wow, I didn't think about looking at that. But this, how does it make any sense? Cause he went the other direction.
103. I feel like that's someone's address.
Yeah.
I mean, some of the people. Is it recently? Because like,
So this is how it works. So when I pulled up his map, I don't have his word, but I have a computer one address that address. So when I click on it, I don't.
if you just put horse and ranch, so is that the random address for that office? After that declaration. Sometime.
Bring up his map to see what for hours. I'll send the car down the back. We'll figure out what that is. I know it's right there, goes off to the south. The friends right by their house.
But it's kind of farther towards the school than our house, toward that backside.
Yeah.
We're up right at the front. That first section.
What model iPhone is that?
That's like a 6.
Search. Barrels are here.
So this here is, it's a computer later, but we're gonna use cell phone. So basically, what the cell phone waivers would say, is that we're gonna dump this phone with your permission. You have the constitutional right not to have it searched without having a warrant. I think that at this point, in time, it would be good, started,
Yes.
but everything that's on that, to include all deleted items, everything, it just makes a copy of everything. And then we'll get it back to you and we'll analyze the copy that we take from it. Again, it's, you're providing consent. I can't force you into doing it. And I would have to obtain a search warrant, if you didn't consent.
28.
I believe so, yep. So we'll keep the phone and start searching for that, searching through that. Where might he go other than, does he have any other relatives in the area?
Nothing.
No relatives in the area.
It's just us and those few friends. Yeah, I don't know. I don't recognize it.
We're listening to the car over there.
Okay.
Figure out why it's in the car. Did you ask about the bath salt count address?
Yeah, so we don't know just the friend. We don't know who the
It's the-
friend is.
I can show you all it said.
in that text.
He said to me with bath salts, like, do we have any?
You wanted to take him to a friend's house?
Yeah, and let me pull up so I don't get it wrong. Huh?
I was trying to think, I just said that.
What did you do for you?
Oh, thank you.
Then I got another water coming for you.
Thank you so much.
I think this is-
So you can just read through it. It starts, I was in Oklahoma, it starts right there, so you can just scroll down. So you get this details we did with him. He's been having some stomach problems, so that's when he talks about his tummy. He had made a little accident, dropped a candle, so he's upset about that. But then you can read what's part about the bath salts. And in context with that, at the same time, as soon as you say bath salts, I got on the phone with her and was like, hey, yeah, because we do have some to take, legit take baths with and stuff.
Yeah.
That's like, get it all, hide it, put it away,
And I told him that
figure out what's going on.
you did ask me the day before,
Yeah.
and I gave him, because I didn't.
So like, you see, it's very vague. There's no like friend's name or where they live or anything. Because the intent was to have that conversation face to face or whatever.
I'm sorry, when did you say you went to Fort Hill?
I left Sunday morning. Well, actually, I went Sunday night because my mom flew out Saturday night. My flight was Sunday morning, and then of course, got there Sunday. That one day of class, and then this all happened Monday night. So, which was yesterday. I came back and
What time did you guys go to Petco?
I don't know. I would probably look to what time we set the alarm.
Okay.
that was Sunday, right?
No, Sunday was, hiking Sunday.
Didn't go to Petco Sunday.
No, we went,
Petco Monday.
yeah, because it was just me again and again on the car because it's coming.
Okay.
Because Lena went with us hiking, but Lena was. What's that date? So.
Tell you what, yesterday was 27. So we're at that address. You said you're sending a car to the house?
The only thing I can think of though, if that was the person that we took the jingle basket to,
How would you use this phone?
Gannon was with me. So if it ends up being the person, like the neighborhoods did the jingle basket, that's the only thing, because it was somebody in Wilson Ranch. So you go like, the people, but that would have been December. So I don't know what they got. I don't know if that's their address. I'm just saying that.
Any clothes missing?
I mean, like I said, like literally from what she explained, everything was consistent with, I'm going to play with my friends. So it was like, whatever clothes he had on, we make him put his play shoes on. We got nice shoes and play shoes. He had his play shoes on. So, I mean, it was pretty obvious that his intent was like, I'm not leaving, but I'm going to play. And I'm, doing everything I'm supposed to do. And she let him take his Switch. I mean, don't really ever do that, so. It's in.
When was the last time he talked to his mom, his biological mother?
For something. He had been talking he talks to her, right? They talk almost, I'd say 5 times a week. I know he talked to her Friday and Saturday because my mom was here and, he was on the phone first, so.
Sorry, there's just a lot of 27 numbers.
That bio mom's coming in from.
Yeah, she's on the way now. I think she just got on the plane, South Carolina. Yeah, that's where we're all originally from, South Carolina, but I'm right here for the military. So, I mean, not to add any confusion to it, but like the mom's married to a guy that's got a lot of trouble with the law. That was one of my first instincts when it was like, when the come and go thing came up and they said that he walked in all nonchalant, like everything was normal. It was like the dude was here or something, because he's got a lot of trouble like that in his background. So I was like, it came to my mind. It's worth putting down, but I mean, I don't know if it's anything legit.
Does she have your address?
Yeah, she does.
I know it says I disarmed the panel at Monday, January 27th at 2:29. So that's when we would have, and I set the back door to close. Because I would have like let the dogs out back then. So that's when
you got home?
Came home. I'm still scrolling up. I just didn't want to have to go to the back. And then let's see, it says basement motion. I might have set the alarm. It's not showing when I set the alarm, but it says living room and basement motion at 10:10 a.m. Oh, here it is. Armed by master right here. So Monday, January 27th, I armed the alarm at 10:05 a.m.
10:05, you guys went?
That's what time I armed it. So I'm assuming, yeah, because we had motion that morning because we were there.
Which alarm do you use?
ADT.
What did you participate in? Bingo?
But they do these little basket things where like they would like a group on Facebook or wherever with like 10 women and 10 families, just set a dollar amount. It's like, okay, you bring a basket of stuff to their house.
Okay.
So it's like a Secret Santa, I don't know, something like that, but for the neighborhood.
I could either book on the lady who sends it. If you want to see that's the address she sent.
It doesn't matter, we're gonna send a card
Okay.
anyway.
Okay.
So we'll make contact,
Okay.
verify.
Okay.
It's weird that he would have that address on.
Yeah.
Cause that, I mean, if that's like recent, or I know we
I
have.
don't have a way to see when it was searched, I can just see what the address is, the only address on there.
Right.
Has he ever left before?
So, I tell you, I mean, I know every parent says this, but he's a pretty straight up kid. And, if ever he does wrong, like the only thing he ever sneaks is, playing the games if he's grounded or something. That's it. I mean, other than that, he does his chores. I mean, he makes straight A's, kind-hearted. I mean, he fusses with his sister, but.
And to add to that, I know you're okay with saying that the counselor has said every.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I because of, so his mom in the situation with her husband, like she basically has lost everything. Doesn't have a place to live, gone through a lot, on drugs and stuff. So I got custody of them. It's been pretty hard, for any kid. And I went through some of that as a kid. So I was like, let's get them counseling, just to be, certain there's nothing that they're dealing with, and they know it's okay to talk. So they go like once a month on base. And I always ask at the end of the session, hey, is there anything alarming that you brought up or anything I need to know about? And
Yeah, she always says
for
that.
him, it's nothing, that he's just open and, he's going through normal emotions of, loving mom and loving dad and stuff like that, but nothing like, hey, you need to.
Does he go on Carson?
Yes.
And what's his counselor's name?
Dr. Burtzak, I have her number.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Looking through this phone and listening to you, it's exactly like looking through a 12-year-old's phone and talking to him. I mean, exactly. He communicates over a couple of game chats. He plays a game bar, He played a computer game.
This is it right here. And I refused, unless he's done it behind my back. I know he gets on YouTube and watches some stuff, but I have absolutely said no online gaming. So unless he's got on there and figured it out, then
So not necessarily communicating through the game. We have apps and stuff. If you can talk back and forth with your
maybe
while you game and stuff, and he likes to do those instead of text messages. And you could use a different app. I was looking to see if I recognize any of the ones. Our son did so before.
Yeah.
So I don't recognize any of them on there from what you use.
Yeah, and usually, once again, he's pretty innocent by telling us, or at least hinting at things. And he's never even like said, oh, I learned this from this. How he learns is he researches like YouTube and stuff.
I can see the way he was talking to you in our text messages about dealing in trouble, if he still plays
Right.
and stuff like that.
But I did block him from the Wi-Fi because he was using TikTok. He had something about some choking game.
Yes, I noticed, and paying attention to, what the news and all that, I banned them from TikTok and said remove it from all your devices because of the bad. I'm sure there's good stuff, but that stuff that encourages those challenges or whatever.
Yeah,
When was that?
Within the past week.
Yeah, I took him off, but like he was on the Xfinity Squad or.
Yeah,
And shut the
Yeah.
device off.
yeah, you did
So
that.
I did that because I look over and it was some people were choking and reporters. I don't know what it was like. I guess they got high,
This is
like can't choke yourself or something. And so he was laughing, but I think he saw it as just people being silly. I don't think he was realizing like
How serious it
how
was?
serious that was. So I told him a story of which was a true story. He was playing a quarter game and it went down his throat. And he had to be rushed to the hospital, blah, 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 blah. And so then he kind of looked at me like, like it was serious. So I didn't think anything else about it. Didn't think he was going to do anything like that. I just thought he thought it was funny.
To see, the kid is so like tenderhearted, like I know the kids are obviously influenced, we know that, but he would never like smoking or anything like that because his mom's it's done, got into that step since we split up, and stepdad as well. And then, and his grandma, his mom's mom smokes real bad.
Mhm.
And so he knows that that causes, you know, bad stuff.
But then the thing was in his book bag.
What was in his book bag?
So she found, after the bath
Harley
salts,
found it.
after the bath salts, I said, go check his book bag, just in case. Initially, she found nothing, but then after he disappeared, they went back and,
No, I didn't let her go look at it initially.
oh, I thought you looked at it.
No, you asked me to go look at it, but I was doing other things.
So they
I sent
found-
Harley-
Found a 2-pack of those little Swisher Sweets.
Yeah, I sent
So-
Harley to go look at it.
I don't know, somebody had to give him those
When did you find those?
last night.
Yeah, so I sent Harley to go do it. So Harley was like pulling out the book bag stuff and she's like, oh, I didn't see anything. And then she had a folder in her hand that dropped that folder. So she immediately texted out. But it didn't look like anything to you.
It's kids that name.
Brayden and Connor.
Connor, not as much, because,
Have we been to their house?
I don't know, did they talk to the police last night?
Connor's mom did.
Connor's mom did, but, I was texting the other parents, because they were out in the neighborhood looking.
Was Brady's parents one of them?
Yeah, out in the neighborhood looking around, yeah.
Yeah.
We talked to Brady's parents.
I'm not sure if y'all talked to Brayden.
I know I know they talked with Braden's mom, because she was at a.
Okay, all right, there you go.
I don't know that you talked to his mom, but I do know she was there at the time everyone was there.
What is the Rubicon Drive address?
Rubicon Drive, actually?
So Lily and,
Is that,
like the friends that live on that address? Okay.
9865 Rubicon Drive.
I don't know the number, but the Lily and Reese I spoke about earlier, they live on Rubicon, which I think is the street right behind us. Is that Rubicon?
Yeah, Rubicon's behind us, but I don't know anybody. I thought Gaplin was behind us.
Okay, hold on, let me look at it.
What is it again?
9865 Rubicon Drive.
What is this? Something.
That was the usual hangout, yeah.
Oh, okay. Who gave you this?
It was listed in the report. You guys gave it to.
Yeah, I didn't give anybody no.
So there was information that you wanted to go to a party with the bath salts. That was just flip over. Is that right?
No, he said, I want to go to a friend's house. They said bring bath salts and my older brother were around.
Yeah.
That's piecing it all together, but in his terms, that's.
Yeah, but I didn't hear the same thing
But-
anybody about.
So this Rubicon, so we live on Mandan right here. That Rubicon would be those boys, that Braden's family right here. I'm sure that's,
Okay, so that's Brady's house.
I would assume that because they don't know anybody else in Rubicon.
Yeah, I wouldn't have given.
And Lily and Reese,
Cause I don't even know.
well, I don't know, Rubicon goes around here, so unless he was going to somewhere right there, I don't know, but the boys do live there, Rubicon. Lily and Reese live on Gapwood.
So we also have a deputy back over at the coming go.
Okay.
So we asked them to send us the videos. They can't do it in the store. They have to do it in the corporate office. To wireless system or whatever, if you're cloud, I can send it to the deputies. We're going back over to review that.
It's Linda Reese. Or Reese Linda.
Oh, at that Declaration House? I mean, to know if there's any kids there, we'd have to go through the school probably.
That's what they're doing now. They're down to see if anybody home, they have any kids. So I'd say,
Okay.
and then why we would have searched that address, et cetera, and start from there. So
Okay.
we're headed down and do that now. Deputy over, looking at looking for you over there. Did you talk to Deputy Donatello yesterday?
Would this have been late last night?
No, it would have been probably before 4 p.m.
I'm trying to, the only deputy I spoke with that I remember, one called me because we were getting overwhelmed.
Yeah.
I don't know who I spoke with. They were at the house though, right?
There's a lot.
I think they were at the house and then, Donahue,
Donatello, yeah.
Sean Donahue.
Now, Chris Donatello,
This is El Paso County, yes. Deputy Sean Donahue, I think is the one I talked to because
The recording.
okay.
he said he would text me the case number. And then he said, we got come and go footage. So I texted him back. Yeah, I mean, you can read the rest.
So the deputy that went to the coming show, the clerk said, oh yeah, he was giving it. The deputy reviewed the video. And he does not see video.
It doesn't lie.
I don't know, he saw it
The one viewed today or last night?
last night. He's going back again today
But see, Donahue said basically that it said there was nothing out of the ordinary. He didn't seem under duress. He left on foot. He only purchased a bag of chips. And I continued to ask him questions about.
First of all, he got to from the clerk. And the clerk said, yeah, it's him. But the deputy went and did a video. The kid is back in the video buying the chips.
Yeah.
He doesn't think it's your son.
Okay.
But he's over there back now. And we can go there and look at it, but we can't get a copy of it.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to have the hero.
I mean, I was over there when, I don't know who was over there at like 11:30. There was another deputy over there around.
That would not have been the guys over there.
Yeah, so we were driving around. I saw a squad car or whatever there. I pulled in and I said, hey, can I look at the footage? He said, I don't have permission for that. But he said, I've looked over an hour and a half. I don't see description of your son or something that's close to him.
What kind of iCloud sign in? Sorry.
Let's text real quick, and it's in my note. I think it's the kid's stop, isn't it?
I'll need a username and password.
Yeah, I got it in my phone.
You see any error report? Video. I saw a screenshot on the phone of a kid on a sidewalk or something like that. You guys,
Somebody sent that.
So there's been like 100 videos, photos that I went through. And I know that a couple of them were what appears to be him because it's the same outfit, the same, looks like him, there were people scrolling on the. So we had like 400 comics to go through.
So
That
that should be the iCloud
we sent.
username and password for his phone.
Was available, we wrote it
And
back.
then,
Or whatever, so yeah.
yeah, you can write all that. And that's the Gmail username and password attached.
So yeah, we.
Do you care if I just take a picture of that?
You have a screenshot and send it to you. How about that?
That's
So like it was on Gatlin. One of them I sent to my president, I just don't remember where this one is.
Weird that you got there. That's
Gatlin's behind us.
always a cap.
Oh, yeah, no, Gatlin.
That's way up in the city.
All right, what's your number?
719
Okay.
208
Okay.
1406.
So, do my stop one?
And I just left that's my daughter's iCloud too. Not that it'll matter, but just in case, I just left that one on there for you.
You're pretty sure that's right.
Yeah, okay. But I mean,
So where was this one taken at what time?
I need to look at it. If you've got this, thought of the same thing, but.
I give you a number, I can send a picture to you. I'm gonna send it to the guy that's overlooking that video. 719.
So.
5657. And that one was somewhere over by your house?
Yeah, what video here, we didn't.
You could be over the coming door.
Oh, I didn't say where, I was like, I don't really make comments for the talks like that.
So you would see he has a whole bunch of emails for somebody.
Well, this is why, this is why. So we'll all be in there, they only let you do the just for you, keep on clipping. So everybody in the house with phones have to get, has to get social.
Scam the system.
Well, our son gets emailed from.
You'll notice green streamers on there too.
My email box.
Yeah.
I got you for you.
That's why it's.
So that's all really-
That's all, that's. And then I'll get in there and be like, what number am I putting in and try them all.
Has anybody searched the guy's house yet?
Yeah, so that was the first thing they did. Was, it was about 6 people, showed up. And because we waited about 4 hours. And the first thing they do, they come in, they just were like, hey, we need to get your ID. Maybe you have to run in like, I guess like search thing and stuff like that. And then they said, well, typically, or sometimes kids can like hide, and someone told me something about kids could be in the dryer and not realize that they could breathe, like different places. So the guy went through every room and all the officers and everybody else like stood this way. And he did like flashlights, checked all the spots to make sure he wasn't like hiding, because at this point, it had already been so long. He doesn't ever come in to hide. He might do like a play, like jump out behind the thing, but not like anything. Specific. Yeah, so he went in like all of our closets. We like moved stuff. Everybody was silent. Then we looked at the alarm to see like if there was any motion that might have been in any direction that we, like we didn't know. And so I didn't do it, he did it. We spent a while doing that, going over certain things. Like they walked me around, they were like, does he always leave this here? The clothes that were laid out, because we laid out, when he goes out of town and it's just me there, I try to lay out all the clothes, and I do it for him too if I'm somewhere, so they can just get up and find their clothes. So they were like, all these clothes are laid out. And I was like, yeah, it's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, because he's got like 2 beds. So he used to see other beds, like the layout, all this stuff. So they walk through, just asking simple questions. Would you normally do this? Would you normally do that?
Working on the Nintendo right now. Does he have a gamer ID on that Switch?
Yeah, you don't remember it. Did it come through on this phone?
Can I see this one? It might be.
Absolutely. Yeah, he had one, and then when he got the new system, we just created a different one. It was program and password for it.
When he goes to play, I know you had said that you have to like basically kick him out the door to go ride his bike in that, but when he does play outside, where does he go?
Goes to Braden's house.
Well, you don't have to kick him outside if he's not on his medicine. If he's not on his medicine, he's hyper, he'll go to. But if he's on his medicine, it's more like till it wears off, it's 5 minutes or ADHD. So until it wears off, it might be like I don't want to play, like zombie mode at first. So when it wears off, like if it's the weekend and we give it to him because we have to go to church, he would not go outside on a Sunday because it's still in the system at church. But he didn't take it because he didn't take it Saturday. He didn't take it because we went hiking, because we did a 6-mile hike. He didn't take it Sunday. I'm sorry, that was Sunday. He didn't take it Saturday, he didn't take it Sunday, and he didn't take it Monday, which causes stomach problems. So he was off his medicine. I don't even think he ever done it.
It said that the manager of the store says it knows the kid. He comes in cooking with the staff. So that's not us, but which we constantly commonly have. Someone sees something go, oh yeah, that's a kid I see. So they said that it's kids in
I don't know.
they're saying it's him, but he knows him. He comes in all the time too.
Do like put
So
it, send
you guys
it.
like we don't show that on, but definitely not enough for clerks to know. Yes. No, I don't think it's their place.
It's all this says is this. I don't know if that's,
We go get gas over here.
that's always there. Or purchase stuff sometimes.
And the Gmail account associated.
I think.
Should be the.
I don't think he was last week.
Sounds like
So I don't think he was last year. The guy that Brisky reported him here saw him, that won't work. He's saying, yeah, I know, but this guy comes here all the time. Obviously, that's not your guy.
Right, yeah, no, I don't think ever, I might have been one time.
The deputy was looking, the deputy did not think it was him. He's going back to look to see if this chick that he sees in the store that I think might be chilling. It's like into the car. I don't think that's gonna be. I don't think he made it up. It is. Could be wrong, but it does not look like that to me based on. I
Did you
have,
get what you needed in the
Yes.
ID thing?
I
Okay.
have a lieutenant and a deputy going down after that, right now, but we went down and we talked to them. Talked to a couple of deputies, so we're on foot this morning,
Okay.
checking the golf course.
Yeah, because we saw him put the light on and we thought like there was people out there, but they were doing like another call. So he like kind of chased them down.
No, it was actually for you.
Oh,
They didn't know what they were gonna find and whatnot.
Yeah.
They didn't want to get people all riled up. They were checking on it. There was some noise coming from their shed. It was in that golf course area.
oh,
So they went in and started.
okay.
You see where the business pushed down?
Right.
He was not. But I want you to know, that wasn't him looking for everything for.
Because they were just like, we were going to talk with somebody and we both drove off and was like, we both drove to make sure it's not the phone. We both drove off and like, we're going into the woods and talking to people. Because we thought like,
Yeah.
okay, whatever, and drove on.
So they were going into that, I mean, there's an abandoned shed or something back there. But they went in there, fenced in, you can tell people going there, messing around. They were going there looking for. them to
Okay,
see.
thank you. I mean, like, I'm glad they weren't like saying that, because soon it would have been.
They just didn't wanna,
Right, right.
you know, you got a tip, you might be over here.
Yeah,
You know, 30
exactly.
people are running toward the shed.
Exactly.
Yeah. You guys can work with. I would like to talk to. I like to talk to your students out there, you know what I mean? They might know where this party is supposed to be.
What color is Braden's house?
I don't want to talk with parents. I want to talk.
I don't handle anything. I don't even know. I think it's like 10. I don't even, I've never even spoken to their parents. So now,
Would your husband know?
yeah, I think it's like 10.
Yes,
I mean, I've drove by and I just don't.
Eugene,
They need to have.
Oh, yeah.
what color is Braden's house?
I told her I didn't know.
Is it on your street?
But you are the area. So come in our neighborhood. Our house is like third from the end, something like that. T intersection, dead end right here. There's Canberra, where I referenced, and then Braden. Basically, you go straight to their house from the intersection.
So this is,
This is us. That's Mandan. Rubicon, right? Rubicon.
Find out about that declaration house. If nobody's there, we'll start doing a back search.
Braden and then Canberra.
And go from there.
We'll be out there.
All right.
you said,
Canberra, which she's in there somewhere. And
where's
this is-
Connor at?
Connor, they live over,
Like Academy or something.
somewhere, yeah, way over up Academy. It's just his mom teaches at that Webster school or works there, so that he goes to that.
They just,
Connor's mom's number.
did you give her that?
No, we got sidetracked
She
on
just actually,
15 other things.
Yeah.
sorry.
I
So
don't have.
Braden is on Rubicon.
Goes by Gannon.
Go back in.
Gannon, yeah.
Connor's gone.
Yeah.
You guys let me know when we be down that section. Okay, we'll do. Well, we're doing everything we can for you right now.
Thank you so
Hit
much.
you guys up. We got your number. Make sure your phone is charged, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. That'll work.
And so this is school. It's down here, Grand Mountain. Just to the reference. And what is it? What is it? Fontaine? Fontaine was the main drag coming in.
Right.
Mark Shuffle.
Yep. I didn't know that part.
We're the first term when you come in. So anyways.
Okay, perfect. So what I think we're gonna do is we're gonna, do you have a card on you? I don't have a card. We're gonna head down to talk to see if we can get a hold of Braden. See what time.
That's right. I'm ready, right?
No?
My dog shy.
Might be at school. We may, and he goes to Grand Mountain.
Yeah, they all, the whole neighborhood does now.
Except Connor.
Okay,
Well, Connor, because he's way over
Yeah.
here somewhere. I'll just have him, like I said. Braden does.
we're gonna try and talk to Braden. We're gonna get a dump on the phone. Sergeant Hess, the guy that was sitting here, he's also working on things in the area too with other patrols. He's sort of like the lead for out in the field. we're gonna see what information we can gather from there. And I will inform you guys as soon as I can what we find. If something comes up, no matter how minute, please call us, okay? That 208 number that you texted, that's my direct stuff. So, and I think I called you from it, so you should have it in your phone. So, yeah, hit me up, let me know what's going on. If I don't answer immediately, send me a text too.
Okay.
Okay? All right, guys.
That's a good place for a break. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take our morning break. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 10:40, we should be able to start on time at that point. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Ms. Bethel, I want to apologize to you. I didn't realize that the video was, or the audio was going to be that long. I would have offered you a seat in the gallery as we have other witnesses, because that witness chair is not the most comfortable to be sitting there for 55 minutes and 12 seconds listening to something. So next time we'll do a better job about that. So what are we doing next?
Just continuing with her. There will be another video here shortly that is much shorter. Let's see. 3 minutes and 43 seconds will be coming up here in just a little bit. And then we'll get into the really long one, which is 4 hours and 19 minutes.
Okay. So we'll probably get about a little less than half of that done before lunch.
Hopefully, yeah.
Just find a good breaking point for that, and then we'll go from there.
Sounds good.
Okay. All right, court will be in recess. Ms. Bethel, you can go ahead and step down. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, so they're taking a little break until they said 10:40. So that's 6:40 my time. I don't know what time it is for you. So there's a 20-minute break or so. Can you guys hear me? I hope so. I'm just checking. Okay, I always just check rather. Otherwise, it's like, no, I can't hear you. Well, that was an interesting call. I know the audio quality wasn't so great. I know. But to hear Letecia giggling and lying and really throwing the victim under the bus, of course. Wow. So yes, what we have after the break, they're going to be still cross-examining the witness, whose name is, just hold on, we'll get it again, Detective Jess Bethel, who was the lead detective on Gannon Stauch's case. So, man, that chair must have been uncomfortable for 55 minutes to sit in that witness chair. Okay. And so we're going to hear a little bit more from her. They'll be asking her questions. There's going to be a 3 minute and 43-second video they're going to play. Then, for today, the plan is to show a 4 hour and 19-minute interrogation video. And they're going to have to split that somehow so that they can break for lunch. Because they're coming back at 10:40, right? Normally lunch is about an hour 40 later, maybe between 12 and 12, somewhere there. Maybe they'll have lunch today at around 12 or so. This will be one full stream if all goes well with the tech. That's the only reason I would then split it now, is if something goes wrong with, I don't know, the computer. Otherwise, we're going to be here for a full stream today. Welcome to all the new members, by the way. Welcome. So yeah, that was intense. So I got some questions. I don't know about you. I saw you asking questions as well. Basically, they played this 55-minute audio when Gannon went missing. And it was when Al had already flown back. So Letecia had picked Al up from the airport, from Colorado Springs Airport. So Al was deployed for the National Guard, and he had gone from Denver and he'd gone to Oklahoma for training. You're supposed to be gone for just less than a week or so, from what we read from the probable cause affidavit. But then, in hearing that Gannon was missing, that he went to play video games with a friend and just didn't return, Al immediately got on a plane and came back home. And so for him to be in that audio as well, obviously he's there. Al Stauch is Gannon's biological father. Letecia Stauch, stepmother of Gannon. Al also has a younger daughter, younger than Gannon, Lena. Lena was 8 years old at the time. Gannon was 11. And also living in the house was Harley Hunt, who is Letecia Stauch's biological daughter. She was 17 years old at the time. So what we can hear there's a lot of background noise, but we could hear Al and Letecia talking and just relaying information to the lead detective about Gannon being missing. You know, Gannon, you can hear Al the whole time say Gannon left on foot and Gannon did that, but that's everything that Lie-tecia had told him, right? Interesting. It's not working? Okay, we can sort it out. We could sort it out. I don't know. My bad. I'll have to sort that out in a break. Sorry about that, everyone. All right. So if you, sorry, I just want to address that quickly. If you go to grizzlymerch.com, that store is still open. So that's a good one. I just took that out of the Nightbot command for now. But anyway, moving on. I digress. So Letecia says that I've always wondered, she never talks about who else was on the hike, you know? She's always like, we went on a hike, Garden of the Gods, a 6-mile hike. And did you hear how she slipped up? Because she says, yeah, on Saturday. No, Sunday. It was Sunday. So apparently on Sunday, there was a 6-hour hike at Garden of the Gods with Harley Hunt. But what I want to know was Lena also there? Because she hardly mentions Lena for that hike. You know, Lena would be 11 now. So I wonder if Lena, of course, they've asked her questions. I just wonder, did that hike even happen at all? And on that hike, you know, Letecia had previously said in calls that we heard between Al and Letecia and other body cam clips and things that Gannon had pooped his pants 3 times on the hike. She really exaggerates quite a lot. But also, what I found interesting is that she says he didn't take his meds on Saturday or Sunday or Monday. Now, Monday, January 27, 2020, was the day that he was murdered. She'd booked him off from school already on Sunday, saying he's having stomach problems. She also booked herself off from work at 4:37 in the morning on Monday. She was a teacher's assistant, saying, my stepdad got hit by a car and was killed. So that was a very extreme excuse to book off from work, right? That's a red flag in itself. But why, if he was on ADHD meds, why doesn't Al ask? And I'm not trying to blame him for something. I'm just wondering, why isn't that not a red flag that like, oh yeah, he just didn't take his meds on Saturday, Sunday, or Monday? Why? Why did Gannon suddenly stop taking his ADHD meds? That's what I want to know. Because we also know he had hydrocodone in his system, right? That's weird. Then did she, you know what I mean? Like, the meds thing is very, very odd. And then she was also giving him Miralax. And now on the audio, we heard her kind of blaming the switch up of medication for the stomach problems. But previously, she said he struggled with constipation and that she'd given him Miralax. So then the bath salts one. Oh, my word. Before I get to that, let me first say the Nintendo Switch. Remember she Googled, can Nintendo find my Switch? Well, I think she used Gannon's phone for that. Well, the thing is that apparently that Switch was found under the TV cabinet at some point. So they did eventually find it, because what I got from the probable cause affidavit and all the coverage we've seen was that Switch was never found. But apparently Landon, Gannon's mom, did an interview with a YouTuber at some point, and that information is now accepted on social media as they found the Switch. So that is what I'm basing that on. I haven't listened to that interview fully myself. I haven't found it, but I do see a lot on these Facebook groups and Justice for Gannon, all that they talk about the Switch being found. Okay, so I'm just quickly recapping my notes, and I'm going to look what you guys are saying. So the bath bomb. I say bath bomb because Letecia says on Friday, Gannon wanted to go play at a friend's house. So Friday after school, right? That night, have a sleepover or whatever. And then he had texted Al to talk about bath salts. Do we have bath salts that I could take along? And the dad was like, ooh, red flag, no bath salts. You can't go there, buddy, type thing. But I just really, my gut tells me that she sent that, right? Yes, Gemini says opioids cause constipation. So even that, it's a complete lie, right? Heidi says it's actually common for some families to not give the ADHD meds on the weekend and while sick. Okay. Oh, okay. Now, what's interesting is that this bath salts text comes up we don't know. I would love to know if that friend had the one that they say Gannon had been texting with about the bath salts, if that will be verified at some point, like that those texts were not sent, or that there was really a conversation like that, whatever it is. But Letecia says, well, then I gave him a bath bomb. She says she gave him a bath bomb. She didn't know anything about bath salts, but she gave him a bath bomb, which is like those Lush bath bombs. They're pretty cool. Yes. Yeah, she's lying. This is the thing. Shell Bell 123 says it's bath salts, like the ones people use to get high. She's lying. I think she's lying big time. I also think so. And then, yeah, I wrote here. Gannon wanted to take bath salts to a friend's house, ? But it was Lie-tecia. And I literally wrote Lie-tecia. She also talked about a jingle basket friend. So she can't name the friend that he was going to go and play video games with on the Monday, nor can she really name. She says, what did she say? Braden and Cody or something. She says a few names, but she doesn't really know. She can't tell police officers which friend did he go play video games with. And it made no sense to Al at the time because he's like, but he was sick the whole day. You booked him from school, right? But then suddenly in the afternoon, he's going to play video games with his friend. You know, that's interesting. But Letecia can't name the friend. So she talks about this jingle basket friend. And she says, but that was in December, because this is now January 27, 2020, that they took a jingle basket. I don't know if that's a common term in America. Is jingle basket a common term? Jingle basket. Interesting. So they took a jingle basket to a friend, and she thinks it's that friend. So, and then she makes up that, she spoke to those people, but she never searched for Gannon. Even her brother, who testified yesterday, said that she said to them, you can go search for Gannon. Because that's what they came all the way, I think from South Carolina, am I right? They came all the way, her brother and her aunt. What's her first name? I just remember her surname. I always say Acard, but it almost sounds like awkward. Accord. Anyway, Brenda, the aunt, came through and they were wanting to help find Gannon, and they rented a van and all of that. Oh, you've never heard of a jingle basket either? So even her brother said that she wasn't participating in any of the searches. She's like, you can go search if you want. And when we heard from Nicole Mobley, which was on day 2, I think it was. I can't remember, but it's all time stamped. If you check out the playlist and check out the previous live streams, you can find it very easily. Nicole Mobley was someone who lived in the neighborhood, and she said, everyone put the blue lights up to help bring Gannon home. Everyone was participating in the search. Drones were out. They were searching all night. They were cold. Letecia was at home. She was at home. Dana says she is a jingle basket. She is so a jingle basket. Oh, now I scrolled up too fast. Sorry, Dana. Here we go. She is a jingle basket. Okay. So someone is confirming that if she says that Gannon didn't take his meds on Saturday, Sunday, or Monday, it's because he wasn't obviously. Don't we just love it when that happens? Can you hear me now? Sound check, sound check. Freaking browser keeps losing connection with my mic. So annoying. I'm blaming Windows 11. Bill Gates, it's your fault. Are we good? Can you hear me? Okay. I'm just checking. We were talking about the ADHD meds, okay? That it's normal to not take on weekends because the kids aren't going to school if they are on the meds, right? Okay. Then what I didn't love, of course, was Letecia wanted to throw Gannon's biological mother under the bus. And I just feel like a lot of things that Letecia said like influenced Al in some way, you know? Because he was like, yeah, they know one of his first thoughts was that Gannon's mom is married to a dude that's had a lot of trouble in his past, and he thought maybe it was the dude that like took Gannon or whatever. Jane says, I have Windows 11 too. Yes. Gamer Ducko says, no, you don't upgrade to Windows 11. I know. I'm suffering from it now. Also, they banned Gannon from TikTok, and it was horrible to hear Letecia say, yeah, banning from TikTok because kids were like choking themselves as a challenge and all that kind of talk when she had murdered him already is just too much. It's too much. Like for a murderer to talk about a kid, you like ban them from TikTok because, you know, they're doing all these dangerous challenges. Wow. Yeah. Butthole surfaces love G. The most she cusses is friggin'. Or pucking. Okay. Letecia then talks about finding something in his book bag, but then that story changes a lot. It changes back and like, no, I didn't look the first time. It was Harley who looked, and she found 2 packets of Swisher Sweets, which I never knew what that was. Okay. That just shows what a nerd I am. Swisher Sweets are a cigar brand manufactured by Swisher Incorporated. So little cigars, 2 packs of little cigars in his book bag. I don't believe her. I think she put those there too. Anyway, so she's like, no, I didn't check the first time. Harley went to check it, and then I checked later, and then I found those Swisher Sweets, 2 packs. Right. And what else did I ask you? What else? Okay, so those are my notes. That's my notes that I've read to you. That's pretty much what I got from that. Of just like, oh man, and the way she lies, the way she giggles, the way she can very cohesively make up all these stories, keep track of what the police are asking, and like make sure that her story, you know, she's always trying to cover her butt. So yeah, to me, that doesn't sound like someone psychotic or insane or anything like that. Oh, damn. Titanium IM says, I believe they are giving her drugs to keep her calm during court. Wow. Anita, if you can explain, that would be great. Anita's got a question there. Okay. So I'm now just checking what you guys are saying. An old dude or uncle thing to smoke. I hope you're liking the new layout today. Yes, bring you all the views, all the angles from the courtroom. So yes, I must say, yeah, Leticia's ear looks pretty weird in court there, just like with her hair hooked behind it like that. Interesting. They were usually used for weed. I'm trying to think. I feel like that's been mentioned. Weed? Was it on the calls between Al and Letecia or something like that? Yes, that's the thing. Cheryl says she's giggling with excitement that they are believing her. I know, right? Okay, well, in 4 minutes, they're going to be back. Is it? Yeah, in 4 minutes, they're going to be back in court, everyone. Mermaid says wacky tobacco for the swisher is what they are used for usually. I bet it was her daughter's. Likely, very likely. This microphone had better comply with me. Do you hear me? It's such a beautiful microphone. Freaking Chrome browser. Anyway, so if you hear the little, like yesterday, you heard ding, 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 it's me plugging in and out the mic, you know? Mr. Grizzly is a software engineer, and yeah, he knows a lot about computers. So he's always like, did you, you know, the usual, if you call tech support, did you restart the computer? Did you unplug it and plug it back in? So just do that. Yes. Okay, exactly. Very nice. Good job. Good job. Yes, that's true, Kathleen. It's all explained on the website. Yes. Oh, man. Be kind says they just need to do to her what she did to Gannon. Okay, now I'm going to play a little something as we wait for this 2 more minutes, and just tell me if it double plays or something. I just wanted to double check that as well. Okay, so hold on 1 second. And we are back, everyone. We are back. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Put the boxes back on. Oh, damn. Well, let's hope they never make that mistake, because remember the autopsy photos. Oh, yes. The naughty box. And see, she's in the snark tank. Letecia's in the snark tank in the corner there, everyone. She wrote a little letter. Dear attorney.
With the defendant, I want to clear up some things that we hear in there. In your initial question and answers prior to us getting into what actually watching the video, you mentioned
Can you hear it now?
that there were concerns about any health issues. Did some of that come out in this particular recording?
Yes, it did.
Was that the ADHD and the bleeding from the rectum report?
Yes.
There was reference of a Petco on North Nevada that the defendant indicated she had visited. Is that the area up at University Village dominated sort of by that Costco that's in that shopping center?
Yes, it is.
There was reference to a Nintendo Switch and trying to track that. During the investigation, did you learn whether you could or could not do any tracking on the Nintendo Switch?
We could not track the Switch.
Did you learn later that the Switch was actually found in the house?
I did.
So it was found in the house.
There's lots of discussion in that video, or that recording, I should say, about things that required investigative resources. Do you remember hearing those things?
Yes.
Does that include going to different residences like that? I think it's 10350 Declaration Drive to look for potentially clues that would lead to discovery of where Gannon might be.
Yes.
In your experience as a seasoned homicide investigator and detective, is time an important element in an investigation?
Yes, it is.
Is the fact that resources are being expended to chase down potentially a runaway child as opposed to a homicide investigation, did that waste valuable time in the investigation?
Yes.
And was that wasting of resources a direct result of misdirection from the defendant?
It is.
During your course of conversation with the defendant at that Starbucks on January 28th, is this essentially the fourth time at least that she's given this story that Gannon has run away? Meaning there's the 911 call, the call for service, reporting it to Al, and then now reporting it to you in this recorded phone call.
Yes.
So almost a quadrupling down of that runaway story.
Yes.
What was her demeanor like? I guess because we can only hear what is being said. What were her outward demeanor expressions like? Were they normal?
She was calm and collected.
Did she ever change personalities while you were with her during this recorded interaction?
No, she did not.
Was her personality consistent throughout that interaction?
Yes, it was.
And then there was reference to, by the defendant, there was reference to ADT data to show what time she had returned from doing the run to Petco. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Did you also during this investigation become aware of neighborhood ring or doorbell cameras that caught that action as well?
Yes.
That confirmed sort of that timeline?
Yes.
Was it consistent during your course of this investigation that there would be some kernel that could be confirmed, a kernel of truth that could be confirmed from the defendant wrapped around things that were unconfirmable or turned out to be totally false?
Yes.
Some point later that particular day, 3:45 p.m., did you reach out to the defendant again by phone to request particular items?
I did.
What were those items?
I requested that she bring a toothbrush and or hairbrush with her of Gannon's
What was the purpose for that?
to collect for DNA purposes to develop a DNA profile.
Is that a common thing to do in a missing child case like this?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because if the child is located and is deceased, we're able to identify them.
By comparing the DNA from the body to the DNA profile that you might gather from toothbrush or a hairbrush?
Yes.
Were you making efforts to get the defendant down to the sheriff's office to sit for a formal interview?
Yes.
While that was happening, did Al Stauch, Gannon's father, show up at the sheriff's office and actually sit for an interview?
Yes, he did.
Was that at about 4:30 p.m. on January 28th?
Yes.
Did you send a text to the defendant asking her to come down at roughly the same time?
I did.
Did she come down?
No, she did not.
Did she even respond to your text message?
I don't believe she responded initially, no.
Okay. Later that evening at about 6 p.m., did you get a call from the defendant?
Yes, I did.
What's the, and what was the call? Was it to your cell phone?
Yes.
Does the sheriff's office have areas in the building that make cell phone service difficult?
Yes, they do.
Did you experience that with this particular phone call?
Yes, I did.
So what did you do in response to that?
Because I wasn't able to completely talk to Letecia on the phone, I hung up with her and I called from a landline located within the sheriff's office.
Did you get a better connection on that?
I did.
Was that particular phone call recorded?
No, it was not.
Do you remember what she told you or what the discussion was during that phone call?
She was discussing her relationship with Gannon and Lena. She told me about how her parenting and Al's parenting was separate, that they never formally adopted each other's children, that she wasn't allowed to make parenting decisions for Gannon or Lena, and Al was not allowed to make parenting decisions for Harley.
Okay. And then did she tell you during this particular phone call the last time that she actually saw Gannon, at least the way that she's reporting it?
She did. She mentioned that she saw him, I believe it was between 3:15 and 4, and she had mentioned that there was a TV show on that she had liked to watch. And I asked her what that TV show was, and she could not tell me the name of the TV show.
Did she describe the clothing that Gannon was last seen wearing by her?
Yes, she did.
What was that?
She said it was a blue shirt, blue pants, and his tennis shoes.
Did she also mention a blue hoodie?
Yes.
Did you ask her during this phone call if she would come down and talk with you at the sheriff's office?
Yes.
Did she accept that invitation or did she decline it?
She declined.
Did she give you a reason why she was declining it?
She said that her stomach was bothering her and she was having to make multiple stops at different Walgreens to use the restroom.
Okay. Later on at about 7:03 p.m., did you get another call from the defendant?
I did.
What was that phone call about?
She was FaceTiming me and she was mad because her daughter was left alone with a bunch of men in the home, she claimed. At that time, the sheriff's office was at the home to get Lena at Al's request.
So I think that's later on when she's asking about that. Would that potentially have been at 11:52 p.m., that particular call? A FaceTime call where she's upset about and needing Al to come home?
That could have been, yes.
Okay. I guess after that 7:03 call, did you get another call from Al in which he was upset?
Yes, I did.
What was that all about?
Al called me and he was sobbing. I could tell that he was upset. And he told me that he didn't tell us everything. He had previously done an interview with my partner, Mark Riley. And he explained that Letecia had rented a vehicle from the airport when she picked him up and that he did not disclose that to us.
Did he also talk about trying to find her normal vehicle, the black Tiguan?
Yes,
Was he able to find it?
he was not, no.
Was that causing him distress, at least as he's relaying it to you?
Yes,
Did that lead to him coming back into the sheriff's office for another interview?
yes.
And then later on that night, about 10:45 p.m., did you get a text message from the defendant? A rather long text message?
She's texted me multiple times that night, yes.
Do you remember the specific content of that text message?
I don't for that time frame.
Okay, if I showed you a report, would that refresh your memory as to the specific content of that text message?
Yes.
Your may approach.
You may.
Oh, wow, you guys. Letecia making up stomach problems, saying she had to stop at the Walgreens several times.
Seeing this paragraph here. Had a chance to review that? And for the record, what I'd handed to Ms. Bethel is pagination 01-0043. Did that refresh your memory as to this longer text message?
Yes.
What did the text message say to you?
She was asking what I wanted from her, and she was saying that she was being set up and that she learned that information from a fellow Blue with El Paso County.
Was that basically an implication that she had an inside source to the investigation to you?
Yes.
Was that, did that turn out to be true?
No, it was not true.
Did she also express during that text message the same sort of thing, that she was upset about her daughter being in the house with people from the sheriff's office, men from the sheriff's office?
Yes.
Did she relay in that particular text message the idea that she could hear what was being discussed inside the home because of cameras or something in the home?
Yes,
Did you respond to her?
I did.
What did you respond with?
I asked her if she had any information to help me find Gannon.
Did you also invite her to come into the sheriff's office to talk with you?
Yes,
Did she accept, or what happened?
she declined.
I'm gonna retrieve that page from you. And then just a few minutes after that, 11:52 PM, is this the FaceTime call that you got from the defendant?
Yes,
Was this a recorded FaceTime call?
yes, it was.
Audio recorded?
Yes.
Yes, play it for us. Play it.
Gary, may I approach with People's Exhibit 336?
You may.
Do you recognize People's Exhibit 336?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It is a FaceTime interview with Letecia.
Have you had a chance to listen to the content of that disc?
Yes, I have.
Is the recording file on there a fair and accurate representation of the audio of that FaceTime call?
Yes, it is.
At this time, I'd move for admission of People's Exhibit 336 and ask for permission to publish.
All right, you may go ahead.
Are you accepting it as being admitted?
Yes, yes, it's admitted.
Okay.
You can go ahead and play it.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I was distracted because I was looking down at this. This is, while it says FaceTime, it's only audio, right?
It's only audio, yeah. And just so that the record is clear, I never did hear whether there was an objection or not from defense as to it moving admission.
All right. All right, Exhibit 336 will be admitted.
Go ahead.
I'm just trying to figure out, I got your message about something. I talked to you earlier. You didn't say anything else. I'm just trying to I'm confused at what you want me to do, what's going on. You talked to me, now you want to talk to me again.
Well, you sent me that message saying, I don't know what you want from me, so.
Yes, because my child couldn't leave. I couldn't go home. I don't have anywhere to sleep. I just don't understand.
Well, I'm sorry. I mean, that sort of kind of came out of left field for me. All I'm trying to do is gather information to find Gannon.
I don't understand what you mean came out of left field. My own child could not leave. So how is that out of left field?
What do you mean your child couldn't leave?
She was trying to go to Starbucks and was left there and forced to stay there with men in and out the home by herself.
Okay, I don't know what happened at your home. I know that she was offered the opportunity to come into the office and she didn't want to, so she didn't go into the office.
But what does she need to go in the office for? She can't go get food. She can't go get coffee and have to be asked why she gets coffee. Either Starbucks app to see that she gets coffee like every day. Hello.
Is there anything more that you might be able to share with me to help me find Gannon?
Just give me this.
Where are you now?
You keep asking me this over and over and over.
Where are you now?
I'm not going in to talk to you
Okay,
without an attorney when you already talked to me earlier.
okay, that's perfectly fine.
But I just don't understand what's going on.
Do you have any further information to give me that may help me find Gannon? Any new developments, new information?
I told you this.
Okay, well then, I'm gonna go ahead and end the conversation then, because we've already spoken.
Okay, so why do you keep saying because someone came and looking for me, wanted me to go talk to them, so now it's you. So I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
You and I have already spoken. If you don't want to come in to speak with me at the office, that's completely fine.
But why was someone
I don't know. And so what I'm saying at this point in time, Letecia, is if you don't have any other information for me to actively look through to find Gannon, there's no point in me continuing this conversation. I need to get off the phone here and start working on leads and developments.
Okay.
All right, thanks.
So, first of all, where were you when you got that FaceTime call?
I was in the sheriff's office.
The other noises that you can sort of hear in the background, do you know what those other noises were?
To me, if I remember correctly, it sounded like windshield wipers on a car.
Okay,
Oh.
making that weird moaning sound.
Yes, they were rhythmic.
Okay. The sounds like potentially her demeanor is a little bit different than what was happening at Starbucks. How would you describe that?
She was angry with me.
And angry because of the idea of trying to get her down and talk to you at the sheriff's office?
I'm not exactly sure why she was angry with me, but she was angry with me.
What was your goal? What were you trying to achieve as you're accepting this FaceTime call from her?
I thought that maybe she had additional information for me to follow up on so I could find Gannon.
And did she resist that giving you additional information that might help find Gannon?
Yes.
Besides the fact that she's expressing anger, did she have a consistent personality with what you had experienced in a previous phone call and at Starbucks?
Yes.
There was reference made by her that she wasn't going to come down and talk to you at the sheriff's office unless she had an attorney.
Correct.
Did that indicate that she had a good understanding of what her rights might be if she does come down?
Yes.
What was your answer?
Yes.
And then did you basically throughout that night, early morning hours, were you getting text messages from the defendant?
Yes, I was.
What was the nature of those text messages?
A lot of them were about her, focused around her. I kept asking her to come in to talk to me if she had any additional information for me. And eventually in the early morning hours of the 29th, she gave me a story that she needed to talk to me. She was asking for a friend if we released information to the media. I told her we did not. She said something that had happened to her and she couldn't tell me around Albert because he would be mad and would become violent. And I ultimately arranged an interview for her, which was supposed to start at 10 o'clock at the sheriff's office on that Wednesday.
10 o'clock a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Was it odd to you as you're describing those text messages, the early text messages, that the focus from her perspective was on her as opposed to finding Gannon?
Absolutely, yes.
Why was that odd?
In my experience, investigating other crimes and investigating other missing children, the parents are always willing to give me whatever information they can to find their child. And I've never experienced a parent being concerned about their own well-being or welfare while their child is missing.
In those text messages, did she also describe injuries that Gannon had suffered?
Yes.
What were those?
She said that he had blood on him.
Did she say from cuts?
Yes.
Did she also describe burns?
Yes.
Did she deflect any cause of those injuries away from herself?
Yes.
Did she in fact say that she did not hurt Gannon?
She did.
At that stage of the investigation, was that an odd development that she's now indicating that he was hurt, but she didn't hurt him?
Yes.
In what way?
Most times, if you don't know what happened to somebody, you wouldn't put yourself out there to say that you didn't do something to that person.
So you mentioned that you arranged in these text messages to have the defendant show up for an interview at the sheriff's office at 10 a.m. on January 29th, which would be Wednesday. Did she show up at 10 a.m.?
She did not.
Were you able to have any contact with her around that time frame to indicate where she might be or why she wasn't there?
I did text her, yes.
Did you get any responses?
She eventually did respond to me and told me that she was measures in place because she was being, or excuse me, her daughter was being stalked and her family was receiving death threats. And so she wasn't able to come in until she got those things taken care of.
Was there any indication, I mean, the investigation that either her or her daughter was actually receiving death threats?
No.
What time did she arrive?
12 o'clock noon.
All right, may I approach with 337?
You may.
Detective, oh, I'm sorry, I keep doing that. Ms. Bethel, do you recognize People's Exhibit 337?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
It is a copy of the interview I conducted along with Detective Kat Houston with Letecia at the Office of the Sheriff.
Is this the interview from January 29th, 2020 starting at roughly 12 p.m.?
It is.
Have you had a chance to review the contents of, I think that's actually a thumb drive or a portable drive, right?
Yes.
Is the content of that thumb drive a fair and accurate representation of that interview of the defendant?
It is.
All right, at this time, I'd move for admission of People's 337.
Mr. Cook,
No objection.
Exhibit 337 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And Your Honor, permission to publish, and just for reference sake, this recording is 4 hours, 19 minutes and 46 seconds long. And so we will have to stop it for the lunch break and then probably a second time as well.
Okay. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, what we'll do is this is both video and audio, right?
It is.
Okay. So we're going to start this. We will take a break, a normal lunch break. We'll flex that to a reasonable breaking period. And then we'll send you on your way and we'll come back. But in the meantime, start with that. And Ms. Bethel, you can step down and sit in some place that's a little bit more comfortable for that long a period of time. And prosecution, go ahead.
Thank you. Kind of slide it to when they actually come in the room.
Good idea.
I hope this view is good, you guys.
And then just because you're in here and you're in our building and stuff, do you mind if I just pat you down really quick? That's how we hug. I need you to face that way for me. Sure, if you need me. Yeah, go ahead and put your arms out for me and just separate your legs slightly for me. There you go. Nothing that's gonna like poke me or anything. Like you're not diabetic or anything, are you? No. Okay. Just a phone. Anything in your purse? Like, okay. Perfect. Thank you. Right, if you have a seat on the couch, we'll be right back with you.
Your Honor, just while we're actually watching this part, I do want to put something on the record. Normally, I wouldn't necessarily want to play the dead time when there's not an interview happening, but I think her actions inside the room are also relevant for mental health issues.
That's
So
your call.
I'm playing it differently than I
All
normally.
right, that's your call.
Is this view good, guys? I can crop out her attorneys if you don't want to see them. Let me know.
How you doing? Did you get some sleep?
I haven't eaten today.
Oh my goodness. Want something to eat? I've got some stuff.
I would love that.
What would you like? I've got some pizza hot pockets and some tamales, a breakfast burrito.
Hot pockets would be good. But I mean, you don't have to like, I don't.
No, we can get you something.
Okay.
Yeah, that's totally fine. Yeah. Let me get that started for you. I have like Coke and Sprite and like apple juice. Do you want something like that?
You have diet?
We searched high and low
Okay,
for diet. There's no diet.
I'll
Like,
take a regular Coke. Thank you. All the vending machines are even sold out. Thank you so much for getting that.
yeah, well, here's my card, just so
Okay.
you have it, so I don't forget later. I'll get that, Jess.
Okay.
So that's my partner, Detective Houston. I know you saw Mark with me yesterday. I work with a couple different people.
So you're like in charge of.
No, I wouldn't necessarily say I'm in charge. It's just, we all pitch in and help out where we can. So Mark helps me whenever I'm out and about, and Kat helps me whenever I'm here.
Right.
So she's going to be hanging out with us. And I also have something going on. So if this ends up going over, which
Right.
is totally fine, I just want you to know who Kat is in that. Okay.
No problem.
Where did you park? Did you park in the garage?
Mm-hmm.
The garage that's right behind our building.
I got a parking ticket. Yeah, that one.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
perfect. For validation, what kind of vehicle were you in? So that I can put that on the validation slip whenever because I'll give you something to turn in so you don't have to pay.
Yeah, it's a Volkswagen Tiguan.
It's a Volkswagen Tiguan?
Yeah.
Okay. And let's see, what else? So I'm just gonna go through my normal spiel with you.
Okay.
I know that we talked last night, but because you're in here in the police building, I want you to know certain things, okay?
Right.
So first of all, you're in here voluntarily. You can leave.
Okay.
You just have to let me know that you want to leave.
Right.
Because I need to escort you out of the building. Okay? If there's ever a time that you need to take a break, you need the bathroom, you need more water, you're still hungry, whatever it is, let me know. Okay? I can't read your mind, so I need you to let me know what's going on with you.
Okay.
So that I can help you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Because the whole purpose of this, of us talking, is to gather some information. And I
I
know
have a
you.
question about that. I understand that. I know it's recording and all that. It's totally fine. But does that usually stay within the court and stuff like that? And I'm just asking
Yeah. So this
because I'm gonna have to tell you some very personal things. So.
okay. And that's perfectly
Right.
fine.
Yeah,
and
okay.
and so it is not our common practice to go and be
that's
releasing
fine.
stuff like
Okay.
that. Also, another little admin thing that I do just to sort of kind of cover my butt whenever I have people in here talking is to go over a Miranda waiver.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't mean that you're in trouble. It's just because you're in a police station,
Right.
and I want you to be absolutely certain of your rights.
Right.
Okay? So I'm going to go over that with you right now. So you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned.
Mm-hmm.
If you can afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish.
Okay.
You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements.
Right.
Do you understand each of the rights that I've explained to you? And having these rights in mind, do you wish to speak with me?
Yes.
Okay. So if you could circle yes, circle yes and then initial. It's kind of redundant, but if you'll initial next to yes. And then down at the bottom is an X here.
Mm-hmm.
If you'll sign that for me. Now, sorry, this was, I got a new watch and it doesn't like to work for me. It's 12:10. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So, because, I know I met with you yesterday. We talked on the phone, we texted, we've been talking with each other a lot. But because this is recorded, I want to get, let's start from the basics.
Okay.
As who you are. You have your ID
Yeah.
in your purse? Oh, those are my glasses.
Yeah. Just
What are they?
I haven't heard of that.
Is that a new,
Like a Quay brand.
wait,
Yeah. They're really good. They're better than the Michael Kors and things
Oh,
like
really?
that. Yeah.
She's just like Kim
No.
Kardashian, remember? Kim K in the house.
I know this is your South Carolina ID.
Mhm. Thank you so much.
What's your middle name?
Well, it's I do my maiden name, which is Hardin, Hardin.
Hardin?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's your maiden name?
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm just writing downstairs the deal number. Have a given middle name?
Lynn.
Lynn.
Mm-hmm.
Lyn?
Yes, ma'am.
There you are. Thank you. What's a good phone number for you in case I need to get a hold of you?
843-655-7460.
Just remember, you guys, this is from a TV screen in the court, okay? That's why it's not the highest quality.
what is, in case I need to send you any documentation via email, how can I do that?
Lecia, like my name, Lynn, and then 2006 at yahoo.com.
Are you on any social media platform, Facebook, Instagram?
Well, I wasn't for a long time, but just recently I just got like my Facebook back because we didn't have for like 2 years. So I do have a Facebook, but I've always had Instagram, but it's mostly like a travel YouTube type thing.
Okay, what's Facebook?
It's just my name.
Is it Letecia or
It's
Tisha?
under Tisha. Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, you said it's under Tisha?
Mm-hmm.
Gotta find that
It's not.
YouTube.
It's because I abbreviated it. It's TT.
Is it your same last name?
Mm-hmm.
Stauch?
Yeah, because I really don't like, my first name, I'm always like, oh, Tesha. They're like, what Tesha? So I just put T because
Have I been saying your name wrong?
No, you haven't, but I always try to change it. My mom didn't like it, so like we tried to change it. So yeah, so I just gave up just to put T.
What do you want me to call
You
you?
can call me. You can call me Tisha, which is my
Tisha. Okay.
You know, we always have a name we don't like or something. Mm-hmm.
And you said Instagram.
Mm-hmm. Now my Instagram is under Dr. Stauch.
Dr. what?
Stauch.
Is it spelling of your last name?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Because I have my doctorate degree in education.
Okay. I'm like, is this like a Dr. Pimple Popper kind of thing?
Mm-hmm.
So it's for your education doctorate.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And then address that I need to send if I need to mail anything.
It's 6627 Mandan Drive.
Landon Drive.
And then 80925.
And where are you working?
Well, I was working with WD3, but I didn't want to work as a teacher anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So I decided I was going to be a flight attendant. So that's currently what I started doing with Spirit. So I had been going back and forth doing like FAA. First you have to get like a study guide. I know you probably were like, oh, you have a doctorate degree, you want to be a flight attendant. You know, I just like to travel. But my goal is to like teach online too and do the flight attendant so I could do both.
Sure.
Such an
I've been looking over
overachiever.
my books with Spirit and like things like that so that I could go to training. So I was supposed to go to training. We get like a training date February, March, April. So in the meantime, I was just doing like subbing at the early college. That's why I told you early college, picking up sub shifts and stuff like that.
Okay, so you're more of a substitute.
Well, I was just a fifth grade teacher at French, but it has gotten so difficult in the elementary schools. I don't want to do it anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's kind of like in between. I just finished working with them and that.
Yeah, I'm sure kids nowadays are a handful, right?
It's hard because I did special ed for so long, but that's what my doctorate's in. And then you're like, oh, like
You get burned
try to help so many people, and it's just hard.
All right. So you're gonna do flight attendant with Spirit?
Well,
Have you been picked up by them yet?
well, I got an offer letter from Spirit, an offer letter I just got one yesterday from SkyWest.
Oh, okay.
And the reason I like SkyWest is because they have a domicile in Colorado Springs and in
Mhm.
Denver. So you can actually like work there and I could do both at the college. So I was gonna I thought something was vibrate. I was gonna do like Pikes Peak and like I'm sure I wouldn't have a problem because I just finished this past year. So I was gonna just do them both. And then so I hadn't decided, but now that SkyWest just had offered it, I was like, that would be perfect because it was just like centrally located, you know. So
Right.
you could come home all the time.
Yeah.
So that was a big problem that we had is because I was going to take the Spirit job and then I wouldn't be based anywhere. They don't have a base anywhere in our area. So
Oh.
like I would have had to be in Las Vegas.
Oh, wow.
So I would never get to see anybody at home. And then you like stay in these crash pads.
Mm-hmm.
Are you familiar with it?
We were on vacation with some people who the wife used to be a nurse and she
Mhm.
actually transitioned into being a flight attendant.
Right.
She was telling us all about it, actually.
Right, yeah, so-
it's very like
Started getting-
familiar.
I did start getting scared about it being in Vegas. And I was like, man, I'll never get to see everybody at home. And like,
Yeah.
I mean, I love the travel part. So then I was stuck with traveling, but being alone or traveling with everybody else, but maybe not as much here. So, but anyway, that was in a nutshell. I was kind of, and
But
I'm
it sounds
still
like-
evaluating. Is it okay if I just stop that? Because it's like,
Yeah,
vibrating.
that's fine.
It drives me crazy. But yeah, look at, so I was in like a a self evaluation type thing, trying to figure out, transitioning from education and never having like another career. And then like worrying about how people would look at you like, oh, you have a doctorate degree and you're a flight attendant, you guys like don't make money.
Right.
So
My niece is actually a flight attendant. So
Yeah.
for Southwest.
They said that's the best one, and whenever they have openings, it shuts the website down.
Oh,
That's what I heard.
that's pretty awesome. I didn't know about that. And apparently it's really hard to get into because they're supposed to like handle emergencies in the air. So
Yeah, and like the training is so. You think people just think we will serve people, but the training is so.
I heard it's very intense.
Yeah, they like do ditching exercises. They kick people out every day. If you're late for class for 1 minute, kick you out.
Oh wow,
and
that's good. We need standards like that whenever we're
so like,
flying.
and let me just tell you this in case it comes up like somewhere. But Spirit flew me out to do the December 20-something training, right? Problem is, I didn't have anybody to watch Harley, and Albert was working night shifts, and so it's always hard because it's always on me to find babysitters for everybody, all the kids. It's always on me. So I get out there, and he was supposed to help. I know she's 17. We let her stay by herself, whatever. But through the night, because he was working 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., that kind of scared me.
Yeah.
So, like, she just joined the Air Force. So, like, I know she's going to have to learn how to, like, shoot a gun, protection, but, like, she's not ready yet. Mature. Like, she's very mature, but she's not ready. So I came back, and I was, like, talking to them. I just told them, I was like, my daughter's at home, whatever. And they're like, we can move you to the next class. Like, I think it was February, whatever. So anyway, so just in case you're like, oh, I thought you were, but I did fly out. They flew you out or whatever. And I came back because I was panicking about her, the dogs, everybody to take care of. So
She's your baby, right?
Yeah.
So, why don't we talk a little bit about what's going on? So I understand. So initially you didn't tell me some things because Albert was there. And when we say Albert, we're talking about Eugene.
He doesn't like Eugene because his dad is Eugene and he was a child molester.
Okay.
So like he like raped his sister. So he freaks out about the word, like if he hears Eugene, but I said maybe that might help you. If you don't have to call him Eugene, it probably would be.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what I want you to do is take me through Sunday into Monday.
Okay.
And be as detailed as possible as to what you were doing, who was there, where you were at, how long you spent, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. Because the more detail I have, it might spark something for me.
Is it okay if I take my notes out? Because like I wrote down all of the stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I was like, I tried to write down anything he might like say, and just in case, because I have like notes from different things or whatever.
She brought notes.
So we already talked about the beginning things. I figured you're reading that. So my paper is that we're at the same story that we started with, but then you want me to start with Sunday, which was the day that we went hiking, right?
Yes.
Okay. So we went hiking at Garden of the Gods. Did you see the picture from Garden of Gods?
I didn't.
Okay, so we have pictures where we went to Garden of Gods. We were going to take the dog for a walk, but then my daughter got called in to work because she works at Massage Envy.
Okay.
So we were like, okay, we're going to go hiking. Crazy thing is like, it's always like, you got one kid likes to hike a lot, the other one don't. So spent the whole time like, come on, let's go. We got to burn calories. Excuse me. All those type of things. Gannon, he started having a stomach problem and he pooped in his pants. So it kind of cut our hike a little bit short, but I was like, it's okay. It was kind of cold. I say cold for me, but I'm used to like 80-degree weather. So it was kind of getting cold. So we decided to go home.
Okay.
So we go home. I don't really remember what we did the rest of the day. It was probably just like random things around the house. I feel like we went to dinner. Oh no, we didn't get dinner because he wanted to take a bath. That's it. So
Thought you went to Burger King.
That's when he asked me about the whole bath ball. Okay. And he had pooped in his pants, so I thought he wanted to like take a shower. So I gave him a bath ball.
Okay.
So went through the night. We were just doing like a regular random. I feel like I don't know who I should be talking to, but
you can talk to both.
Yeah, we used to be doing like random things around the house. It's Sunday, no football on. I mean, I don't know like specific every little detail we did, but just a normal everyday situation. Other than he was in a lot of pain because he gets really bad. It's okay if I like show you like graphic, like not graphic, but like with my hand motions.
Yeah, that's nice.
He'll get where he has to like poop, and like I swear they're like that big. It might take like 2 to 3 weeks. He has a like a GI problem, so because he takes Vyvanse, so like he had went the whole time without Vyvanse. So whenever that happens, sometimes it'll get where his stomach like wants to work, but then like can't. So he spends a lot of time in the bathroom, like kind of like hurting and things like that.
Okay.
All right. So then at this point, the dogs, we have 2 new little, a Frenchie and a what is he? An English bulldog. They're really like
French and English bulldog.
Yeah, they are. They're really kind of like the Sadie's the French bulldog. She's kind of like high maintenance. But the kids always help out a lot with them, but Gannon wasn't feeling too well. And the dogs, they all, how they like know someone's not feeling well. So they were all laying down there and it was gassy, like very, very, they're back with that, very, very gassy or whatever. And, life goes on. But so Gannon had started a candle. Again, normal day. He's very like responsible in terms of like, if you give him something and say, do this, and like a list to prepare, it's fine. So we let him, do things like that. Like Albert lets him like use the box cutter to cut the boxes down, and like teaching things to be like a independent, growing up adolescent. So I didn't see a problem with him, light a candle, whatever.
Okay.
Well, I don't remember the exact time. I'd have to look at when the fire thing went off. I was tired. Albert had left because we spent the whole night up prior with Saturday because he was going to train in Oklahoma. So we stayed up most of the night.
Okay.
Just everybody was going to miss each other, wouldn't see each other for a while, whatever. So I was kind of like, tired. I had dozed off for a little bit. And Lena asked me, could she stay up and still watch the rest of her iPad or whatever. Usually I'm always like, no, strict, like, hey, no, you can, whatever. But I did feel kind of bad because it was just her birthday. And at the same time being her birthday, we had a lot of stuff going on.
Right.
So we made it about her, but like I was trying to give her a little bit extra because not everybody got to make it there. And we went all out for Gannon's birthday. Like we took him to a Rockies game. We took friends with him. I mean, like popcorn, hot dogs. But we didn't do that with her. But in her defense, we bought her a Switch. So it was kind of, but I could tell she was just barely asleep when I went in there. So it starts beeping, like a beep, 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 beep. And I thought that someone was coming in the house. So I look and don't see anyone at any doors or hear anything. So I was like, I thought it was just a sensor. So I hit in our 2564, which is our alarm code, but it didn't go off. And I was like, what's wrong with this thing? So I walked through Lena's room, which the alarm is in her room. And I walked back like through the top part of the house. And you've been in the house, so you know the top part of the house.
I haven't been in there.
Okay, so there's the upper level and then there's the below basement. So I like walk back and forth or whatever. I didn't see anything going on. Then it started saying fire, 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 fire. Like it kept saying fire.
Oh, wow.
So and I thought it was how like so there's like sensors for your fire alarm and then there's sensors for your like alarm.
Mm-hmm.
So I was just going to everything trying to like ban it while it was going off because I was thinking kitchen, fire, nothing's wrong, whatever. Mm-hmm. So I was putting like towels over some of the sensors because I thought that was like monitoring the fire thing, whatever. And then I realized it kept going and going. So then I see smoke coming up from the downstairs. So I run downstairs and my idea of a big fire is anything that I see on fire pretty much and there's smoke, that's just because I grew up in the country. So, like I remember bonfires and like things like that, So there was smoke coming up through the basement. So the basement so if you walk down the basement, there's a sofa and stuff over here. It was coming up through the basement. So I like run back up the stairs, go grab Lane, and luckily, my point telling you about her being not a rough sleeper, she woke right up. So she woke back up and I like almost like grabbed her and I was like, get up, get up, get up, get up. I gave her the keys. I said, can you go? I don't remember the exact order, but I said something along the lines of, can you go take the dog to Daddy's truck and sit there and wait?
Right.
So I don't remember the order of how we all ran out the house, but I know that at that point I did. She ran out, and I can't remember if I ran out to make sure they got the truck or if she ran out by herself. I don't remember that part, but I do know that they had gotten in the truck. I came back inside, run back downstairs, and that's when I was trying to get Gannon because I couldn't get. I didn't know how to get everybody at once. So my main thing was to get the front people out, you know, and then go. So then I ran back downstairs to get Gannon. And then the fire was on the floor over here, then on the sofa. So I'm pretending this is the sofa and this is our floor. So it was right here and right here. And I saw the candle that was over here. So there was covers everywhere because the kids always get on them about, they leave a lot of covers laying around all the time. I mean, there's like 10 quilts and LOLs and blankets and all this. So they were all right here. So I take a whole bunch of them and I go and like basically smash down on the sofa and the fire to put it out. So I got a burn, and then I was like, get up again, and started running at that point because it wakes him up. He's alert. He's realizing that the covers and everything's on fire, the carpet's on fire, and we all go outside. So we get in Albert's truck and we drive. And I drove off in panic because I saw that I put the fire out. So I knew that there was no, you know, like nothing wrong, like it wasn't gonna keep going. I drove off in panic because I just like, oh my gosh, what do I do now? Like we broke the carpet, you know, we done this and this. Gannon's upset, freaking out because he's scared he's gonna get in trouble and da 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 da. So you know, like the whole talk was going on. So we drove maybe around the block a little bit and came right back. So we came back in and like developed a plan for the next day to figure out. Honestly, we were gonna fix the carpet and try to like not say anything. And the reason for that is because like Albert freaks out about every little thing. If the kids do something and I'm on like me, and he'll be like, you did this, you weren't being a good mom, you weren't doing this, you weren't doing that. And so we both kind of were like a little like worried about it. And he gets very like crazy, like if something goes wrong. So that was the plan. Go to sleep, rest. He was going to stay out of school. We were going to get the carpet fixed and then go from there. Plus some hurting. So Lena didn't want to sleep in her room. You know, everybody was still kind of like frazzled. And I think Lena slept with me or on the sofa. I brought the dogs up. And Gannon he wanted to go in his room at that point because he was already sleeping on the sofa. So that's where Sunday, like pretty much kind of like stopped and everybody went to bed and yada, yada, yada. And I think I sent Albert messages because he was sleeping. That was on a different time zone and he didn't see him that night. So.
Okay.
And I didn't feel that no one was in harm. Make sure I say that because the fire was not going. Now, I know that Gannon had like black marks all on his shirt, like smoke marks. But he had on a long sleeve shirt and a short sleeve shirt because sometimes he has on whatever. He had on a short sleeve shirt with a long sleeve shirt. So I didn't see him in any kind of like nothing other than the little burns that we had. I didn't see.
Where did you see
anything
burns on Gannon?
All right, so with Gannon, I just saw that. Okay, so like on the top, like right here, so like say the shirts are here, so like right here there was a burn, and the reason for that was I think whenever like he was trying to come up, it kind of burned him a little bit. I'm not gonna make an assumption. I don't really know. And as far as that, I didn't see anything else. Like I didn't know any like other differences or anything like that. All I saw was that. I saw you okay. He ran out the house. He was firing out the house. Everything was normal. Yada yada yada. Now I'm gonna let you know in a little bit why he was bleeding. But
Okay.
at that point, when you get to the Monday morning thing, I'll let you know about that.
Describe the flames for me. How tall are these flames? Is it like smoldering on the carpet, sort of kind of creeping across like a grass fire, or is it like coming up, working its way up the couch? Like how is it?
Well, I really don't know. I know that it was like here, centralized on the floor, but like I could see. I think the smoke might have like kind of intimidated me more because I spent the whole night coughing. So I think that kind of intimidated me so much because I couldn't. The visibility was starting to be a little bit, you know, like as if I had walked into a small little fire, and I was just afraid that it was gonna, because you know, like upholstery for the couch. That was my biggest concern, was the upholstery for the couch. So.
Okay.
So I would say, you know, it was like maybe like in this area, like right here. It wasn't like here.
So the flames were, 2-3 feet high, you think? How much light did you see coming off of this through the smoke?
No.
Okay, and that's fine if you don't know.
I'm not like a professional and I was in the moment of freaking out to like give you an accurate answer.
Sure.
Because I don't want to tell you what's here, and it might have been here. I don't want to tell you this, and that. I don't know.
This is all based off of your memory to the best of your ability.
Right.
And that's all it is.
I
Okay.
do know that I saw covers coming up on fire.
What was what covers were coming up on fire?
He had a cover on because he was sleeping on the sofa.
What,
Or sitting
what
on
was
the
he
sofa.
covered with?
What do you mean?
What kind of blanket? You had mentioned there was LOLs, there's quilts.
Which color?
Which kind of, what blanket was he using?
Oh, I'm not sure. There was a couple that were there. There was a black. They were all. Some of them, I put them all back in that bin that was sitting there. Did you? He said you didn't.
I haven't been in
Okay, so there was black. It was like a little furry. There was watermelon ones. I don't remember specifically which one he had, but I know that there was blankets in the area because they always leave blankets around. It was a mermaid one around. But the whole operation of when I grabbed them and put it out, I grabbed them all and done it. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Were any of them like damaged whenever that happened?
Oh yeah, they all. I left them all there when I showed them that night that, like they were damaged or whatever.
Okay. Well, I haven't been in the house either.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was speaking to you like you.
Yeah, no, I didn't go into the house either, so I was like trying to make sure that we're
Yeah.
So then Gannon decides that he doesn't want to go to school because of his tummy issues or because he's going to help you with the carpet. What is?
It was kind of a combination of both.
Okay, and who excused him from school?
Well, I had texted Albert and said, could he not go to school for his stomach?
Okay.
Because he was hurting with his stomach, but also the whole plan was that we were going to figure it out.
So who actually contacted the school to excuse him?
It wasn't me. I didn't. I don't know.
Okay.
Did someone contact? Because I didn't.
Liar,
I
liar.
would assume that somebody would contact the school, or you probably would get like a phone call. I know with my kids' school, if they're not there by 8:15, the office.
Then they would call Albert, not me, because he would have the like the automated system where he's like, your child's missing. Your child is missing from school today, whatever.
Okay. Yeah. So that's Sunday, and you're saying a lot of we and that kind of thing. So you mentioned earlier that Harley had gone to work.
Mm-hmm.
She got called into massage envy.
Mm-hmm.
So who went on the hike?
So it was originally going to be all of us. Harley, me, Gannon, and Lena. And then Harley got called in. She switched shifts with someone, but then that person, I guess the policy is that person agrees to take your shift, but then don't come, you still have to come or something. I don't know. So she just was like, I have to go. She's only going to be working there a few more weeks or whatever. So I told her, I was like, don't burn any bridges. I know it sounds crazy that you have to do that, but you got to go in. So she went into work on Sunday.
Okay. So it ended up being you, Gannon, and Lena that went hiking.
Right.
Okay. And so then let's go through Monday. Yep.
So we wake up on Monday. Normal. How we wake up. Everybody gets up, whatever. Gannon stays in bed. He already knows that we are going out and about today. That was the plan. I walked Lena out because usually Gannon walks her outside. So I walked Lena out to the front door and around to make sure I seen her around the corner to get to the bus stop. And she did.
Okay.
I come back inside. I don't remember if I laid down a little bit. I probably played on my phone for a little bit, wasted a little bit. Because she goes outside at 6:50, 6:55. Still early. Take the dogs out. Things like that. Well, I go down, start talking to Gannon about, hey, this is the plan. Go downstairs, the basement, whatever. I say basement, but as in his room is downstairs. It's a furnace basement. And I realized that Gannon, he actually had marks on his arm, and they were actually peeling at that point. And I swear I did not realize that they had. I don't know if they start because burns are sitting there. I don't know if they started peeling overnight or whatever. And he has really bad anxieties. So whenever things are peely or things like that, he bites his own nails a lot anyway. Anything that's loose and things like that, he bites them. So I don't know if as burns burned a little bit. And when I do this, I don't mean I'm giving you a location. I'm just saying as in burns on your skin. I guess when pull a little bit stretchy or whatever. So on your arm, it kind of gets a little stretchy and peeling. Mm-hmm. So then I was freaked out because I was I didn't know that his arms were that. So I'm like crying because, and this is where I have to start telling you, like, I'm like very, like, I was scared because my thought process was Albert is going to kill me. Like, because I made a mistake as a parent and forgot to like really check him down. And he really got a little bit more burned than he should have. So I was freaking out because like he's gonna kill me. And Gannon's like, it's okay, like it's there was blood. And like he had on his arm, and as it was peeling, I should have called.
Where did they have blood at?
I should have called the hospital and just asked, I don't know enough about burns, but I should have called the hospital and just asked, like, I made a mistake. I did. I swear to y'all, I didn't know they were that bad. I did it all. So I feel horrible. Here I am. I know it's not, about me, but as a person, I was feeling horrible that I didn't call Albert to say, they're like this. So I told him, I said, okay, listen, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna put some like aloe on your arms, and things like that. And I was like, it's gonna be okay. We're gonna fix it. We're gonna, and all I kept thinking about was we're gonna fix it. And I don't know in my mind how I was gonna fix it. As far as he wasn't in pain. He wasn't saying like I'm hurting or anything like that. He was more of like peeling it, like like it was like it was like a boil. Am I saying the right word? Boil, like blister, blister. Like it was pulling a blister, Okay. So there was blood, and then so I'm like holding him, and I had blood on me. And when I say blood, let me explain to you. I don't mean like dripping out, pouring everywhere blood. So let me not like give you that thought process. Because sometimes when I say like if I say flames, to me I'm like this is a big flame, There was blood. So I was just so like let's freak out. So I was like, we'll just clean it up. Don't worry about it. We'll figure it out.
Where's the blood at?
So the blood was on his arms, on his like sheet that he had, which we washed the sheet. So it was on his sheet, it was on his arms, and he had some on like his arm had, I guess from like sleeping or whatever, he had some on the wall. So we cleaned up everything. I put like garnish am I saying that right? Garnish like the wrap thing, but a wrap thing, and I was like, we'll check it with the aloe and see if it gets better. Because my next thing was, I'm gonna assess the situation in so many hours, and if it looks, because I did look online, and it said like if it turns a yellow color, that it could be infected or whatever. And I was like, that was gonna be my next step. So I don't want you to think that I was like neglecting the fact that.
So you realize that he's got a burn. You do some treatment that you think is appropriate at the time, and then you tell yourself, I'm going to do this follow up with him. Okay. Right. So then what happens after you take care again is make sure he's okay?
Honestly, I'm pacing the house, and I know there's two things I got to fix. And when I tell you that Albert will freak out over things, I just want you to know that. So Emma, I want you to take a picture in my mind of how I'm like afraid to be like, okay, I got to fix these situations, and I need to fix them fast with carpet and things like that. Okay. So number one, I was like, I need to fix the carpet, and number two, I need to figure out, like, assess. Like I said, does Gannon need to go get like some burn cream or whatever? I said, that's good.
This is probably as good a time as any to pause it and then pick back up after one.
Okay, I was wondering when we get there. Okay. Council approach for a minute.
There's no sound right now, by the way, because it's sidebar time. Welcome to membership, Angelique.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if I can have everyone back in the jury room at say 1:20, we should be able to start this afternoon on time. What we're going to do is I've been talking with the attorneys, and when we come back, there's still going to be about 3 hours and 20 minutes or so of the video to go. We will take another break during that. That's just too long to have you sitting. So we will take another break during that, but that's what you can expect when you come back. So if you want to bring beverages or something like that, feel free to do that so that you have something to drink. It seems like it's getting a little warmer in the courtroom. When we came in this morning, it was a sweltering 64 degrees, but it's a little bit warmer now. So, and I expect it will be this afternoon as well. So anyway, we will see you at 1:20. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. We'll see everybody back. Then.
Okay, everyone. I hope you can still hear me. So court resumes at 1:20 p.m. Colorado time. Let's just quickly put this on here. Prepare that. Okay, let's just debrief for what we just heard, because that was a lot. What I've put a timer on, and it shows we've looked at about 34 minutes of that video, and the attorney said it was 4 hours and 19 minutes long. So if my calculations are correct, we still have 3 hours and 45 left of that. That was a lot. So let's just quickly go over some things that I wrote here. Sorry for the big paper noise. Max is like, go nap, G. You mean snack, right? Okay. Wait. Okay, wait. Oh, there we go. Sunday. We're talking with a story. So that was an interview from January 29th. What we heard was Letecia declining many times, several times, to do an interview. And just like, what do you want? Like, what do you even want from me? To the lead detective, I would like information, okay, about how to help get Gannon home. And she's like, oh, my word. Okay, hold on. Let me just move this because it looks all weird on that side. There we go. Okay. So eventually she whilst in there for an interview on January 29th, 2020. That's 2 days after Gannon was murdered. So that, can you believe it? Like that, what we just saw? It's 2 days after Gannon was murdered. And she went there with big stories. I can't even remember the handbag she mentioned, but one of the first things she mentions is her handbag. You know, it's just like so expensive, you know, because she thinks she's Kim Kardashian. Remember, that's her role model, but she literally in her head thinks like, yep, I'm like that. I want to live like that. I'm going to dress my hubby up like that. I'm her. No, you're not. So anyway, she talked a bit about her YouTube channel, which I've never found. Let me know if you found it. A YouTube channel and an Instagram called Dr. Stauch, okay, because, you know, she thinks she's got a doctorate in education. No. Then she says she's been teaching special education for so long, you know. Yeah, right. You know what I mean? She was an assistant teacher, but like special ed. No tolerance for children, clearly. She said that she's got all these offers from these different airlines. Spirit was one. I think the one was called Skyworth or something? So many offers coming in to be a flight attendant. Now, let me tell you something. If you didn't know, my name is Grizzly. I'm South African living in the Netherlands, okay? Some people are like, what accent is that? You're new here, right? I was an airline pilot for South African Airways for 9 years of my life. And every single year, pilots and flight attendants do firefighting training, and it's the whole thing. It's actually pretty scary. They sometimes you know, like a container, they put like a whole bunch of containers together, or sometimes a really long one, super dark in there, and then they put like these like aircraft seats in there, and they fill that whole thing with smoke. Okay, it's they test your tolerance to emergency situations, of course, and especially fire, and you got to like crawl on the floor and follow all those glow in the dark strips, but it's actually really scary. Yeah, I think it was Michael Kors, like Michael Kors and everything. So for her to be like, oh my word, like she's like, it's not a high flame. I'm not an expert, but it's just like a little flame. Right. But her instinct is to pack all the kids in the car and take a drive around the block. We heard the calls that she had with Al Stauch on day 2 and 3. And she talks about packing all the kids in the car and just taking a drive around the block. Like, lady, you will never be a flight attendant. Okay. Never. Being a flight attendant is not about being a host. Okay. Just like a hostie. I know people joke about the name hostie. No. It's all about safety. And firefighting is a big one. There's no way she was getting offers from anywhere. And she's like, they flew me out. No, they didn't. It doesn't work like that. My word. Okay. So, anyway, and for me, I'm not scared of a lot. I don't know. I have a high tolerance for like chaos and fearful situations. So, but still for me, that firefighting in that dark environment with all the smoke, never mind when we did all the pilot training, they also fill the whole flight deck with smoke, and you got to like, the one engine is going off and then you're hitting a bird over here and someone's dying in the back, all simulated, and you got to like handle this, right? I can handle a lot of pressure. So the thing is, Letecia, no, she cannot. She's just like, oh my word, what do I do? My first instinct is pack everyone up, do a drive around the block. Yeah, right. Okay. She also was talking about Al working night shifts or herself? Because I felt like she started going into quite a different lie there. But she's talked about someone working from 6 p.m. till 6 a.m. I first thought it was her, and then she changed it to Al, so I wasn't sure. She was also panicking about, you see with the night shift thing, she said she was panicking about Harley and the dogs. She never mentions Lena or Gannon. She's panicked. That's her priority. You can hear it there. Harley and the dogs. That's it. Okay. Thank you. Thunder Angel, Grizzly, South African powerhouse, currently energizing YouTube in the Netherlands. Yes. Now, she gets then to, I wanted to show you Al. If I can show you, it's just the attorney's head is blocking Al. But if I could show you Al, why, I wish we could have seen him while she's talking all this crap of he doesn't like his name. Maybe that's true. I don't know. He doesn't like his first name, Eugene, because his dad is a molester, she says. I don't believe anything she says, though. But okay, she said that, and so he likes to be called Al. She also said that she doesn't like her own first name either. So she calls herself Tisha, and then on Instagram as Dr. Stauch, on YouTube it's T, or Tisha, or whatever the hell she said there, right? Now she talks about Sunday. So they're like, tell us about, they just want to know, like, about Gannon going missing. And she's like, okay, I'm whip up my notes. Look, now I've got notes so we can debrief this. But this lady in this situation, no. Don't know what the notes are for. They're not Grizzly true crime notes. She's sitting there like, okay, I brought my lies along. I'm just going to follow the script. So she brings her notes and says they went hiking at the Garden of the Gods and they have pictures. She asks, have you seen the pictures? Because we got pictures. And they're like, no, we haven't seen the pictures. Okay, because we have those. She means like we have time-stamped evidence that we were hiking for 6 hours. And then she says we didn't do dinner. But if you remember the interview with Spencer, we saw him interviewed or take the witness stand, testify on day 5. We're now on day 7. Day 5, I believe he was there. It wasn't yesterday, right? Day 5. Anyway, and so he was, she was talking to him about getting some Burger King, like, yeah, telling Harley, come here. And then like, we got Burger King. Now she's telling investigators here, which was actually before that interview took place, saying they didn't get dinner. Oh, but I thought you got Burger King though. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've got a big color-coded notebook. I love this. Look at it. Yes. Okay. So she says Gannon was in a lot of pain, and that already was like, what? But she said, can I show you graphically, like a graphic? And she's like, no, I don't mean graphic. And I'm like, what is she going to show? Hand gestures to show how big his poop was. That's what she wants to show, because, she's always ready to degrade the victim, isn't she? Anyway, so she talked about that. And then she said they've got French and English bulldogs, and talked all about gas and poop for a while. Okay, it was a lot. She said she grew up in the country, so she's not used to fires or smoke. So for her, a tiny fire is a huge fire. But am I right, guys? I don't know. If you grew up in the country, don't you have bonfires? Like, don't you make fires more than anyone? Not like, like campfires, bonfires. She's like, So grew up in the country, no bonfires for me. Really? Really? Yes, Lawrence. Yeah, ridiculous with poop. Oh, let's see this one. Okay, Koopy Duck says the monster gave Gannon X-Lax, so laxatives, Myrilax, right, to mess up his stomach. She planted the Swisher Sigs in his book bag. The father believes everything this diabolical lunatic says. Was he that? How was he that clueless? You ask. So then, Al, she was declining interviews, but Al wasn't. He already went in for a second interview. He was like me. I forgot to tell you, or he left out that she had rented a vehicle, picked him up in a rental car, and he could not locate the Tiguan. Remember that? Okay, so now let's go to the next bit. Sorry, I'm following on. There was a note at the top, little scribble at the top of my page. So then she says that in the basement, it's a couch. And it seems like she's saying Gannon's on the couch, covered in blankets. There's a little candle that he's lit, and the blankets are catching fire. So she goes downstairs because she's walking around and just, I don't know, checking on the kids or what, and seeing like, whoa, there's an alarm going off, and suddenly it says fire, fire, fire. So she goes downstairs, and the whole room is just, filled with smoke. That comes later. She first is just like, tiny fire. Can't describe it though, because she's not a professional. And so she packs all the kids in the car and drives off in a panic. Yeah, no, zero survival skills at all there. Anyway, and then somebody asked in the chat, where are the burned blankets? Good point. Where are the burned blankets? I wonder if those were some of the blankets that were in the suitcase or not. I don't know. Where are the burned blankets? Where are the clothes she referred to? And where's the weapons? Because we still don't know. We don't know. The 9mm handgun was found in the house. He was, trigger warning, stabbed 18 times. There was 4 lacerations from blunt force trauma, and he was shot at 3 times. 1 bullet actually lodged in, like, went through his jaw and went to the back of his head. Now, the gun was found, but what sharp weapon did she use? We don't know. We don't know. She said she thought she put the fire out. That's why she had packed everyone in the car and taken a drive around the block. Because that makes no sense. I thought I put it out. So everyone, we're going for a drive around the block. And then she said Gannon was really scared and he had smoke marks all over his shirt. She said his arms were burnt, but she also said now his neck, she even showed like that. And we know there was an injury as well from the autopsy. Wow. So that's interesting, that she initially, well, she was telling Elle about the burns on his arms. We heard all those phone calls, but now in this interview, she says there were also marks on his neck. Okay. She also lied about booking him off at school. When they ask about him being booked off at school, she says, who booked him off? I didn't book him off. Like, what do you mean? But like, we heard as well now the principal testify. Yes, she texted the principal to book Gannon off from school at like 4:30 in the morning. Didn't she? Oh, no. 4:30 in the morning, she booked herself off. Late Sunday, early Monday morning, she had booked Gannon off, saying he's got stomach problems and won't be coming to school that day. She booked Gannon. Sorry, I'm going over my timeline. She booked him off on the Sunday. She booked herself off because she was a teacher's assistant on the Monday. That's when she texted the principal, booking herself off. But she had booked him off and told Al that he's not going to school that day. But now she's like, what do you mean book off? I didn't do anything. Who did it? Did Al do it? Because I didn't do it. What a lie. Oh, my word. And she also, let's see, then she goes to Monday. On Monday, so the very next day after this fire, and I thought they went hiking, so Sunday night, okay, the fire, all that. And the next day, she said Gannon had burns on his arms, he had really bad anxiety, and he would bite his own nails. To that, I say, well, does anyone else bite anyone else's nails? Because, like, what a comment to make. If you're biting nails, you're definitely biting your own nails, you know what I mean? You're not going to bite someone else's nails. Stupid Letecia. And then she said she got her whiny voice on, and she was really scared. She made a mistake, and she knew that now this is her story, that Gannon had burns on his arms and there was a big mess. And she said that she was really scared that Albert is going to kill me. She had also told, we heard the detective Jess Bethel on the witness stand say, Letecia said that Al would get really mad and violent. Now that we don't know anything about. It sounds like she's the one who gets mad and violent, right? Yes, and I am not T-Pain. Exactly. She's the nail biter and not anyone else. Wow. So she said she should have called the hospital. But we heard the calls between her and Elle, and she was like, "What? No, man, it wasn't bad. I just put Aloe on. You know how he is. He's fine." But Elle was like, my kids, like, they need a Band-Aid for everything. Like, what do you mean that he was just fine? What do you mean that the blisters and stuff were peeling? Like, what?" So that's a scary little story. She then explains, because of the burns and the peeling, why where's the blood? There's blood on the sheets. She washed the sheets, she says. She put on garnish as well. Okay. I suppose she's, talking about the sheets and all that. And then she said there's blood on the wall. Now, we saw yesterday's body cam, which I've also made a short video of if you want to check that out. Everything's on the playlist for you, but everything's timestamped as well if you do look at the longer streams. She said, we saw on that body cam all those little marks they made on the wall with how much blood spatter there was from all those luminol tests. So that is very scary. But she's basically explaining why there would be blood on his mattress and why there would even be blood on the wall. Doesn't make any sense, right? Okay, so those are the notes I have so far. That's what we have so far. And what I timed is we've listened to about 38 minutes of this. It's a 4 hours and 19 minutes long interrogation video, which I'm enjoying watching with you. It is so nice to have this live reaction with you, because normally when it's trials and stuff, I watch the stuff and then I bring you the updates and the summaries, but it's so nice to watch it live with you. So thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. Let's see the time. So now Denver time is 12:04. They said they're coming back at 1:20, right? Okay. So let me just see some of your comments a bit. And then I'm going to keep the stream going, but I'm going to just have a little snack, It's snack time and time to stretch my legs too. And then I come back fully powered up, okay? Even with a coffee, little stretch, and we're back. So if you want to just leave this playing in the background, do that. I'm just going to play like a little tea time break thing that I make for you. And Eileen says, we love being here with you. Yes, we love it. Thank you. I love being here with you guys. Yes, yes, yes. Love watching with me. That's nice. I'm glad today I got to sort out all these different views that we can have. It's much better zoomed in. I was worried about the quality, but I can see, like, if I do it like that, it's okay. It's okay. Yes. This is the thing. Shell Bell says this was very late at night. Why were the kids up that late? And she left Gannon to his own devices downstairs. I mean, the child that is closest to the fire. Oh, that's the last one she's thinking about, right? It's very scary. I actually wonder what the real story is. Like, what really happened with that candle? There was also a sock in the candle. Remember that they found? They found a sock in the candle. That was so weird. And that whole wax patch. And then she also cut out a large portion of the carpet. Remember that? There's a lot of dodgy stuff there. I don't know what all she did to him. Yes. Keep It Real says, I'm very curious if he had his ADHD medicine in his system. They mentioned oxycodone and something else. What was the other one? I can't remember now. If you remember, tell me. I just remember the oxycodone because I'm like, what? But he didn't take his medication according to her. I know what you're saying though. That's why you're interested. On Friday, Saturday, on Saturday, Sunday, or Monday. Yes. Jan says, makes my workday much brighter being here with everyone. Yes. Yeah, puck lie tissue. Very nice. Lisa Heard Official says, I'm new to your channel. Love this. Consider me a Grizzly. You're a Grizzly. I've been following the story since day one. Thank you for your amazing coverage. And thank you for being here. Yes. Okay. I just want to see something quickly. How long is this file? I can either make like relaxing music for you or just wait this tea break. Oh, the tea break one. Is it really an hour? Okay. So do you want relaxing music for the break, or do you want me to play this bunch of clips that I put together for you? We've watched some of it throughout other streams, but it's old press conferences, news clips, and things like that. What would you prefer? So just type in 1 for relaxing music with like a Gannon picture background, 2 for an hour's worth of all kinds of clips and press conferences and things. Okay, let's see what you guys say. And thank you, Amy. Oh, yeah, and thank you, everyone. While you're doing that, thank you so much, everyone, for the super stickers and for becoming members. We'll have a members-only stream. I always want to do it like right after this, but I'm dead, you guys. I'm so tired. Oh my word, I'm so tired. After these these trials, I'm like, whoa, whoa. So, okay, one was for relaxing music. Am I right? Music. Okay, you like relaxing music? We'll watch the clips together, or what? There's a lot of. Okay, wait. I might have to do a poll. Just hold on 1 second. For the lunch break. Anyway, so the members only stream might have to be tomorrow. If I have energy after these trials, I'll do it. But sometimes I'm just like, I'm out of energy. Last night, that was very, towards the end, I was like, damn, I'm getting tired. Okay, so which do you prefer? Relaxing music or video clips? And by video clips, I mean, oh no, not add an option. There we go. By video clips, I mean like press conferences, clips of Al, Gannon's dad and mom making statements, old news clips, things like that. Yeah, it's 50-50 exactly. That's why I'm doing a poll now. And I'll keep taking notes, as I say. I'm going to keep on taking notes and we can just debrief every time. I hope the debrief helps as well in case you missed something. No, never. You know, people have always said don't burn out from when I was a child already. I've got a lot of energy. I'm probably on that ADD profile myself. I have a lot of energy and a lot of coffee and a lot of self-care habits that keep me going. Yes. Jenny Dawn says so she gave him 2 kinds of pain meds. I thought she said she did not give him any. Oh, she lies all the time. Her story changes all the time. Marie says, when do you take a break? We love you being here with us, yet you need to take a break. I do. I mean, the trial only starts every day for me at 5 p.m., huh? So I have the whole day to relax, to catch up. I finish at about 1 in the morning and then I do timestamps and stuff. So from 2 in the morning until the next day at 5 o'clock, I'm off. You know what I mean? Okay, you guys are voting on the poll. Video clips. Most of you are saying video clips. Okay. So let's take it back. Do you want to see? Goes all the way to an hour. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to put the video. I'm going to put the video clips on and I'll be back, right? And don't worry, we'll switch it up. Today we do video clips. Later we'll do some relaxing music. Tomorrow Friday we could do relaxing music again. If you don't like it, just mute it but keep the stream going and I'll see you after the lunch break, okay? So it's coming back. Court, wait, let's put it on. I made this for you. I made it for you so you could see. Court on Lunch resumes at 1:20 p.m. Colorado time. You see that? Okay. So here we go.
Be in my heart and I'm always going to be in your heart. And I'll see you when I get back. And he's like, okay, Daddy, love you. And I'm going to finish watching Pokemon. I remember it like it was yesterday.
Hey guys, and today I'm about to play some Sonic Mania. For our channels. We're going to be doing a lot of these together.
It is. You choosing Tails?
Yes, I love Tails. He's my boy! Show it.
I got him.
Oh, I got and Nickles. And Debo. There, Nickles. Sorry, Nickles. Whee! I believe I can fly. I believe. Nope.
Can fall and crack your face open.
Ding.
Sorry about that. I see it's now just like glitching a little bit. Just give me a second. Sorry about that, everyone. Okay. Hold on. We wait for it. Okay, let's first do this to keep you entertained. We like to do that. Stand by.
I'm always going to be in your heart. And I'll see when I get back. And he's like, okay, Daddy, love you. And I'm going to finish watching Pokemon. I remember it like it was yesterday.
Hey guys, and today I'm about to play some Sonic Mania.
Alright, let's do it.
For our channels. We're going to be doing a lot of these together.
It is. You teasing Tails?
Yes, I love Tails. He's my boy! Show it.
What is it?
Oh, I got Nickles. And Debo. There's Nickles, sorry Nickles. Whee! I believe I can fly. I believe. Nope.
You can fall and crack your face open.
Ding.
It is surveillance video that could be at the heart of a child murder case, showing Gannon leaving with his stepmom Letecia. But according to neighbor Roderrick Drayton, Gannon is nowhere to be seen when Letecia returns.
I watched the video. I could slow it down, speed it up. I know he didn't come home with her, so I knew something. She'd done something with him or to him.
Drayton started reviewing footage after a knock on the door from the FBI.
Just kept looking through video, hundreds of clips, until I found it.
From the start, as search teams scoured acres of land looking for Gannon, Letecia has maintained her innocence.
A little emotional.
Cassie Brown knows the family.
It's been really tough.
Her son was friends with Gannon. The two bonded over video games.
He really did love Sonic as much as everybody says.
Like many in the Lorson Ranch subdivision, they're showing their respects. Blue is the theme.
He's really a light. He's so happy and so loving.
Balloons and ribbons are hard to miss.
After hearing what happened today, it's like, it's just heartbreaking.
As a community prays for a family experiencing tremendous sorrow.
Crime Lab investigators spent several hours at the Stauch family home this evening. They left around 9 o'clock tonight, though The El Paso County Sheriff's Office won't get specific about what they are looking for. Also, when District Attorney Dan May was confronted by reporters this afternoon, he would not specify why he paid a visit to the family home. The neighborhood has rallied around the Stauch family. This has been an area of intense search over the last week. Ribbons and porch lights here are blue, Gannon's favorite color. The latest public development is surveillance video from the next door neighbor. It appears to show Gannon getting into a pickup truck that the neighbor says belongs to the boy's stepmother, Letecia Stauch. The truck returns to the home without the boy about 4 hours later. Letecia has not responded to our request for comment. We do know that she told investigators she last saw Gannon at the home between 3:15 and 4 p.m. on the day he went missing. She said that he was planning on going to a friend's house. Meanwhile, Gannon's father and biological mother put out a video statement through the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
And a kid just doesn't disappear and no one sees him. It's not how this works. So if you have anything that's credible, if you're afraid, don't worry about it. Imagine my son, how afraid he is. Imagine how afraid Gannon is. So please call, please write. If you need to have someone else to do it for you, please do. Because my son deserves to be here.
As of tonight, law enforcement has not announced any arrests or suspects. But the El Paso County Sheriff's Office says they are continuing to search for Gannon and that they've received 231 tips that they say they will vet with the hope of bringing Gannon home safely. In Colorado Springs tonight, I'm Ryan Harrow, 9 News.
How do I describe my G-Man, my Gannon? Gannon's my hero. I love him so much. He's not only my hero, he has multiple people that call him his hero as well. He has so many family members that just look up to him at such a small age. He's full of life. He's happy. He's energetic. He loves sports. He loves Sonic. He loves going outside, playing with his friends, his sister, his neighbor, especially Drayton. This neighborhood basically gives you a true example of who my son is. Everybody coming together, all the smiles that people have. This is why I have hope, because I feel it. This is Gannon truly speaking to our community. Gannon he loves blue. He loves Sonic. He's into coding. He loves riding his bicycle with his sister. And I know that he's missing that right now. He holds his job as being Big Bubba very important. And for him not to be able to talk to his sisters has to be hurting him. This week has been awful. It's been more than a roller coaster ride. It's been more than emotional mess. I don't even have answers for my feelings other than I'm afraid. I'm afraid that I will never hear his voice, that I'll never hear him run and say, "Mommy," that I'll never hear those corny jokes that he always tells every single day. He has to tell me a joke. He looks forward to telling me something silly. And I'm afraid that I may never see that again or hear it. I don't want to believe that, because that means that I'm giving up hope, and I'm not giving up hope because my son is full of hope. So I'm urging anyone that has any leads, credible leads, if you're too afraid because you know something, a kid just doesn't disappear and no one sees him. It's not how this works. So if you have anything that's credible, if you're afraid, don't worry about it. Imagine my son, how afraid he is. Imagine how afraid Gannon is. So please call, please write. If you need to have someone else to do it for you, please do. Because my son deserves to be here. He deserves to be here. Please call the El Paso Sheriff's County and let them know. And I thank you guys, the community, for what you've done. Because this is Gannon. This is who he is. And I thank you guys so much.
When Gannon was born, he weighed only 1 pound and 6 ounces, and even today, he's still our miracle child. He still is, and he's such a happy child, and he just brings life to every party. His smile, even today, is keeping us going. His infectious smile brings me joy every time I think about it. The past 8 days have been, as Landon said, a roller coaster of emotions. Sometimes we jump in for joy because we get an information that we might think is a break in the case, and then the next minute we get we see something or get information that just breaks our heart into a million pieces again. But through all this, just know that your thoughts and your prayers and your messages, keep them coming, because even if we don't respond, we are receiving them. And that has given us strength to get through this. And I do want to say I'm so proud of Lena, my little baby girl here, and of Landon, my children's mother. They've been so strong through this, stronger than I would have ever thought that I could have ever been. And I'm getting strength from them as well. As I said, please keep sending your thoughts and your prayers, because we are receiving them. And if you have any information at all that could help, please reach out to the El Paso County Sheriff's Office with only credible information, but any information that you think may help. Thank you so much. Your turn.
I love you, Baba.
We have a sad update tonight in the Gannon Stauch case. The 11-year-old boy's body, believed to have been found in Florida. His stepmom reported him missing back in January, and as News 5's Colette Bordelon explains, she is now facing 9 new charges accused of his murder.
Those charges against Gannon's stepmom, Letecia Stauch, stemming from that discovery, which happened Wednesday of this week, when our sheriff's office got a call from deputies in Florida saying they found a young boy's body, and after an autopsy, are tentatively identifying him as Gannon. His mark left on Lorson Ranch. With an update on Friday.
Every heart broke.
After remains found in Florida potentially point to Gannon.
How does a person think like that to do something so heinous?
Kelly Gasper lives across the street from the Stauch home.
We'd have the windows open. We'd hear the kids playing outside. That's the best sound, is the kids outside playing. And he was one of them.
A boy she believes deserves answers.
How do you get from Colorado to Florida with a body and not be noticed?
The discovery changing the case for the prosecution.
Anytime you have a homicide case, the body has a lot of evidence associated with it. And I'm speaking in only a general sense.
Now, 13 charges filed against Letecia Stauch, including the standard first-degree murder charge and 8 crimes of violence, including use of a firearm, blunt object, and a knife or something similar.
We met with the family earlier today, and obviously they're distraught with this information. They were still holding out hope that Gannon would come home alive, despite the original charges that we filed in this case.
Lead prosecutor on the case, Michael Allen, says even though Gannon's body was potentially found in Florida, they believe the crimes happened in Colorado. Otherwise, they couldn't charge her here.
I'm going to miss hearing his laughter with the rest of the kids out in the street playing.
While neighbors work to remember a young boy taken too soon.
Justice will be served. If it's not here on earth, it'll be up in heaven.
Only time will tell what happened to Gannon, as his stepmom sits in jail, accused of the crime. Letecia Stauch is still scheduled to appear in court on April 14th. Allen says despite COVID-19, in-custody cases like hers are still being heard at this time. Meanwhile, the investigation continues, with the sheriff's office wanting to hear from anyone who might have seen Stauch in Florida at the beginning of February. Always watching out for you, El Paso County. Colette Bordelon, News 5.
We thank you for your patience as we work diligently to piece together what led to Gannon's disappearance. Our speakers today will be Sheriff Bill Elder, Lieutenant Mitch Mahalko, FBI Denver Division Special Agent in Charge, Dean Phillips, District Attorney Dan May, and Senior Deputy District Attorney Michael Allen. We will not be taking any questions at the conclusion of the press conference. However, I will be reading a statement from Gannon's father, Al. Landon may not speak. Please respect the family's request for privacy as they begin to absorb and process the devastating news they have received today. Sheriff Elder.
Thanks, Jackie. Welcome, everybody. Today marks 5 weeks since the investigation into the disappearance of Gannon Stauch. We're holding the press conference to update you on some significant developments. While we've yet to locate Gannon, this morning, just after 8 o'clock a.m. East Coast time, Letecia Stauch was taken into custody in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina without incident by law enforcement officers from the El Paso County Sheriff's Office, the Denver and Columbia divisions of the FBI, the Myrtle Beach, South Carolina Police Department, the Horry County, South Carolina Police Department, and Sheriff's Office. Letecia will be held without bond in the J. Reuben Long Detention Center in Horry County, South Carolina, where she will remain until she's extradited back to Colorado Springs on the following charges. Charge 1, murder in the first degree of a child under 12 years of age by a person in a position of trust. Child abuse resulting in death. Tampering with a deceased human body and tampering with physical evidence. I cannot stress enough what a difficult time this has been for Gannon's family. Like Jackie said, they've provided a written statement, but they will not, and they won't be providing any interviews at this time. And I ask that you protect their privacy. This has been a rapidly developing and highly complex investigation, and it underscores the importance of teamwork in the law enforcement agents in our community. While our hope is always that tragic cases like this never happen, it is precisely why the extremely close relationships we enjoy with our local, state, and national law enforcement partners becomes the most important. The list of people from around the country that have worked many, many long hours and invested themselves so deeply and is long and impressive. I offer my sincere thanks to each and every one of you for all that you've done in the investigative efforts so far. The safety of the citizens of this community is the top priority to all of us standing before you today. We'd like to thank the thousands of members of this community for your compassion, your kindness, and your thoughtfulness, your generosity, and your support while we've taken on the tireless search efforts over the past 5 weeks. On behalf of the Sheriff's Office, all of the investigators, the staff, the volunteers involved in this investigation from all over the United States, we'd like to express our deepest sympathies to Gannon's family and friends. There is no way to express the depth of our sympathy, and our hearts break for you. But I make this promise: this team will continue its work. These partners will remain steadfast and diligent until the conclusion and final prosecution of this case. We will not stop, and this investigation has only begun. Letecia's arrest photograph will be made available to the media as soon as we can following the press conference. Jackie will have the details. And now I will turn the microphone over to Lieutenant Mitch Mahalko.
Good afternoon. We will not be going into detail about the information in the investigation which ultimately resulted in the arrest of Letecia. But I can tell you that this has been a methodical and time-consuming multi-state operation with investigators working nearly around the clock to find Gannon. There have been thousands of hours of investigation and search efforts. This includes large-scale searches in addition to small, specific searches with drones, horses, canines, and other resources. While we have not yet found Gannon, information has been developed that is helping us narrow our search. As you can see from the arrest, sadly, we do not believe Gannon is alive. Our work is only just beginning, and you will continue to see many law enforcement officials in El Paso County over the coming weeks and possibly months as we continue our relentless pursuit of justice for Gannon and his family. On behalf of the investigators and staff involved in this investigation, we would like to express our deepest sympathies to the family and the friends of Gannon. The death of a child is something no parent should ever have to endure. This case has not just been an investigation for us. This case has become very personal and will forever remain in our hearts. We will continue to work closely with the 4th Judicial District Attorney's Office, the FBI, and other partners to the conclusion of this investigation. At this time, I'd like to turn this over to FBI Denver Division Special Agent in Charge, Dean Phillips.
Thank you for being here today. On behalf of the men and women of the FBI, all the special agents, investigative analysts, support staff, and our task force officers, we express our deepest condolences to the family, the friends, and the loved ones of Gannon Stauch. To the press, I also ask that you give the family space and time in order to process the information that they're dealing with now. To the community, thank you for your patience and understanding, for your assistance, and for the support you provided to the law enforcement community as we have worked through this investigation. The law enforcement community, I want to recognize in particular the El Paso County Sheriff's Office, Colorado Springs Police Department, the Douglas County Sheriff's Office, our partners, our task force partners in Pueblo, the Pueblo PD, Pueblo County Sheriff's Office, and the Colorado State Patrol. All of these agencies have worked tirelessly and seamlessly together throughout this investigation. Although this is not the outcome for which we had hoped, we continue to work this aggressively, and we will continue to work it through to the end. As far as the FBI is concerned, we brought significant resources to bear to include agents, special agents, investigative analysts, technical support, evidence response teams, and behavioral analysis unit support. But we are not done. We will be here with our partners to the end. We will continue to help law enforcement and the prosecutors see this to the very end. And know this, when it comes to the loss of a child, the FBI will always bring all available and logical resources to bear to help our law enforcement partners when called. We will answer the call. To the community, I want to tell you that at this point, all the evidence points to Gannon's disappearance being the result of foul play, but we have no reason to believe that there is any information or intelligence indicating a threat to other children in the community. Thank you very much.
This is not the outcome that anybody here wanted. We wish today, as we were standing here, that we had little Gannon with us to be able to present to our community still alive and doing well. Unfortunately, that's not the situation. As you've heard, an arrest warrant was issued for first-degree murder of Gannon in this case. Unfortunately, we've had to get to know the family now as part of our prosecution family, and they'll be with us for the next many months going forward. It's an unfortunate thing that we are here today. I do want to thank all those who've been involved. The FBI has been amazing. John Cronin, who's the special agent in charge here in Colorado Springs, has spent literally his team 24/7 for weeks across this country. We could not have done this without their support. Bill Elder's team has been fabulous in terms of their work, working tirelessly again 24/7 for many weeks, hoping we would find Gannon. Unfortunately, we are not. Colorado Springs Police Department, Kevin Clark came over, and it's been amazing the work that he has done, which I understand he may even get a special recognition from the FBI in terms of what he's done on this case. My lead prosecutor on this case has been Michael Allen. He will continue to be the lead prosecutor throughout this case. And with that, I'd like to introduce him to fill you in on some of the things we expect going forward.
I want to let everybody know that the affidavit in this case supporting the arrest warrant remains sealed. We do understand why this case has drawn the attention it has from across our community and also across our country. But we want to do everything we can to make sure we achieve justice for Gannon. So we're not going to talk about the facts of the case going forward. We want to make sure that we protect these criminal proceedings. Anytime a child goes missing, it's natural for people to want to help out. And we encourage people, if you have credible tips, to still report those tips to the Sheriff's Department. We are going to continue this investigation. And really, it's a two-pronged investigation at this point, or process, I should say. One, we still want to bring Gannon home so that he can have a proper burial and his family can achieve the closure that they need. But we also want to hold the person that we are charging, Letecia Stauch, accountable for what she did in this case. She has been arrested on the following charges: murder in the first degree, child under 12 by a person in position of trust. That is a class 1 felony and carries a potential penalty of life in prison without parole. The other charges are child abuse resulting in death, tampering with a deceased body, and tampering with physical evidence. The extradition process is where we are now. We will proceed until we get Letecia back here to face formal filing of charges, which will be sometime in the coming days. We do have a team of folks in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina right now 2 prosecutors from our office, FBI agents, and members of the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. They're collecting evidence even in South Carolina as we speak, and that will continue until they exhaust that effort. I do want to add, too, that all defendants, Letecia included, are innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. That will be the case. It's our burden to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. We are confident that we'll be able to do that. But because we have that burden and we want to protect these proceedings, we won't be commenting again on the facts of this case. Thank you very much.
Really, I'm not in the correct mindset to be even standing up here, but if I had to say one thing, that when he said Gannon is no longer with us, I'd have to say Gannon is with us. After the stories of people from all over the world, he's not only my hero now, he's the world's hero. So I think the community, the positive support from a state that I've never visited other than 2 or 3 times, I'm astounded by the amount of love that's not come from me. It's came from my boy. And never thought I'd be standing here. It's a nightmare. I've had to put trust in the people I don't know. Today, I got the worst news and the best news. Obviously, we know what the worst news is, but the best news is that justice will be served. And I'll make sure that justice is served because my boy did not deserve any of this that has happened to him. So I urge media one more time just to hold off on questions until we know that this person, the stepmom that I even trusted, that she will pay 100% for this heinous thing she done. And I know that that's going to will be done. So I ask you guys, I beg and plead, if you've known or if you see this story, all of you have seen this story, please hold that very close to you. Because I want to live this earth knowing that justice was served for my boy. And I know that you've seen pictures, you've seen stories, you've seen my little man. He is truly my hero. And I'm gladly giving that to you guys too, that he can be your hero. I've heard stories of people that have not prayed in years, that have finally fell on their knees to pray. And I know where my son's at, without a shadow of a doubt. So many families have been brought closer together because of this. I know my boy is special, and I've told my people and my family and friends that Gannon has a testimony, that Gannon has a story. He's special. And this is his story. So make that story magnificent, who my child is. And I'm putting my trust into you guys to do that. So thank you for allowing Gannon to be your hero and sharing him with us.
So now I'm going to read a statement from Al, Gannon's dad. In a moment on September 29th, 2008, my heart stopped as my baby boy entered this world way too early, weighing only 1 pound, 6 ounces. His infectious smile and constant laughter made an impact on every single person he's ever met. Although I miss the years when he was learning to walk, learning to talk, and he had welcomed his little sissy home from the hospital, I've been looking forward to his teenage years and the fun we had ahead of us as he became a young man. In a moment, on March 2nd, 2020, my heart stopped again with what we have heard up to this point. My little boy is not coming home. We will never play Nintendo again. No more Taco Tuesdays. No more smooth-looking haircuts. No more Big Bubba for my Lena, and no more G-Man for the world. The person who committed this heinous, horrible crime is one that I gave more to anyone else on this planet, and that is a burden that I will carry with me for a very long time. But the God I believe in is the owner and decider of justice and vengeance. Only he can repay. Although I am selfish and want my baby boy here now and forever, How can I question God for bringing Gannon home to him? Because Gannon believed in God, and I will never stop believing. Thank you to the El Paso County Sheriff's Office and the FBI for the thousands of hours it took to uncover the truth as we know it. And may they stay strong and focused as they move forward. The mugshot for Letecia will be available on our social media platforms as soon as she is formally booked into the Horry County Sheriff's Office detention facility. I do have press packets available for the media, which will be available at the conclusion of the press conference. As Senior District Attorney Michael Allen said, all investigation questions should be directed to the District Attorney's Office. All search effort information will continue to come from the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. Right now, I'd like to take the time to thank the media for your constant coverage and not letting this nation forget Gannon. Our work is not done. Let's continue to work together to find him. Thank you for coming.
Really, I'm not in the correct mindset to be even standing up here, but if I had to say one thing, that when he said Gannon is no longer with us, I'd have to say Gannon is with us. After the stories of people from all over the world, he's not only my hero now, he's the world's hero. So I thank the community, the positive support from a state that I've never visited other than 2 or 3 times. I'm astounded by the amount of love that's not come from me. It's came from my boy. And never thought I'd be standing here. It's a nightmare. I've had to put trust in the people I don't know. Today, I got the worst news and the best news. Obviously, we know what the worst news is, but the best news is that justice will be served. And I'll make sure that justice is served because my boy did not deserve any of this that has happened to him. So I urge media one more time just to hold off on questions until we know that this person, the stepmom that I even trusted, that she will pay 100% for this heinous thing she done. And I know that that's going to will be done. So I ask you guys, I beg and plead if you've known or if you see this story, all of you have seen this story, please hold that very close to you. Because I want to live this earth knowing that justice was served for my boy. And I know that you've seen pictures, you've seen stories, you've seen my little man. He is truly my hero. And I'm gladly giving that to you guys too, that he can be your hero. I've heard stories of people that have not prayed in years, that have finally fell on their knees to pray. And I know where my son's at, without a shadow of a doubt. So many families have been brought closer together because of this. I know my boy is special, and I've told my people and my family and friends that Gannon has a testimony, that Gannon has a story. He's special. And this is his story. So make that story magnificent, who my child is. And I'm putting my trust into you guys to do that. So thank you for allowing Gannon to be your hero and sharing him with us.
The court also understands that this is an emotional case for a lot of people. Almost all cases involving a charge of first-degree murder are. The judges in this district handle a number of first-degree murder cases all the time. This case is governed by the same rules of law, evidence, and procedure that apply to all of those cases. In addition, please remember that audible comments and emotional displays or outbursts are strictly prohibited. If at any time during the proceedings you feel that at the onset of an emotional reaction that may violate the court's order, please quietly and discreetly exit the courtroom. There is no in and out. Once you leave, for whatever reason, you will not be permitted back in. With that, filing charges, Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Your Honor. We earlier today filed the formal charges to the court system, and I'm handing you a paper copy to the defense team now.
Yeah, when did you do that?
It was earlier this morning, Judge.
I don't think it's made it out of the clerk's office.
Okay, I can advise the court of what those charges are if you'd like.
Yes, because it hasn't made it out of the clerk's office yet. So
Okay.
when you file it downstairs electronically, it takes roughly about a day or so for it to get to us. Just got filed.
The magic of the digital age.
Yeah. Because I looked like me, it wasn't there yet. So what I have is 4 counts, is that correct?
That's exactly right, Judge.
All right. Ms. Stroller?
We have received that, Your Honor, and we have advised Ms. Stauch, sorry,
Okay.
of the 4-count complaint and information wait further review or advisement.
Okay. All right. And there's a couple. I want to proceed this case because of count 1, the first degree murder. Just would proceed. There's some water over there.
I have some water, I'm sorry.
This case would normally proceed to a proof evident presumption great hearing. Is that what you want to set at this point in time?
Judge, we're actually asking for a review hearing to be set in 21 to 30 days. Mr. Allen has let us know that it's unlikely that we'll receive any discovery in this case until 21 days from now. And so as a result, we are not in a position where we can set the case for preliminary hearing and proof evident presumption great hearing. We also don't have access to the arrest warrant affidavit.
I'm going to deal with that in a moment.
Right, and so we have no idea, we are not in a position where we can tell the judge.
And I know that. I know that you don't have the PC affidavit. What's going on with the discovery?
Judge, this case spanned the investigative portion of this case. It still actually is ongoing to one degree, but it spanned roughly 5 weeks before the arrest affidavit was given to a judge.
I have seen the PC affidavit.
Yes. And so the discovery in this case is very voluminous. We're over 1,000 pages already, based on what I've been told from the sheriff's office and the FBI. There is tons of video evidence, electronic data from cell phones and that kind of thing. So we are working, they're working on it now, and we have advised them of what that 21 days looks like as far as when we need to turn over discovery to defense. I just know that because of just the sheer volume of this case, I don't even have reports yet.
I'm like, where's the music coming from? My phone. Okay, I'm back. And I've got a banner on my head. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. Just make sure this is right. Okay. Can you all hear me? Hope so. Okay. Look what I got. See this necklace? I got it in honor of Gannon. It's a I'm back. Oh, and Frozen. Oh, so annoying. Okay, I think I'm back now. Wow. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Testing, testing. Check, check, check. Sound. Now we know what we do after lunch break. We sound check. Sound check. Check, check. Oh, my word. I can read lips. I think we're good now. There we go. Pernille said, there we go. And there's nothing I can do about these problems. Literally nothing, you guys. I try. Anyway, so let me put this background on a blue one so we get ready. Okay, it should all be good. If it isn't. Now, what was I saying before? Did you hear me at all before? I got this blue necklace, okay? In honor of Gannon. Let's move my hair out the way. It's a blue heart. And I just think it's very nice. Look at it. Look at it. It just arrived today. Okay. Keep it real says, I can read lips too. The Grizzlies are on it. Yeah. Yeah, I can read lips. I went deaf in school for 2 years. My parents thought I had selective hearing, but I actually went deaf. So eventually I had ear operations. So I can literally read lips. Yep. Yes. Maurice is like, I think Gannon is playing with your sound control. Right? It's when I showed that necklace. Yeah, I rebooted and everything. It's all good. Let's take that timer off. Whew, okay. So let's see. Okay. So we're back now, everyone. We have got 4 minutes left until court. So it should be here. And what we have left is 3 hours and 45 minutes of Letecia's video. Okay. And to those of you who stayed throughout the stream, damn, thank you so much. If you're watching from work, good job, good job. Make sure you like the stream and share it so others also know where we are. Some people are behind in the stream, right? Because you're saying no sound. We're all good. Okay. Back in the saddle, says Aaron. Yes. Pernille, exactly. Dieter's like, oh, here we go again. If there's anyone's stickers and things I missed during the break, I'm so sorry about that. I'll have to go check, actually. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. So where we left off last was Letecia explaining what happened on Monday. And we're at the point where the last thing I wrote down was that she said there was blood on the walls and blood on the sheets. That's scary. Yes. Yes, I got the blue heart necklace to honor Gannon. Yes, I did. Thank you, Jill. You know what else I thought of in the break? Oh, my word. You know how in this interrogation video, Letecia says she calls herself Tisha because she doesn't like her name. You know, and then she also talks about Al, whose first name is Eugene. He doesn't like his name. Remember that? Well, if she really had dissociative identity disorder, you wouldn't just say, oh, I don't like my name, so I've just got like another name. It wouldn't be like that at all. So there already, she's debunking her own defenses diagnosis. Yvonne Robinson, thank you so much. Just thank you, dear young lady, for your beautiful compassion. One old lady here who has renewed faith in the compassionate young. You are amazing. And after a lifelong interest in true crime, feel like I've come home. That's so nice. Thank you so much, Yvonne. Thank you. Okay. Yes. Okay. So you're all refreshed. Everyone good. Sure. Thank you. Okay. I can't believe I thought they'd be back already. Sometimes they catch us off guard. They're like a minute or two early. They said they'll be back at 1:20 Colorado time. It is now 1:18 Colorado time. Yes, we got a. Did you hear how she said, she said yada, yada, yada. And then here and there she said da, da, da. She's also got another variation of that. And Connie says burns don't bleed that much. I know, right? Yes, that was such a sweet message. Thank you, Yvonne. Okay, let me make sure I've got everything ready here. Oh boy. Is this still working? Yes, okay. The judge will be there. Okay, good job. I'm just checking everything. And this will be Letecia. Okay, good. So as soon as we're ready, we're good to go again. Sorry, just setting this up quickly for you. Like that. We'll wait for the screen. Welcome to membership, Pauline Young. Pauline says, yo, you became a member. Welcome. Stefan says, yada, 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 whatever, da, da, da. I know. Koopy Duck says, flight attendant, she's still telling the police that still. And she's saying she gets so many offers. No. Okay, we've got a minute. Actually, it should be now. They should be back now, honestly. So let me take this off. Sorry. Yes, thank you. Keep it real. Everyone, like, share, and let's get back into. I can't wait. Like, let's start. Let's go. Yada, yada, yada. Whatever, whatever, whatever. Da, da, da. Into a diss track. Rebecca says, get your paracetamol ready. We will all have a headache by the end of this. I hope not, but we might all be very, very tired. Yes, Stefan says, flight attendant at SpaceX. Yeah, like Chazzy boy. If you have never heard of the Chandler Halderson case, check out that playlist. Oh, my word. Okay, they're coming back to court. I can hear the sound. I hear the judge.
Looks like the hearing tomorrow is remote.
Yes.
So there's not going to be anybody here except me. So they can make everything here if they want. All right. Court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, sir.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury in. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury. When we took our break, we were in the midst of a video. I think we're going to start it right at that same point. Prosecution.
Yes.
We're gonna leave out. I think I told you guys it was like maybe 10:35 or whatever the time the train we left. So this is where I should have like made this mistake. So I drive to so Larson Ranch, at the end of Larson Ranch is a bunch of new builds, like construction, things like that. I drive to the new builds. I was going to be like, hey, look, somebody here knows how to, fix it. Because if I get online and start calling people, then they'll be like, make an appointment. I figure I might find somebody that, would do like a little side job and come and help us fix when I say carpet, I'm talking about fix the living room, the spot that I had cut out or whatever. So I did. I pulled up. On the back part, there were some new houses being built, and there were some like Hispanic, and I'm not saying that to be like discriminatory. They were Hispanic people that were out there, and I was like, "Hey, do you know where you can get the carpet that is in the Larson Ranch model home?" So I told him the model home, which was the same home that we had. I mean, I don't know if it's the model home, but I gave him the name because I asked, like, I looked online for the company for the name. I said it's in there. He's like, everybody has that same carpet. Mm-hmm. Yes. So we got a roll of the carpet.
Where'd you get that from?
We got it from the guy on the scene. Like I say, guy on the scene, but like the construction area. So we got the carpet from the guy in the construction area. Well, I didn't get it then. He said he was going to bring it to me. So I gave him the address. And this is where I messed up. I gave him, and this is why I couldn't tell you this in front of Albert. I gave him our code to get in. He was going to go fix it. And I just assumed working in the house, he was going to be okay, whatever. And me and Gannon left. I just said, hey,
did you give him the garage door code?
Yeah.
And what about the alarm?
Well, if you go in through, say, like you're walking in through our house, there's no sensor. So we always keep it on our alarm, and you can walk in through the garage and the alarm will never set off or off. Never. Okay. And the reason for that is like there's no door. Like there's nothing that tells that door that it's open. You can send.
So you don't have a sensor there.
Right. So we always, and the kids come in every day in the garage and never have to like set, reset, anything like that. Okay. So me and Gannon go on. I don't remember exactly where we went first. I know we rode a little bit because I was looking for different places to buy the dogs some like different cute outfits because sometimes I get them at Ross. But Petco has some really good deals going on right now. So I was like, I'm gonna go to Petco. Gannon was like, at that point, it was like he wanted to lay down because his stomach was hurting. He wasn't complaining about like any like pain on his arms or anything like that. He just said he wanted to lay down because his stomach was hurting. So we were in Albert's truck. So we lay down. He lays down in the back of the truck. So he's just laying down, whatever. I went to Petco. I can't remember if I went in the store beside Petco. I know we went some places around town, just different locations.
What places did you go to?
I know I went to Petco. I know I went to a gas station to get gas.
Which Petco did you go to?
The one at, is it Nevada and something?
Okay.
I don't remember
the newer one. Like
it's nice. It's a nice area. That's the area I basically was in for. I wasn't gone that long for most of the time frame. That was the area that I was in. And then I made the wrong, when you're coming back and it tells you go this way, I made the wrong exit. Like I got in the wrong one. So I went back. I guess that would be, I went north a little bit before I turned around to come back because I made the wrong one. So I get back and let's see, did we go eat at that time? I feel like I didn't get anything to eat. Maybe I just got Starbucks. I could look at my credit card or something like that. See if you want to look and see what I spent that day. You want me to look?
No, eventually, yes. Okay. That would be helpful.
Okay. So I remember what happened. Then I realized I had to go back to Petco. That's why we turned around and came back. Because I started off, I bought 2 outfits, maybe 1 or 2, and then I came back in Petco and I got the rest of the outfits that were on there because I was like, I'll go 2 more for this price. So I did go back to Petco twice. So I'm sure you'll see that.
In between, did you go?
Let's see, if we left at 10 something, it's like a 30-minute drive from Larson Ranch. Mm-hmm. So if I got there, got gas, got Starbucks, maybe I was there at 11-ish. I don't want to say a time. Because
so you go to Petco the first time, and then how long in between the first visit and the second visit to Petco?
Can I give you that, like, looking up?
A guesstimate or
maybe an hour?
Maybe an hour. Do you have, like, any tracker apps or anything on your phone? Because I know, like, for me, I have that Life 360, and it'll tell me.
Want me to show you what we think? Okay.
it'll tell me, you know, what my short trips are. It'll even tell me if I walked somewhere. It's freaking awesome.
Okay. Yeah, I just get tracked by Google. I have Android phone, so it just tells me.
My family likes to know where I'm at, so
Well,
you
I
know.
do that to Harley because, Harley, you know, was the only child, and then her father was killed. So it's always like she and I, and like she was like really all I had until I got remarried or whatever. So I kind of like do maybe a little over board of stalking them.
Hey, you know what?
Right now, I'm like, all right, let's see.
Do you have the one with the subscription? I'm like trying to figure out if I should get that or not.
I don't. She always says something about purchasing it. She said it would tell if
Like
you
the
like
crash detection
right. That's what
and-
she was saying.
Yeah.
And she was saying that it was kind of like how the Apple Watch would do if you had a crash detection. It would alert authorities. They'll say, yeah, okay, this is, I don't know if this is like a service thing, but it's on. I would say, I would say hour-ish because I'm a very indecisive person when it comes to like shopping. So I had to go back and make my mind up. I can read right here, but it's loading. I think maybe.
Can I see it? Maybe it'll give me better reception.
Yeah.
Oh shoot. Give a password or something. I can put it in.
No, I could do my finger.
Okay. Sometimes this corner, if you hold it up high, it'll. Because I know people watching, I want them to have my passcode in, and they'll know our code for a lot of stuff. All right, here we go. Is it working? No. Oh, that corner is like typically the sweet corner.
Hold it up here?
Yeah. We can set it down here. Let's see if it kicks on. Okay. Okay, so you make the second trip to go back and buy more outfits. And then where do you go from there? Is Gannon still telling you that he wants to like lay down? How's he doing?
He was something happened.
There you go. See, I told you this was a sweet corner. It says purchase could not be completed. I didn't purchase anything. The purchase cannot be completed. Huh. What does that mean? I have no idea. I've never had that pop open before. The purchase could not be completed. Please try again later. Well, I mean, we tried. I guess it says to access signal, so. Free membership includes two. How long have you guys had that app? Oh, God. Since I started driving for a long time. Okay. Yeah, maybe a long time. Yeah. If I want to say, like, it's never had me do a purchase.
He just says. It didn't even ask me to put anything in purchase. The purchase did not be completed.
That's bizarre. That is bizarre. You didn't hit anything. I didn't hit anything. Okay. So you go back to Petco the second time. Does Gannon, these places that
Sorry, I was going to say, it says crash detection disabled. Does that mean I don't have the...
Yours looks different than mine does. And you don't have a subscription?
Like it gives me, but it sends me all the alerts. Like it says, like Harley arrived home.
Well, yeah. I mean, I get those too. Yeah. If you have certain places set, like
no,
work
I get
or
it
home.
Yeah, well, I get the work at home, but it'll say completed a 4-mile drive, completed a 15 miles.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like
I think we might have different versions because mine is Android. So anyway, that's neither here nor there. So when you and Gannon are out running around to these places and you know, getting your gas and your coffee and Petco a couple times, and does he go into the stores with you?
No,
or?
but I parked, and I know you're gonna see this, so I'm gonna say that I parked on the front, and like I don't know if you'll probably, if you see the Petco cameras, I'm in the, can I show you? Sure. I'm in the store a lot of times walking back to the front door doing this. And my point of doing that is because I was making sure that I didn't see him, like, you know, if he needed something or like getting out or whatever. And he stays in the car, like, I really stay in the car all the time with like, if like Lena's in the car and he'll be like, it's okay, stay here, buddy, we'll be right back. Didn't think anything of it because he had his Switch with him and he was playing his Switch.
Did he know what store you were in?
Yeah, Petco.
So like if he needed you or whatever else.
But I did keep walking to the door several times, and I'm pretty sure I did it on the second visit too, walking back to the door just to make sure. You know, like if he was like, oh, you know, sure, if I need you or whatever, sure. So yeah, you can see that on there. So do you need to know like what I did in there,
So you're just in there shopping, and then
it wasn't even a long shop.
Okay,
like it wasn't.
And then you come back out, and then where do you go?
So I know we were right in that area, like different places, but I don't think I stopped anywhere else specific to get anything other than Starbucks. I made a wrong turn, and then the 2 times at Petco, and I was looking for Marshalls, but
after the second time at Petco, did you go anywhere?
I think after that Petco is when we started to head home.
Okay, so you go home,
and I want to give you like an accurate of that if I pull this up, because I feel like right after Petco we went home. I don't want
to try and bring it up.
Yeah, I don't want you to think that I missed a stop or something. And I will tell you, on the way there, we did stop and get gas somewhere.
Okay.
I can't remember if it was on the way there or way home.
Do you remember what station?
But we did stop and get gas.
7-Eleven.
Here,
Come and go.
If you gotta go.
I hate to do this. Yeah, I need to run out. I'm gonna come back.
Okay.
Okay. It shouldn't take me very long, hopefully. But please continue talking with Detective Houston, and then whenever I get done with that, I'm gonna come back in and we'll get back on again. Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull this up too, and it's oh.
Sure. The USA app is being slow too.
Is it my phone?
I don't. You can try that corner again. It might. The floor is a little weird. So after you guys left Petco, so did you buy something there that time or?
The second time, yes.
Okay. Okay.
And I know she kept asking me about what was Gannon doing, what was he, whatever, blah, 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 blah. So I'm going to say this about getting back.
Okay.
So everyone has been, like about this whole thing about camera footage and this happened because we didn't see this or didn't see this. So I'm very smart.
What do you mean, everyone?
So like my whole family is being harassed. My mom is being threatened to be killed. My daughter is being stalked. It took me a while to get here because I had to put some safety measures in for her own well-being.
Okay.
And my family from back home is being threatened. People are saying they're sending people after them.
Okay.
All those things. So, you know, there's always a world of people making situations and saying, let's be a good person, but then threaten someone else.
Okay.
And so being aware of that's what was going on. So in between all that and all these people were sending me like messages that people were saying and blah, blah, blah. I didn't respond to any of them. During all that, there was something along the lines of someone checked neighbors 2 doors down or something, camera footage, and never saw anyone do this or that. Like, I don't know, like specifics. But my point behind telling you that is, if this is what you guys, and I'm not saying this is what you're basing stuff on, but if this is what you're basing stuff on, is like in the same day and age, timeline, security, things like that, you will see on somebody's security, Gannon and I run to the car at 10 something that morning and we're returning at 2 something. Okay. So I remember specifically the truck, I pulled it right in front of the ring. And like
our ring?
Yes, but we don't have a subscription.
Okay.
But according to these neighbors who can see all the way to the truck every day,
okay,
they should be able to show you during those time frames that we run in, we run out, he runs back in, or whatever.
Okay.
And then
so you leave around 10 something and then you get back around 2 something.
I feel like it was like 2:35, 2:25, 2 something.
Okay.
Because I knew I had to be back in time to do a couple of things, and then I knew Lane would be coming there. I knew Harley would be getting off work, yada, yada, yada. So that was the whole thing. So going on from there, Gannon goes inside, I think first. I don't want to misquote myself, but I'm pretty sure he ran in first. And I had the bag for Petco and all that stuff in my hand. Now, I don't.
Which store did you guys use?
We always go in through the garage if we, typically, if we like park, like on the front part of the yard or things like that. So we go in through the garage. Okay. He goes in through the garage. I go in. I'm getting ready to put up the things, stuff like that. And this is where it got. I made a mistake. This is it. Okay. So as we got inside, I heard something, but I didn't think anything about it because I thought, you know, maybe Gannon was like doing something. Maybe we were like doing whatever. Mm-hmm. The guy was in there. And I gave him the code.
The guy from the...
Yeah, it's all my fault. I gave him a code to fix the carpet. And
here come the stories.
He was inside. I noticed when I had like walked in and I saw our we have like a little bookshelf thingy. I keep my shades in there too, but we also have like our guns and stuff. I saw it was open, but in my mind I thought maybe I left my shades or whatever.
Your sunglasses?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I didn't think anything of it when I heard the noise, and I just started walking downstairs. But I didn't walk downstairs with like a gun or anything like that. So I started walking downstairs, and then when I walked downstairs, I hear something again. Well, at that point in time, Gannon was on the sofa, and I saw him, and I heard something again, and I walked on around to where so Gannon's room is here, okay, and there's a storage closet here.
Okay.
And I heard something, and so I walked to the storage closet to open the storage closet, and when I do, it's him. And he was standing in there, and he had on gloves.
In the storage closet?
Yes.
Okay.
He had one. Okay. Okay. And then he just knocked me down and like towards Gannon's room. And he was hitting on me, and it was like hard, like on the ground. Okay. And he was trying to rape me, and I just told her. I said, I have to tell you about it.
Okay.
And like from there on was like in a blur because I was trying so hard because Gannon had a table in his room, and I went back and hit my head on it. Like with him, Gannon runs inside the room and like tries to be helpful, do something, whatever. And from there, it was kind of like a blur. Everything else that was going on, because I was just like crying, I was freaking out. And I swear to God, I don't know what. I really don't know. I don't. Okay. I don't. And I'm just like in the moment thinking, like these memories of like, wow, like the thing was open, he had the gun, and I didn't remember what happened there. And so I kind of like blacked out just a little bit. And so all these things are going into my mind as I'm blacked out. I don't know if I know he was like, when Gannon was like trying to get on him, I know he was like moving Gannon and, and it was just all like, so like a cycle to me. And so I'm like out of it for a little bit, just for a little bit. And then from when the time I woke up, I say woke up, but like I kind of blacked out a little bit, and I immediately like freaked out. I was like, I couldn't find Gannon. It was like the guy was still in the house. Lena was on the way. I didn't know where Gannon was at because I was calling for Gannon. I thought he was hiding. Like I legit thought he was hiding in like maybe the other closet that was on the other side, the other, whatever. I thought he was hiding. Like I was so scared. So I run up the stairs because I hear, I know it's like almost time for Lena, and I hear that the Ring app had like an alert for someone at the front door, but it could have been just like Amazon or something driving by because there was nobody at the front door. And then I run back downstairs because in my mind I was like thinking, where is Gannon? And I didn't want to leave and like run outside and scream and go crazy because I did not know where he was at the time. And everybody says to me, because I told Albert and them about it, and they're like, why didn't you like run to go get help? And I didn't want to leave to go get help, and I was terrified because I know Albert would kill me because Gannon was still in there. So then when I get downstairs, he has the gun, and he has Gannon, and I'm sitting there like freaking out, like what do we do? And Lena does make it through the door at this time, and then so I go upstairs because I know that he was like, don't say anything, because I didn't know if someone thought like he was a cop or if someone heard something, or I didn't know anything. So my thought process was, if I say anything, Gannon's down here, you know, I need to just be as cool as possible at like, because we order things on Amazon like all the time, you know, books and things like that. So it was Lena. So the reason I sent Lena away was because I wanted her to be safe too. So I sent Lena on a mission to go get like the mail. Lena, it never gets the mail. Nothing like that. I sent her on a mission to go get the mail.
Okay.
And so I just started making up random things for Lena to go do. And I looked at Lena and I said, she was standing there, I was like, just stay gone for a little while. Because I didn't want her coming back and then that, you know, like her in the situation as we were too. So like in my mind, I think if I say anything, if I do anything, I just didn't know what to do. I was in complete panic. So I go back downstairs again and I'm like pleading and like talking and like all these things going on. Like just back and forth with him. And why are you doing this? Why did you hurt us? Why are you doing these things? Mm-hmm. And then it just started being like a hustle and puzzle, like back and forth. I don't even remember how it kept going for, you know, like maybe I say 5 or 10 minutes, but I don't know if it was that long. And then he was like on top of me again. And then I kind of lied out again because he hit my head again.
Oh, really?
And then, and then I was on the table that was inside, like in between the red and blue table in there. Okay. He like, forced me in there again, and he was trying to do it again. And I was just like losing my mind, like completely. Like Albert's sister was raped. And so like in my mind I kept thinking Albert's gonna be like I'm nothing, and I shouldn't have been thinking about that. I should have been, but I was, and that was all I could keep thinking about, you know, like was like Albert was gonna be upset, Gannon's over here, Lena's coming, and all these emotions are running through there. And he was like, he asked me to give him a suitcase, and I gave him a brown suitcase, and then he hit me on the head again, and I was like right here. Like hitting me right there like that.
Okay.
And so then he did that, and then I wiped out again. I was having a panic attack. And then I don't know what happened from there. I really don't. I don't know. I just know that I did lie. I did. When they came, I did say, get and left, whatever. You know that.
Okay.
But he never did. He never left to go play. I just didn't know what to do, and I panicked in the moment, and I didn't want Albert to be like trying to hurt us because we're kind of getting a lot of fights. Yeah, and I just want you to know that's the only reason that I made up the lie is because I knew that I didn't want to face the consequences of, you know, trying to explain to him all that was going on, because he was saying to me, "You're trying to make this about you. You know, this is not about you." And I knew all those things because I've lived in it. I panicked and I just told a story, and I was going to try to think of like, you know, plan. I'm sorry that it might have delayed, you know, like looking for Gannon, but I do not know where Gannon was. I do not know. I do not know his whereabouts from that point on. But it was still in the same time frame that I gave you guys. So there was no contradictory to that same time frame because it still was about 4 o'clock.
Okay, so go over the time frame with me. What was the time frame?
It had to be around like 4.
Okay.
Because Harley gets off at 4:30.
Okay.
And so Harley had just gotten home, or no, was on her way home or something. And my phone was like alerting. I knew Harley was on her way home. And I was going to tell Harley when she got there. I was going to be like, look, this is what happened. We need to get help. We need to call 911. And all I kept thinking about was, it's going to be my fault. Because I gave him the code. He brought the carpet. He did all that.
Okay.
And did
he fix it?
No, I had already cut it.
Oh, okay.
He brought the big roll of carpet. It's at the house. He brought that. Yeah.
Okay. And where's that at the house?
It's in the back storage room.
Okay. Is that the one that he was hiding in?
Huh?
Is that the storage room that he was in?
Yes.
Whenever you went down there?
Yes, I put the carpet back in the storage room. The reason I put the carpet back in there because it was laying like in the like. So the storage room was right here. It had fallen over at some point when all this was going on. So I picked it up and put it back, like on the thing. I rolled it up.
Oh.
It wasn't all the way rolled out, but it was like somewhat rolled out through the commotion, and I rolled it back up and put it on the inside.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you doing okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So the time frame is that 4 o'clock is whenever.
I don't want to tell you exactly 4. I don't like saying that because I
About
don't
4
want you-
o'clock was whenever. We can say about.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. And then what happened after that?
So
did Harley come home or?
Yeah, Lane is still out and about. Harley's home, comes home or whatever. I'm pacing the house, like trying to think of a plan of like, what do I do? And I should have like immediately like gotten on the phone, did whatever. But all I kept thinking about was, it's all my fault. It's my fault because Albert's going to say to me, you gave some stranger access to our home. You know, this is all on you. And in my mind, I thought I could fix it. Like in my mind, I thought I could fix this. And I don't know why I thought that. That was a horrible decision-making problem. But it also was in a very emotional state that in normal situations, people can say all they want. I will call, I would do this, I would do this. But if you're not in a situation, everybody handles things differently.
Sure.
And I was making an irrational decision in a panic situation when I should have immediately, being an educator, being all these things, it should have been one of those things where it was immediate, know how to answer. And you might think, this girl's going to want to be a flight attendant. She's got to be able to think fast. It was not that easy in the moment because my mind was in so many directions that I could fix it. I literally thought I was going to fix it.
Sure.
And that was where it went from there. So I was going to tell Harley. I didn't tell Harley. I paced around the situation and was thinking, okay, if I don't have any kind of like information, like if I don't have a plan in my brain by a certain time, that's when I'm going to call it.
Okay.
And so that's how.
So you had like predetermined a time that you were going to call if you hadn't figured it out?
I didn't come up with a specific time, but in my brain I kept saying, okay, I got to act soon. But I knew that, you know, I'm like thinking by 6:30, like I need to make a good decision because what am I going to tell the girls? Because they're going to be like, you know, like where's Gannon? Like because we were going to all go eat sushi. So that was where that time frame would have been like, what am I supposed to do? Go get in the car and be like, Gannon's not going with us. I couldn't keep going on and on with the irrational decision of not calling 911.
Okay.
And I had to stop the decision.
So what happened? So tell me what happened as it went on.
So I called 911.
Okay.
And they said, hey, sorry, you know, this is not an emergency. You have to call this other line.
Okay.
So I called the other line and it was a 4-hour wait for them to get there.
Okay.
So 4 hours later, they came. I'm still in a panic set. I'm like, these people are, nothing I say is going to solve this situation. So I did say that, Gannon left at this time. Again, I admitted it's a very rational decision because it could have been more helpful to be honest and say, this is the description, here's who we're looking for, instead of like the situation being like, he was gone. And that was horrible. I should have done that because I panicked. And I made a decision. You know, and so from then on, that's when you guys came. They came through, asked me questions. They searched the house, every room, flashlight, you know, whatever. They went outside in the garage. They searched my car. Blah 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 blah.
Okay. And was Harley there at this time?
When they did the searches? Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Because she had it took like 4 hours. So it was like later in the night that this had happened.
Okay. So when you say they searched your car, which car did they search?
Like the car, my car, like the black car.
The black car.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like so there was a deputy, there was like 6 or 7. And then one of those deputies that responded to the scene, he came around with a flashlight and he like searched like everything up and down every room, would ask me questions like, would this wallet be here? Would this be here? You know, like, would this be here? Would this be here?
Sure, trying to figure out what's normal, what's not normal.
And I put everything back in order. Like, like I told you I moved the carpet, you know, I fixed the situation because I was being stupid. And I should have told them what had really happened.
Okay.
And so he went through everything. He went through the outside, he went through the car, he went through the trunk, he went through everything.
Like he actually got into the car?
He wanted my ID.
Okay.
And he asked me, he said, do you mind if I look around? He said, in the garage, he opened my car. In fact, he left my car to open because the next morning the back door was open.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So he went in the car doors. I mean, I'm sure you guys have a record of who was in there, but he opened the car, opened up the trunk. He looked through the bags that were in the truck. He looked through everything in the garage, the bags, whatever over here, came back in. He did the same thing, and like in different parts.
So he's trying to be like really thorough.
Yeah, like trying to be really, really thorough. He was going through every part of the house.
Okay.
And he asked me, "Is anything missing?" And it was the truth. There was nothing missing because I did take the gun that he had. I did put the gun back.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Okay. So, was there anything else that happened on Monday? Like, did you talk to Harley about it, or
About what I told you? Mm-hmm. No, I told them the first situation.
Like what you told our dispatch?
Right.
That and that was that Gannon went to go play at a friend's house.
Right.
And do you remember the friend's house name?
I never gave anyone a name or anything at all.
Okay.
And also too, like, I didn't want to leave out any key points or whatever.
Sure.
I had my headphones on because when I was like upstairs when it all started, I had my headphones on, so my headphones were still on through the whole scene. So that's why if you ask me like did you hear any noises? Did you hear anyone leaving? Did you hear the alarm go back off? I had my headphones still on. They were still on my head.
When you came inside the house?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, like I had my headphones still on when I came inside the house. Like not coming in the house with them, but like in the house. When I went downstairs, I still had my headphones on.
Okay.
Yeah, like I did like this.
Okay, so help me understand. Yeah. So when you came into the house, you didn't have them on, but then you had them on when you went downstairs?
Yeah, because I came in doing like a normal, I would get ready to listen to music. I was going to work out.
Oh, okay.
So I like, you like move them back and forth.
What kind do you have?
Like I have Beats audio.
Like the ones that go over or like they come in?
Yeah, the ones that like they kind of like smash your head in or whatever. Yeah. So I always have to I always have to
on your head.
I always have to like move them, like back and forth and stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's what I was doing, like moving them when I was like, do I hear something? Because it's kind of like I heard something, but I wasn't sure that I heard something at all. And that's when I started when I'm there.
Okay. And are they like noise canceling or anything like that, or ambient sound, or do they just do like play regular music?
I mean, I think they would be noise canceling, right? Because that would be.
I don't know. I think you can get them either way.
That would be Beats. I'm not sure.
I think you can get them either way. Yeah. So I didn't know if you knew.
Yeah, I don't know. We have two different pairs, and the one we have two different, and I know one of them is like the push, like push in kind or whatever, and the other one doesn't push in as much, and I have the ones that like. So that might.
Do you have two different pairs?
No, Albert. I'm saying like we have two.
As a family.
Yeah.
Okay. So which ones were you wearing?
Mine.
Okay. Which color are those?
I they're like a gold or maybe like a matte gold or.
Okay. And what color are Albert?
White and red, I think.
Okay.
I think.
Okay. We just want to make sure that, like if we see them or whatever again, then we know which ones are yours, which ones are his. So that it's like, if you said that that your head got hit and stuff like that, and we'll go back to that a little bit, but maybe if he like touched them or something like that, then we want to make sure that we get the right ones.
Right.
Okay. So was there anything else that happened Monday, like after the deputies left or anything like that?
No. So I went out to my car that morning because I knew that Albert was going to fly in or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And so normal, like routine, like I got up, whatever. I got in my car and I realized that the guy had left the back door open. And then so I was like, oh, my car might not crank. And I, drive out and I drive down the street because I was going to drive my car, blah, 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 to pick it up. And I decided to come back because it was too early. His flight wasn't coming in until 8:53.
Okay.
And I was going to honestly, just drive. I had to think in my brain, I was like, this is the best thing. But I didn't. I just drove down the street, came back.
And that was in your black car?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then you ended up picking him up later?
Yeah.
And you took your black car to do that?
No. Yes. So what happened is I took my black car, but I sent him a message earlier and I said, hey, is it okay if we get a rental car?
Okay.
And he said, yes. I have a leased vehicle, so you can only put 1,000 miles on it. And I'm pretty anal about, I don't want to go over and that type of thing.
Okay.
So his car is very expensive on gas. So I was going to get I did get a little economy car, and I knew we'd be driving around everywhere. Everybody was like searching, and in my mind, I was like freaking out because I'm going to be blamed because they someone our codes in our home. And so I was like, I know we're going to drive everywhere all day. So I was like, I'm going to get a rental car.
Okay.
So I did. And so I got my rental car, and I left my black car at the airport.
You left it at the airport.
Right. Because I had to have a way to, like, I didn't walk. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So Albert asked me where my car was at, and I told him it was at French. The reason I told him that is because Albert and I get in a lot of fusses about this whole working and changing career thing that you guys, I told you about in the beginning. And that was like a personal situation that I didn't want to fuss with him about, like the working and changing, you're going to give up your career for this, this, and this. So I just said, he knew I had just worked at French. So he knew that. So I said, it was at French, one of my friends brought me. That's what I told him.
Okay.
So that's why he thought it was at French, but it was my way of, so he thought that I wanted him, he knew I had to go get my stuff from French because I'd stopped working there. So, and that's kind of, I wanted it to go with the story because I wasn't ready yet to tell him I wasn't returning at all to education. It just wasn't.
Okay, so he doesn't know that yet.
Well, he knows that like I'm gonna be a flight attendant, and oh, never mind, I can't do it because I've been back and forth. You're gonna go from making I make like 60 grand to, I think they make like $18 to $20 an hour, but you could only do so many things like reserve shifts. You got my crash pads, so I'm back and forth on something I really want to do and the money. So I went back and forth with him on that, and that was just one of those things where I just wasn't prepared to be like, oh, you're gonna be a teacher again. Oh, you're gonna do this again. Oh, you're back at the school again. Blah blah blah. So you're back at subbing again. So
you drove to the airport in your black car. Okay. What time did you do that?
His flight landed at 8:50 something. So I got there in time to park my car, and then I walked up to the thing, and he was coming down the escalator, and then I go over to budget, and I get the rental car. He's sitting on the little corner over here waiting on his bag. We walk out, we get the car.
Okay. And so where did you park your car at the airport? Do you remember?
In the short-term parking, maybe about like a middle. Okay. It's a long, like the short-term, I say. It goes from, you got the rental cars, the section here, section. So I went to like the farther section, and maybe like over here.
Okay. Okay. And then, so you're in your black car this morning?
Right. Because I had to turn the rental car back in.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. So you picked your car up this morning?
No. So I took the rental car back last night because I didn't know what time situation, he's upset with me for not telling you guys first, so that, it could have been a quicker search or whatever the case may be. So I didn't know, like, I thought we were going to have to stay, like in a hotel or something. So I parked my car. My Harley picked me up because I was going to get a room at the hotel.
Okay.
And so I thought you guys knew that because it was sheriff's there this morning. So.
Well, people are working different pieces,
Yeah.
and so I just want to make sure that while we're talking that I have all of the information, right? So if I ask you something that you feel like has already been covered before, I'm not trying to be a brat or anything like that.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure we have everything. We're all on the same page with everything. Okay. So you drove the rental car back last night, early this morning.
No, it was last night. It wasn't that late.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And then Harley picked you up, and you left your car at the airport still?
No. Okay. So I drove my car. I drove the rental car back. Got in my car.
Okay.
Left.
Okay.
Okay. So I didn't have anywhere to go because they're fussing at me, and people are not, everything's going on in the searches and things like that. So I just, basically, I didn't really have anywhere to go, and some of my stuff was at home, so I didn't have a car to get gas. I didn't have anything like that. So I was basically like just, like going somewhere parking, like trying to stay warm because it got a little bit cold or whatever.
Sure.
So finally I was gave in and was like, Albert, look. And he was like, I need you to tell me the truth. And that's when I started messaging her that, hey, Wood, I'm going to come home and I'm sorry. I'll tell you exactly what happened. It's all my fault because I should have let everyone know that I gave someone the code. And I tried to replace the code. So, So at that point, I leave my car at the hotel, which was near Harley's work.
Okay.
And Albert was like, "Are you guys coming?" And I said, "Yes, we're on our way." I leave my car at the hotel the entire night and leaving Harley's car. We stay at home tonight, last night, and then I come back with Harley when she came to work this morning, and I walk over to the hotel.
Okay. So had you gone and gotten a hotel room and then changed your mind and decided to stay home? Parked your car?
No, I parked my car because I was going to get a hotel. And my thought process was if we got in Harley's car and went home, and I didn't want people like his ex-wife is there, I didn't want people like, the domestic type situations like going on, just me, myself against, like her family and that type of thing. So my plan was we'll just come back here and stay at the hotel if we have to.
Sure.
So that was the whole point of me leaving my car there.
Okay. Do you remember which hotel it was?
Yes, it's the IHG, the Holiday Inn that was right there.
Holiday Inn?
Yeah, and again, that's where the police were at all morning, where my car was at.
We were?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it could have been something separate, but I just assumed because when I got in my car to pick it up, I'm just like,
work
at the one at Center Point.
Center Point?
Mhm.
So over by like the movie theater and stuff like that? Okay. And it was sheriff cars or CSPD cars?
El Paso, whatever, white and maybe green, white and something.
Okay.
I just assumed they were there because you guys think my car was there, but I parked it there because we only drove one car in case it came back. We had to stay at the hotel, so.
Okay.
But yeah, it was parked there.
Okay.
And then I picked it back up this morning. So.
Picked it back up this morning?
Yeah.
And then you came here, or
Yeah.
did you go anywhere first?
No, I was just driving around because I was on the phone trying to figure out situations for, like, my mom was getting, like I told you, was getting all those messages. So I wanted to, like, talk to them because they were freaking out and I hadn't been able to talk to them in the last 24 hours. So at that point, my mom was like really worried that I hadn't told her why are these people, in her death threat, and so at that point in time, I had to make that decision to focus on making sure my mom knew, like, hey, listen, don't respond to, anything people say, and that type of thing.
So I just have one question. I know, like, and it was probably really frustrating. I know your husband was upset and stuff like that too. Like we took a long time to get out there for, I guess we were under the impression that it was a runaway or whatever.
Right.
So it took longer.
In her death threat, and so at that point in time, I had to make that decision to focus on making sure my mom knew, like, hey, listen, don't respond to, anything people say, and that type of thing.
So I just have one question. I know, like, and it was probably really frustrating. I know your husband was upset and stuff like that too. Like we took a long time to get out there for, I guess we were under the impression that it was a runaway or whatever.
Right.
So it took longer to get out there to you guys. But in the meantime, like when we did get out there, there's like all these people out in the neighborhood and like stuff going on in Facebook and stuff like that. How did that happen? Like,
Albert had someone else start talking on Facebook.
Okay.
One of the kids' mom.
Okay.
So she like initiated something on Facebook, and then of course all the people comment on it.
Okay.
Because the community page is a quite active page for it.
Okay. I didn't know if like you had posted something or if Albert.
Not originally. He had the little Cambria.
Okay.
To post an original post initially, and then.
Okay. Is that like a friend of your guys's or?
That's one of the kids, Braden's mom.
Okay. Okay. All right. So I want to go back a little bit.
Okay.
Just to kind of.
I could like use the restroom really fast.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Sure.
I didn't get to do all this. We don't have to be like.
No, we're coming back.
Was it like a long-term process or something like that?
No, you can just leave everything wherever it is, and we don't have to like clean up anything or anything like that. And I'll just show you where the restroom is. Do you want to leave that here or move what? Your hot pocket. Oh, you don't want to take it to the bathroom, right?
Oh yeah, I forgot. Put my poster on it.
No, now's a good stretch break. Take a seventh inning stretch break here.
7th inning stretch break, everyone. Sure, her lies are bad, huh? Her lies are really bad. And as always, she's the only one not standing right now in the court. Oh, she getting those tissues. Gesina says, peace and quiet. It's nice, isn't it?
Yep.
I don't know. Probably. Stretch break.
Got the horn section over here.
Yes, these police officers are so good.
We good to go?
We are.
Okay.
They're just letting her talk and talk and talk.
Thank you. Anything else? You need another comb? Okay, thank you. Water or anything?
I think we still have 2 hours and 45 minutes of this. Oh, now she's suddenly cold. Oh, they said they're going to show us this so we can just watch her.
Okay. Yeah. No, I'm sorry. Yeah. I know. I can't go to lose his job. If he loses his job, I don't know. I don't like it wouldn't work out that well. Yeah. I know. I'm not gonna do that because Albert will lose his job. Okay. All right. Let me do. Sorry, I didn't know you were on the phone. It's okay. Sorry, you know, a little caffeine. Oh. Okay. So I just want to back up with you. We kind of have like a good overview of everything, but so we can start really narrowing down to try and find Gannon and everything else like that. I just want to try and get some more specific stuff on everything. Yeah. So I just write some stuff down. So, I did, so going back to the just a little bit to the fire part. You said that Gannon had some stuff on his arms. What part of his arms was that?
Like I don't remember, like the inner area.
You just point to like wherever.
Like in this, like in the inner area, like this.
Okay, so like right here.
Yeah, but like the burns were like not like you're thinking like round burns. It was more of like not like burns that are like this. Right here. It was more of not necessarily burns, but like a little bit of like skin, like it was like skin peeling, like in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And so that was like on his left arm, his right arm.
It was on both arms because remember when I came in, I took the covers and like basically like got on top of both of like on him and the fire. Not like him putting him on the fire, but like you know, like I was just trying to get the fire out.
Okay.
And he was like hanging off the side of the off the side of the sofa.
And he was still asleep?
No, he was like saying my name. Like he was alert, like what's going on because he had just like woken up.
Okay.
Yeah. So he was not having a full conversation with me, but as in just like calling my name, and he's like, I'm so sorry. He kept saying he was sorry. He didn't mean to do it. Daddy's been got me for a year. So it was him thinking, oh my gosh, shoot. Like kind of like waking up being like, oh shit, I just made a mistake. Like we would say in the mind of a kid.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that for me. Okay. So the next day you go to, like, you're trying to figure out how to get this carpet fixed. And you said that you had already, you cut the carpet?
I cut the carpet.
Okay.
Yeah.
What did you use to cut the carpet?
I had Albert has like these tools that are like wood working tools, like chisels and I don't know the specific name of the ones, but they're like a little saw thing. And I just like took the carpet and did like this.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, I didn't necessarily saw it, but I just kind of was like, they're very sharp tools. He has a lot of woodworking tools and stuff in the garage. So I just took one of those things. It's got like a handle and.
What color? You know, like he used.
Because I tried with the box cutter, but I couldn't. Like it wasn't like deep enough to like really pull whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because I tried a couple times with the box cutter until I get kind of like started the process, but then I had to get like a stronger object or whatever.
Okay.
To do it.
Okay, sure. So you cut the carpet, and then you guys are gonna go try to figure out how to like get this fixed or whatever else. So you said that you went over to like where some new construction is. Do you remember? Can you tell me more about that?
I'm not familiar with the area. I mean, I could if you want me to drive you there, and like or whatever. I don't know. Like they give you street names if that's what you're asking.
Sure, that's fine. But can you just describe it for me a little bit better?
Okay, so like the school, there's the school in the back, and so there's a bunch of new buildings.
Okay.
That are in the area right near the school.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember, like, when you went to the new builds and stuff like that, was it, like, the first house in or, like, 12 houses in? Or
yeah,
how far in did you have to go?
There was a couple. I'd rather just go show you because you're going to quote me on me telling you an estimate of the number, and I don't think that's fair to me. So I can give you an accurate description of which house it was.
Okay. Well, for now, let's go with what you kind of remember. Like, do you remember, did you have to drive far in there or just a short distance?
I don't know what you mean by like far in there.
Like into where the new builds are.
So they're all like, you just go around. It's like in loops.
Okay.
So I don't know what you're asking.
Okay.
So far.
Sure.
I mean, I can show you. I just don't know your terms of distance that you're asking me. Like.
Okay. Well, I guess like, so you're saying that they're like in a loop or whatever?
No, the whole area is in like there's loops, there's streets, there's you know, like different sections of the new build.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's like, I can show you because you're going to quote me on me giving you hand motion and things like that. And that's not fair to me being on a conversation. That's just not fair. And I'm sure if I had a attorney here, he would say, we're going to go show instead of just giving you something that would be an estimate.
So you went to the new build and you found this guy and asked him about...
Yeah, his name was Eguardo.
Eguardo?
He said, or Eguardo. I don't know how to say the Spanish names right, but Eguardo.
Okay.
Something like maybe I'm saying it wrong, but I heard Eguardo.
With like a G?
Yeah. But it might be a J if it's Spanish. I'm not sure how they do it, but I'm not Spanish, but Eguardo.
Okay. Yeah. So he said he told you that was his name?
Yeah, he said Eguardo.
Okay.
Yeah. And so maybe about like 5'8", really skinny. He had on a tool belt. Had on like a sweater vest, like a cold weather vest. I think it was red. I don't really remember exactly, but he did have blue jeans on, and he had on the combat boots or whatever. I'm assuming in my mind that this was just this was somebody who was he looked like he was a legit worker. There was people, like on the houses. There was people working in different areas, so I didn't think it was that he was a legit, not necessarily a contractor, but someone that was going to be able to,
someone knowledgeable to be able to,
yeah, right. And I didn't explain to him what had happened. Like, I didn't say, okay, this happened. I said, we need a piece of carpet. You have the carpet for this model of home.
Okay. And what did he say?
He said yes, and I was like, do you have the carpet? And I gave him like a hand reference of like the size that I would need, and he said yes, we have a roll for that. They have I don't know if he said they had all of them have the same, and there's model homes or the same color. He was saying something along. I don't really know the definition of that, but some certain homes have the same exact thing and everything.
Okay,
you know what I mean? Like might have the same floor in one, the same, because a lot of the homes are the same every 5 houses or whatever.
Right. Like they have like 3 or 4 houses that they build over and over and over again.
Right.
Okay. And they put the same finishings in them.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That was my assumption that I had taken from that.
Okay. And so he said that they had it, and then what happened next as far as like him having it?
So
do you need to get that?
No. It was I just always check to make sure it's not my daughter.
Okay.
Yeah, because you have to worry, Mom. So he said he was going to bring the carpet and fix it. And I gave him the code to get into the garage.
Okay. And you had mentioned that you thought maybe you would find somebody that would want to do like a side job or whatever else. Like, how much did he say he was going to charge you for doing this and for the carpet and stuff like that?
So we never had made that that conversation. I just said, hey, and I'll give you a small donation. So what I did was I said, okay, I think my ex-husband, Harley's dad, he used to work in sheetrock and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. So in my mind, I'm thinking, little jobs like this, back home would have been like $10 an hour. Here, it's probably a little more, like $15, $20 an hour, whatever. And I said, I'll give you a small donation. You didn't ask me earlier about the part, so sorry if we messed up. And I said, I'll give you a small donation. And then in my mind, a donation was going to be $50. So that's exactly, I had cash. And that's exactly what I had was the $50 on the counter. And I explained that to him, that it would be on the counter. Thank you for, doing it. Make sure the garage is closed. And like I said, you didn't ask me all that, but I did go through a conversation. I just didn't be like, hey, bring the carpet. Here's the
and that's why
I don't want you to think that, because that is not what happened. I went through the process of make sure you close the garage back. We have a security system. I told him we had cameras. I talked it up through the conversation. Okay. To let him know that this is the steps and the processes and stuff like that to follow.
Okay. So let's talk about that conversation a little bit, just because we didn't, and that's why we go back and get more information and everything else like that. So he says he has the carpet, and then did you ask him okay, can I just have the carpet, or did you ask him can you fix it for me, or did he volunteer to fix it for you?
What do you mean just have it?
Did you ask him if he would just give you the carpet, or I
was going to be like a package deal. I was assuming, but it's just I wasn't asking for the carpet for the size room. I gave him the size. So in my mind is he's bringing a scrap like rolls or scraps or whatever. That's already some extra from the job.
Okay. So you didn't ask him to just bring you carpet so you could fix it. You asked him to come and fix it for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I had in my mind to fix it, but then I was like, you have to measure, and then because I changed tools, one side was going to be this length, so if you cut it different on that side, and it just was a little out of my thought process of that.
Okay, yeah. Have you if you've never done carpet before, I would imagine that trying to patch something would be kind of hard, especially if you had to use different stuff to cut it. Okay.
Okay. So he agrees to come to your house to fix it. So you give him the address.
Yes. I went through the whole spiel of here's where it's at, like here's money, how much, we do back home. I mean, it was probably like a, good 2-3 minute conversation of the specifics that needed to be done. And I did that out of panic because I needed to get it fixed. I didn't want to put it on Craigslist because people say call me or this and they upcharge and we need to replace the whole section and things like that.
And did he tell you like what he would charge you, or did you just say this is how much I'm willing to pay?
No, I just immediately said that I was going to give a donation, like in the terms of I didn't really have a lot to give you, but can you like hook me up? But I kind of was like, can you like hook me up like that? Being more of like a please do this for me, I really need it type. I don't have a lot of money.
Like a favor?
Yeah, I mean, because if he's on the job working and he makes so much an hour and can make an extra $50 that day, that was 150 might turn into 200. Gotcha. So in my mind of thinking of doing that was back to the times that colleagues that would do the same thing. He would be like, don't go pay a subcontractor. Just go get someone who wants to work after hours, or whatever. And so that was my thought process. That'd be cheaper, faster. Someone will come do it right away, and then we're done with the situation.
Okay. So, what did you tell him as far as like how to get into the house and stuff like that?
What do you mean how to get? I just gave him the garage code.
Okay.
And I explained where the carpet needed to be replaced. So, I mean,
okay.
There's no like when you enter the home, there's no like specifics. You just upstairs, downstairs. That's it.
Okay. So you told him it was downstairs and kind of the area that it was in, or
you walk downstairs, you would have saw it.
Okay.
Like it wouldn't have been like you needed to go search for it. I mean, that's common sense.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not saying you common sense. I'm saying to the person that's common sense, like, oh, that's carpet, Because see, I had took the rug right here when I showed the police when I came. I had took the rug and put like a piece of carpet that was on it. But the problem with the piece of carpet that was on it was that was a piece of carpet that was from the outside.
Oh,
like, you know what I'm saying? So we walk on it. And,
it was like an extra piece.
Right. And I mean, sure, they could have, used the same carpet, but I needed a carpet to fit a specific size. So if someone had extra carpet, then why not go ahead and fix the whole thing, Sure. And we could have a little extra roll for hopefully there's ever any emergencies or anything like that.
Okay.
But yeah.
Okay.
Because I thought that there would have been some somewhere. Like
in your house?
Right.
Okay.
Because, like sometimes, I knew like when we had our home, we sold it, we left our square, what are they called? The hardwood floors. And we left like maybe like 10 little sheets and things like that. So like I thought, but in my mind, like, okay, no, I'm just going to go. I hadn't seen anything, so I had to, go find it. Yeah.
Okay.
And you act so much differently when you're trying to be impulsive and hurry up and get it done, quick decision. When I probably could have just been like, hey, let's look at something that we have maybe in the back corner. We could have cut a piece out or something like that. But I didn't want to go mess up an old lady's house.
An old lady's house?
Another lady's house. Well, her house. Like the renter, like the owner. We rent from them.
Okay, so you rent. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I thought you guys owned.
No,
my bad. Okay. So, so you left, so you went there. You said that he was about 5'8".
Yeah.
Okay. What color hair did he have?
I say 5. My husband's 6, but just a little bit shorter, skinny, dark hair like mine. You might think I'm Hispanic, so like I'm really brown in the summer, but
he wasn't here too. You're Hispanic.
I know, but people always think that. So skin complexion was a lot darker than mine.
Okay.
So, I don't know if you want me to give you like a for skin complexion thing, but I would say like middle to tannish.
Okay.
Color.
And was his hair like, did it have texture to it? Was it straight? Was it curly?
Well, he had a thing on his head, so it was like a little, I don't know, like a fat piece or something. And it was just, I can't tell you like a hairstyle because he had like a little brown like strap thing around it, but it was just like almost like jet black hair.
Okay.
But it wasn't like long.
Okay. And then, what was his face shape like?
Maybe like a little chubbier than mine.
Okay.
Like more rounded.
Was there anything about his face that like stands out that would help us be able to find him? Like that would we be able to be like, that's the guy right there? Like, did he have?
Well, I was noticing there was like
or-
some bad saying, but like maybe like a little bit of is it a craters or like the little holes. I don't say holes. No, like you know how you can see some people and it's got like a little like holy like skin from the acne.
like acne?
Yeah, yeah, like stars.
Yeah, that's really good stuff.
Yeah,
Go
so
for that out, tell us.
like acne, like stars were kind of like present just a little bit there.
Okay.
And not bad though, not like, you know, super bad, but it could have been like even more like wrinkles or like whatever. But it's just a little section of like right here, but you can tell it was just like from like age or whatever.
Okay.
Or maybe even from dryness. I don't know. I wasn't giving him a skin consultation, but I do remember there was like little spots here.
Okay. Did he have any facial hair?
Yes. He had a mustache that went right here, like around in this area, and that was completely it.
Okay.
It went like this here. Like the.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm trying to give you this because I don't know how to say the wording.
Okay, just the mustache.
Yeah.
Okay. And you said his hair was like jet black. Do you remember like could you tell approximately how long it was?
Or his hair?
Like was it long, short?
Yeah, I just told you that. I just said it wasn't long. It was the belt like barely fit around it and like flat, like you know, like little flat pieces here.
Mm-hmm.
So, not bald, but not long. Nothing was hanging on on the shoulders or anything like that.
It wasn't like a military cut or anything like that.
Yeah, no, not a military cut or anything else.
Okay. So kind of like medium length.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then how old do you think he was?
I would say easily late 30s, early 40s.
Okay.
But and based upon me thinking that too about the facial structure, you know how you can look at some people's skin and the elasticity or whatever, and it's different. Like those little, you could tell that had been there for a while.
Okay.
Almost like it was like I don't say a sunburn, but almost like you could just tell something had been. That's a very unique feature I just wanted you to have because that wasn't something that, you know, like, hey, did the person have lipstick? This was, you know, on their face that would be permanent.
Sure. Do you remember seeing any tattoos or any other like
No,
large
I didn't remember seeing. I just remember the vest. I didn't see any tattoos. He had a shirt under the vest. I don't know, shirt or jacket.
Okay.
I mean, like I say under the vest, but like you know how you have the vest over and people wear the shirt. Yeah, that's like a Colorado thing, but kind of.
What color was the jacket? Do you remember? Or
I just remember the red part because remember I told you earlier I was like I think it's red, but I was talking about the top layer.
Yep.
Yeah.
That the vest was red.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I didn't know if you remembered what color the shirt was that was underneath.
No, I
or if
don't.
you- Okay.
I don't.
And then you said he had boots on.
Yeah, he had on like the Rocky boots or like the construction boots that.
Okay.
Like,
do you remember what color they were?
yeah, they were that light tan, like a sand.
Okay.
And he had. Remember, I told you he had the belt thing. I know everybody had the belt, but I just.
You said it was a tool belt?
Yeah, it was like a strap thing that had a pocket. I mean.
Okay.
And remember I told you that at the scene. I don't remember like a specific color. It was just, oh yeah, you know, you see somebody, you're like, oh, person in black shirt, or whatever. I didn't.
Okay.
I do, but the face did stick out, and I wish I was good at drawing because I'd want you to notice that or whatever. And it was like more rounded, kind of like craters type thing.
Sure. And then and you went through the fact that so you guys left there and you went to Petco.
Well, we already talked about. I don't know if I got gas beforehand or not, but I told you guys I would be more than willing to give you the information from an exact travel for the route. But we immediately left the Worsted Ranch area. That's what you're at.
Okay. Yeah. So what was you had said you were going to leave him the cash on the bar? Did you go back and put that there, or were you gonna or had you left that there whenever you left?
No. So we have. I always have like everything that was in all the notes and everything like that was in the drawer that sits on this side of the kitchen or whatever. Okay. And I had cash put in there because I had gotten, I was playing the lottery. So I got cash back from the lottery and I had already laid it out on the counter. My mindset was the reason I already laid it on the counter was not because I had it predetermined I was going to leave it out for a specific person. I already had it laid out on the counter because I was going to give that money to Harley until because Harley has been paying on the dog because Chance, we financed him. Okay. I say finance him, but she's paying him back or whatever. And we always give her a portion of Chance and a portion of her car payment. So I was going to give that back to her anyway. Okay. And so in that moment, I don't even remember when I came in that I checked to see that the whole month, I left her $100, but I didn't check in the moment if that $100, like when I walked in, I didn't say, hey, there was only 20 there. And my mind wasn't thinking about, like it was gone. So I thought, okay. But in my conversation with him, here's how much you want to do, donation, blah, blah, blah. So when I come in, I didn't think to go look to see if he left the remainder of the $100. Like that just wasn't in my mindset because
it was already there on the counter whenever you had left.
Right. And that was just because when Harley got in, I was going to tell her that was usually like I Zilly her money or, like whatever we pay.
What?
Zilly.
Oh, I haven't heard of that one.
Yeah, everyone else does Zilly. Like, so it's kind of like Apple Pay or whatever. Okay. So usually like I Zilly her money or things like that. But I realized this. I haven't had my USAA credit card in such a while, so I didn't have a way to to go get it or whatever. So I had lottery ticket money.
Okay.
So I was like, I would use the lottery ticket money that I'd been stashing to go buy new lottery tickets.
Okay. And do you remember, was that like when you put it out there, was it like 20s?
Yeah, so it's always 10s, and the reason it's always 10s is because I tell myself I'm not playing anything like above the 10 amount.
Okay.
And I go to the Safeway all the time and put it in that machine.
Okay.
Put more than $10 in that machine, they're going to keep it. You have to.
Oh, okay.
You have to ask, like, I put a 20 in there. You got to spend 20 in lottery tickets.
Okay. So you had $10 or $100 and $10 bills on the counter when you left.
Yes.
Okay. So you weren't worried. You didn't have to go back to like put that back out for him before you went out.
Yeah, no, and I didn't intentionally like leave it and say, whatever. In my mind when I left, because I didn't know like, hey, what time. I didn't have a specific time. I knew I needed to be back before Lena, but usually Holly gets off at 3:15. So I was assuming she might beat me back home.
Okay.
But she worked. Remember I told you like they were having people having to take shifts and all that. So she ended up working till later in the day.
Sure. Okay. All right. So, and then you come home. Let's talk about what happens when you come home. Okay. And I know that that it can be difficult to talk about.
And I didn't want to talk about that part without. I'm one of those people that tries to like not think that mental health is always an issue or like things like that. And in my mind, I was afraid of the whole like, oh, it's causes mental health problems, like that type of thing. So
sure,
talking about it, I'm trying to like. I think if I'm like emotions, I'm trying to be the blocker to think that I'm not going to let that be a stigma that I'm going to have mental health problems because of this. So that.
No, and what I was going to say is because, I've been a special victims unit detective, and so I've had to investigate different types of assaults and sex assaults and stuff like that with adults and children. Mm-hmm. And so I just kind of want to let you know, and this is, I would let anybody that I was going to have this conversation know that that's what I've experienced with, and that it can be a hard thing to talk about, and that I understand that. And that it can be kind of a sensitive subject, and like people don't always want to say specifics, but for us, like, to be able to document everything and to be able to really pursue it, we have to get into the specifics. And I just want to apologize up front for that because I know it can be uncomfortable. Does that make sense? Are you okay?
Do I have to talk about that? I don't want to, like I said, like, I don't want to be dreaming anymore.
I'm sorry, you don't want what?
Like dreaming. I want to dream anymore. I gotta keep saying it. Like in my mind, I keep saying it. And I'm trying to block it. I'm fighting a battle, blocking out exactly everything, you know.
Sure.
Then-
Well, so
if you would just ask, like I could say yes or no. I just don't want to be like really specific in terms of. Are you talking about like you're gonna ask me questions about like?
So what I'd like you to do is start by telling me what you remember hearing whenever you came in that day, and then and as you walk me through it, I'll have to ask you some questions. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So you, and correct me if I get anything wrong. Okay? You had said earlier that whenever you came in, that you thought maybe that Gannon had come into the house first.
I'm almost positive he went into the house first because I had to get the bags that we had purchased.
Okay.
Like the Petco bag.
Sure. And you guys came in through the garage, correct?
I want to say the garage. I'm like 80% that it was the garage because we parked on the front with Albert's truck.
Okay. So you come in through the garage. Gannon has already come inside. What's the first thing you remember seeing whenever you come inside?
I usually always go in to think about, you know, hey, I need to let the dogs out. Hey, I need to do this.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like that is my mentality, is to go in to do that. And the alarm could tell if no, it won't, because I had put those things on there. See, that's where the hard part is, because I can't give you the exact time, because yeah, but it might. And some of the sensors, remember I told you I had the things going on and we had put the little towel things on them or whatever. Some of the sensors were picking up, but some of them weren't. So I can't give you the like exact time. If I went in, I could tell you if I went in and went upstairs or went downstairs first by the motion. But the motion was all off because I had put
towels.
Right.
You hadn't pulled those down from the night before yet.
Yeah, like in my mind that was not like. Some of them, like the one in the corner, like hangs off the side, so it might have picked it up or it might have not. So if it wasn't for that, I could tell you by that, did I go straight in and go straight to the basement? Because it would say like,
well, so
there's most activity.
I want to, so with this kind of conversation, it's really all about what you remember and what your perspective is. Okay.
So I remember it was just basically being, you know, like normal, because I'm excited. We got, you know, new clothes for the pets, and we're coming in the door, yada yada yada.
Okay.
The day's halfway through. I knew I had specific responsibilities to continue out the rest of the night. My brain hadn't said, "Hey, you need to go check" or anything with the money yet, because I just wasn't on that, you know, that direction yet.
Sure.
I was on the direction I wanted to work out, I wanted to listen to my music, I wanted to like relax. That was my mindset. So it wasn't to be like, okay, this here, that type of thing. Sure, it should have been, because I gave someone the code to get into our house. But in my experience in Lorton Ranch, it's been that, you know, most everyone has people. They give people their codes and let them come in to fix things, and you know, like you can do the Amazon packages and have them delivered inside the door. So I wasn't thinking, you know, like I need to run in and check, make sure it's okay. If I felt that I was doing a harmful situation, that would have been my first off, I wouldn't have done it, but second off, I would have went in immediately and been like, did he fix what he's supposed to do? Did he think something from the home? That would have been my initial thing. So it was a normal, I want to listen to music, I want to work out. I don't know, I might have got something to drink. I don't, up and down dogs, that type of thing. That would have been my, you know, mentality. But I didn't hear anything until I had my headphones on, and I thought, like, it's one of those things where you thought you heard something, because like the downstairs, if anybody makes any kind of noise, like a boing, it's like it echoes really loud.
Oh, really?
Like it has like a loud echo through the vents.
Okay.
So even sometimes, whether you're asking about noise counseling or not, even like having things on or not, sometimes it's just the way that, you know, they're sitting on there, you hear something, you know, and that was like, you know, almost like an echo noise.
Okay.
And that was, and below my room would be that storage room.
Okay.
So
you were in your room when you heard that?
So when I heard that, I don't remember if I was, I know I had the headphones on.
Okay.
I don't remember if I was in the room or walking back and forth, because I had a big speaker box over here. And then either I play the big speaker or play the headphones or however on the big speaker back and forth. So I don't know if I was like here, there. Again, I wish I could give you the motion thing because that would give you a better time, like a 254, whatever, 55 here, there, like that. But when I heard it, that's when I was just kind of like, oh, did I hear something? Remember, I even told you earlier, I had a couple of times before I even thought that would be of a concern.
So when you thought you heard something, what happened there?
So I don't remember if it was one or two times or whatever that I kind of was like doing this here and like back and forth. And that's when I told you that I, started to walk down the stairs. And I told you that Gannon was on to the right of the area.
Okay.
Like when you walk down the stairs, he was on the right of the area.
Okay.
And the guy was over here.
Okay. And was the guy just out or?
No, the noise was probably because of like moving around, I guess, or whatever. And the door was like almost not necessarily like a semi-crack, but well, maybe a little semi-crack. I don't know if he was looking out, like peeking out or anything like that. And so I noticed that someone was right there. And that's when immediately it was just, there was no, it wasn't like, hey, how are you? It was, if someone's in your home, they're not there to, when they're not supposed to be doing whatever, they're not there to like talk to you. It was immediate from then on that it went to that. And Gannon came in.
Okay.
Tried to get on.
So let's slow all that part down. Okay. So you go downstairs. You notice somebody's there. What's the next thing that happened?
So I noticed that he was there. He had, I told you when I went in my room earlier, one of the things that I remember triggered, not the trigger, but I thought was odd, but I had my shades and I remember I told you my doors were open to the cabinet in the room.
Okay.
So I noticed that they were open. So that kind of, my mind was like, did I leave that open? But that also set off the fact of when your brain runs rapidly and you're looking, you're like, gosh, that's why that door was open.
Okay.
That
so like you put it together.
Right. I put it together very, very quickly. And so that part ran back in my mind. And so immediately when he saw that, he saw me, I don't know if the intentions was to us to come in that soon. I don't know the intention if it was to do anything, because I don't think the intentions was going to be like take anything from him, because it was he already had on gloves. He already had obtained a gun from our home, like had already done those things, and immediately it was in attack mode for me.
Okay.
And from there, and I didn't mention to you, I did go in the cabinet because I take a lorazepam for anxiety, and I was like already super anxiety from like having all this, like going on and stuff with the like fire and stuff like that. So I took 2 lorazepams. So I did go in, take two lorazepams and blah, blah, yada, yada.
And that was in the cabinet, the lorazepam, or was that somewhere else?
Like in the kitchen?
No, you said that you went in. Where was?
I'm sorry. Like in the kitchen, we have a kitchen cabinet. I have to say that to you.
Okay.
The cabinet that I'm talking about, that the doors are, is a bedroom cabinet. I say cabinet. It's like a armoire, like a smaller one that has doors that open. Okay. I should specify cabinet, so something.
Right.
The bedroom one, the kitchen one would be where the
medication.
Right. So I did take. That's why I said I think I might have got some drink or something, but I did take 2 lorazepam. Okay. So that I did do that, and then I did come down with it.
Okay. So just so we're clear, the kitchen cabinet was where your medication was. Describe for me the armoire in the bedroom where the shades and your gun would.
So you want to know like what's in it, or like what?
What does it look like? What color is it?
Sorry, so it's silver, like almost like a chromish color with like glass.
Okay.
And it does have handles, like a little knob that you can pull on or what, like pull open. And then of course they have like, I keep my important documents in there, like a passport. Or,
does it have drawers or anything?
No drawers.
Okay.
It has the insert,
like shelf.
Yeah, the shelf.
Okay, perfect. And where does that fit in your bedroom?
If you walk in the room, like say I'm like opening the door, walking in the room, it's exactly right here.
Okay. And does it sit on something, or does it have its own feet?
Like, is it on feet?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we're talking.
Yeah, it has its own feet. Okay. Yeah, and like if I had to do like I don't know what samples or whatever, I I just wanted to tell you about the medicine because I know she's like, but I mean, it's prescribed to me anyway. So.
Yeah, true. That's not
Yeah, and I had already taken one that morning too. So it was just, I only have taken a panic attack, but I just had taken a lot. I don't say a lot of it. It sounds bad, but I'd taken. Yeah, I don't take any at all unless I'm having a panic attack. And I had.
It was a little bit more than usual.
Right. Just because it was just, like.
Okay.
The whole anxiety of it. So.
So you go downstairs and you see him, and you said that he had already found a gun.
He had already been in the home, like in our home, like moving, like I say moving, like doing something, because you wouldn't have just walked in and known, hey, there's something here. You would have to go in, and most people would probably look through drawers and things like that. I don't know. I'm not making that assumption. That's what it is. I'm just saying he had already obtained one. So I'm kind of like, I can't speak for what, like what went on or anything. Okay.
What can you describe the gun for me?
So it was our black gun.
Black gun.
I don't know what make and like what the brand was or whatever.
Okay. Was it? Do you know whether it was like a revolver or like a
no automatic? Automatic.
Automatic.
Yeah, like a you just pull the trigger.
Okay. And is that like and do you know the caliber? Maybe?
I think the 380 maybe
380
or 9, one of those.
Okay. So you said it was your black gun. Okay. How many guns do you guys have?
4.
4. Okay. What kind are they?
I don't know the big one that Albert has. It's kind of like an AR something.
Okay.
And then there's the shotgun. And so I think they're both 2 380.
380?
Yeah, I think I think it's like a 380. They're both 380s.
Okay. And are they both black or like sometimes they have like the colorful ones?
Yeah, mine's like a teal color.
Okay. So you have a black one and a teal one.
Yeah.
Okay. 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 I just wanted to cover that really quick. Okay. So you go downstairs. You've already obtained a gun. You think it's your black gun.
Well, no, I don't think. I saw the color black.
Okay.
So I was assuming where I told you that my mind went through that was like
that it was
our black gun.
Right.
Now, at that time, I wasn't 100% if it was or not because there's plenty of black guns.
Sure. So tell me what happens next.
So you want me to go through the whole like assault again?
Well, we need to know like more specifics about it. So you said you saw him and that he had the gun and then he attacked you. How did he attack you?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take a recess until 3:15. Again, don't discuss the case among yourself. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do any research about any aspect of the case. With that, if we can have everyone back in the jury room at 3:15, we'll be able to rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect it.
That's about right.
No, because I know there's another video that's, I don't think, it'll probably be mid-morning Friday where they get to me, so.
Not sure we're gonna finish this one today.
Yeah, we may not. There will be some empty time, I think, in the room that we'll just push through, but when I mean empty, nobody's in the room.
Right.
Yeah.
But But it's not going to be like 30 minutes, right?
I can't remember. Honestly, there's a chunk though.
Okay, well, we'll just, if we get it finished today, great. If we don't, we'll finish it up on Friday. And my docket tomorrow is virtual, so you can leave everything here.
Okay.
You don't have to clean off tables. You don't have to do anything.
Good. Thank you.
All right. All right. Thank you, Court will be in recess then.
All right.
Okay, so in recess, I just quickly want to take this off. And then it's like, please, not another video. Yes, not another one. I'm trying to calculate how long that was. So that was, we started at the 20 past. So 35. I think that was 1 hour 35. We had, I think we've still got about 2.5 hours. Yeah. Oh my word. We still have a while. And they're going to maybe fast forward through some of the video where there's no one in the room. Oh, you guys, that was a lot. That was really a lot. I have made some notes, but oh man, listening to her, whew, it's exhausting, huh? Do you guys sleep well at night? Because I sure do. Let me just move my mic closer here. So we're on a break. Leveropini says, wait, are we on a break? Now we're on a break. And Sandy says, none of what she says has anything to do with Gannon. That detective is awesome. I know, right? Nothing. Yeah, oh my word, for real. Welcome to all the new members, and thank you so much, everyone, for the stickers. As you know, I can't verbalize them while we're listening to this, but I always wave at you. So thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. So someone, I think it was the bag lady in chat, you were saying that if I do remember vaguely researching Letecia Stauch's ex-husband. From what I remember, they got divorced long before he died. But she was mentioning today Harley's dad got killed. So it just makes me, I'm just going to have to revisit that. So if you do have a link to that, please send it to me on grizzlytruecrime@gmail.com. I just want to have a look at it again. But anyway, so the first thing I wrote down is what happened to Letecia's ex. And apparently his name is Chance. And also Grizzly Cat found for us Letecia's Instagram, but it's private. So Dr. Stauch, but it's a private account. But thanks for finding it either way. Okay, so Letecia was saying, you'll see it on the Ring door cam. You'll see the truck pulling up. So she's basically saying we left after 10 and we came back just after 2, but she's like 2:25 or 2:35, something like that. And she's like, you'll see it, which already is interesting because she's aware of exactly which cameras and what they'll be seeing. You know what I mean? Yes, NC says, I'm curious. Me too. I'm curious again. I was curious before, and I remember looking at it. So it's somewhere there on the playlist, but I want to look at it just one more time, just again. Yes, exhausting. Chance Harley Hunt. It's Harley Hunt, so it would be Chance Hunt, I would think. And so she says she gets home around 2:25 or 2:35 on January 27th, the day that Gannon was murdered. Now, what's interesting is she says that Harley gets off work at 4:30. So you know what's scary is that in her mind, she knows she's only got from around 2:30 till 4:30 to do whatever it is she's doing. You know, like she was aware of the timeline. So that's very interesting. She starts speaking like super fast and the more she yada yadas and the more she digs herself her own grave. Not that we want to say that now, but you know what I mean. Given the content, but like she just the faster she talks, the more she lies. And so she said she was terrified, and she said again, she actually said it twice this time in this session that we heard, that Albert would kill me. But like, no, Letecia, she's the killer, you know what I mean? But she's always like, remember when we heard the calls between Elle and Letecia, and she was saying to him, she was feeling sorry for herself because she has to ask people if she can use their phone. She has to ask if she can sit in their cars, which is like, wait, what? But anyway, she's like, they could be bad killers or something. So she projects very hard. She's like, they could be killers. Al would kill me. Al would be so angry with me. Yeah, no, that's all her. You know what I mean? So I wrote here that she cherry picks trauma stories because she said Albert's sister, it's interesting how she suddenly called him Albert and not just Al. Albert's sister was essayed. And then Letecia says, and I kept thinking, so while this is all happening to her in her fake story of Eguardo, she said she's thinking the whole time that her husband's sister was essayed, and therefore her husband's going to think of her as nothing. I mean, that is just terrible to me that she would even project that. That she's trying to say that, if I understood it correctly, that Al thinks of his sister as nothing because she was essayed. I don't like that. No. I don't think that's going to cross his mind. I don't know him. I'm just like, that just doesn't sound right, the way she said that. So, man, then she talks about Eguardo and him bringing the carpet. So he's going to fix the carpet because she had to cut out a piece of the carpet. But then he's also bringing like scraps of carpet, and she's going to give him a donation. Have you ever heard of that? It sounds worse than freaking Amber Heard talking about a pledge. She's going to give him a donation, not like an hourly pay, just a donation. And she was thinking maybe like $50. I mean, wow. Chrissy Art says, I think we all need a mega pint after the circus act. That's the thing. Angela, one finger at someone else, 3 pointing back at her. I know, right? She's talked about the carpet more than anything. But there's a little bit, if you've noticed her pattern, it's quite scary when you realize there's always these half-truths in there somewhere. So if you listen carefully to what she's saying, sometimes it's like, like when she was saying to Al before that Gannon was really scared, that he was really scared of her as well. I mean, that's true. That would be true, given what happened. She also said that Albert would blame her for giving a stranger the keys to her home. Okay, so to their home. Yeah, okay, but that's not what's important now. It's not like a naughty child, you know what I mean? She's not like, oh my word, I've been so bad, he's going to be so angry with me. And then what is your next, how do you make decisions after that? I mean, it doesn't make any sense. Okay, Eileen, can you send it to me on my email? Please? Yes, and so NC, sorry, I missed that. Yes, Harley is on both the prosecution and defense. NC says she measured it, matched it up, patched it up. Did she though? Wasn't it still cut out? I don't know. Did she? Now, what is interesting is she said this. She was making an irrational decision in a panic situation. There's a part truth to that. But the fact that she can sit there and say that, the fact that she can say, I was making an irrational decision in a panic situation. Exactly. Yeah, you don't have DID, number one. Number two, yeah, you're literally saying it. Like, I was just making an irrational decision. Yeah. And you understand it. So you're not insane at all. You made an irrational decision. Now she's making the story about something else, but we know what happened in that time frame. You know what I mean? So then she said, I couldn't keep going on and on with the irrational decisions. So I called 911. Again, she does not have dissociative identity disorder to even calculate like that. I couldn't just keep going on and on with these irrational decisions, so I decided to call 911. That's what I had to do next. Then she complains a bit about them taking 4 hours to get there, and then she keeps on saying she panicked and all of that, right? Then she says, I was being stupid and should have told them what really happened. Yes, stupid, not insane. She's busting her own ass here. She's literally like debunking her own defense. You know what really sucked as well? I think I wrote that somewhere else, where she said she's aware of like mental health struggles and she doesn't want to stigmatize things. She literally said she doesn't want to stigmatize things. Oh, okay. Well, what a defense you have. Like, let's stigmatize an already very stigmatized disorder, dissociative identity disorder. And let's call that insanity just to, add salt to that wound. What? But she's like, I don't want to, like in this interview, I don't want to stigmatize anything. Yeah, okay. But when she said I was being stupid and I should have told them what really happened. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, these words, we're going to remember them. She also says that she put the gun back that Eguardo had. So she's trying to, in every story that you can hear from everything she told her brother when her brother testified. If you were here for all the stuff or the whole trial so far, if you weren't, go check out the replays. Everything is time-stamped for you. It's all on the playlist. I've made 2 playlists now. There's a Gannon Stauch playlist, and I also made it Letecia Stauch, depending on what you're searching for. So you can find it on both, okay? And they're all time-stamped. So if you listen to what the brother said, if you listen to everything, she's always trying to pin parts of the story on someone. And this one was Eguardo now. Some guy called Eguardo that she says was in his 30s or 40s, late 30s, early 40s, had a round face, acne scars, mustache, pink boots. So there's like a brown belt he's got on his head. He's wearing a jacket with like red. He's got like a little tool belt too, but then he's got pink shoes on. No, that made, she then said sand colored after, but sand is not pink. She's wearing pink in court many, many days. Right? Thank you. Unapologetically authentic for reminding everyone to leave their DNA on that thumbs up. Thank you. Why? Why do you need to do that? Just so that it helps to boost the video, the stream into the algorithm. That's what it does. And then other people, if you guys like it, other people will be shown the stream and they can decide if they want to join or not too. And then we'll have more people chatting here with us. Okay, so she put the gun back that he had. That's weird. That whole story. We know the whole story makes no sense. But especially that, it's just like, so he attacked you and then essayed you twice and you blacked out. Remember then later, it's not in this, so I don't know if she'll say it here, but there's this, she later changed her story to this being Quincy Brown. And he was basically in like a pantsuit at that time. And then out of his pocket slipped a business card and it said Quincy Brown on the business card. So that this whole story we just heard, it changes later. Anyway, and so let's just quickly look at this. She said she had her headphones still on her head. She's talking about ones like the ones I'm wearing, but Beats ones. What? And then when they say, oh, really? Like, how many do you have? Like, what color? And she's like making, she can't even keep a story straight about headphones. She was trying to describe the color when they're like, what color is yours? What color is L's? And then she's like, is it noise canceling? Doesn't even know. Can't even answer that properly. Janet Murphy's like, pink boots, construction worker. It's one of the village people. Sure, she makes up a lot. I've never seen someone lie like this. Have you guys ever seen someone lie like this? I know we've seen a lot of liars that commit crimes, but my word. This one, she takes the cake. Okay, let's see what else I got here for you. She was blaming Elle for being anal about mileage. So remember when she left her car, the Tiguan, at the airport, and then she rented a car. And then she was saying to Elle, it's because she didn't want to put mileage on her car, which made no sense. And he was very worried about it and called the police and said, look, I didn't tell you this before, but I'm telling you right now, she rented a car. It was very weird. I don't know where her car is. Yes? Yeah, you guys are like never in my life. But now to the police, she's saying that's his fault, that he's the one that's anal about mileage. And she keeps saying that he's going to get so angry with her about all sorts of stuff. Like she's worried about mileage. And even in that interview on the phone, she's worried about a job. Not Gannon. That says a lot, of course. We now in hindsight, we know a lot, right? So yeah, she was worried about losing a job. On January 29th, she gets that whiny voice. I think she was talking to Elle on the phone and she's like, yeah, I don't know. It won't be good if I lose this job. Wow. Okay. Yeah, Shell Bell says she couldn't keep going with irrational decisions, so she unalived Gannon. Jessica Jones says, I agree, some Jody area similarities. A little bit, huh? There are some similarities there. I get what you're saying. Except that was at least like an intimate relationship, right? This like attacking a child. Oh my word. Lie-tecia. She did say Eguardo, so that's why I say Eguardo, because they asked her with a G. She says, yeah, with a G. So sometimes people say Eguardo, but she says Eguardo with a G, she thinks. Now she says she cut the carpet with a box cutter, but that it couldn't cut deep enough. So she got a stronger object to do it. I worry about those words. That sounds like those half-truths that she's telling us, right? Cherry says they both exist but have nothing to do with murdering Gannon. Yep. Blue Bear Art says that must have taken some courage by Al to finally decide that he can't trust her. I couldn't see him in court now. I mean, he might be there. I just was looking and I couldn't see him in court now. I think perhaps he's like, oh man, he can't watch this anymore. Not sure though. So, wait, what is she talking about? A cold, I wrote you a cold weather vest. Oh, that's what he was wearing. A cold weather vest. And she would give him a small donation of $50. She said he's bringing rolls or scraps to fix the carpet. So not only is he not getting paid properly, he's going to get a little donation, you know, $50 or so. But he's also got to bring the scraps and the rolls of carpet. What? So she described him as a round face, acne scars, a mustache, late 30s, early 40s. And when they asked her to expand, which she's going to do more now, she said she cannot block the memories out. Do I really have to talk about it again? Because I cannot block the memories out. That's what she said. Then you don't have DID. Like literally, where's the dissociation? Where's the compartmentalization? With dissociative identity disorder, you compartmentalize trauma. It's a trauma disorder. It's a very strong coping mechanism. So if she really had DID, she would say, I don't know. I just can't. I have no idea. Can't access that trauma right now. No clue. You wouldn't be saying, I don't really like my name, so I like calling myself Tisha. No. And you also wouldn't be saying that she cannot block those memories out. She's just dreaming about it. Literally, she's describing PTSD. But it seems like a fake one, right? Because the whole Eguardo story. She's describing PTSD, but now defense is going, I can't wait for the mental health experts. Bring it on. Bring it on. I've done a lot of research on dissociative identity disorder because when I wrote the books for Ted Bundy, John Wayne Gacy, Jeffrey Dahmer, and Eileen Wuornos, actually across the board in serial killer cases, they like to explore the possibility, it seems, of them having dissociative identity disorder. And some said that Ted Bundy had it. I mean, they practically called him a shapeshifter. The way that he would change so drastically, especially when talking about the murders, it would scare the crap out of people. So some mental health professionals were like, whoa, like this guy has DID. And same with John Wayne Gacy. He actually claimed that he had it, and some experts agreed that he did. So that was interesting. So I did a real deep dive. I love psychology topics. I love all mental health topics. I'm very passionate about mental health. And yes, not stigmatizing. Yes. Leticia's like, I don't want to stigmatize anything. I'm just going to one day at the trial be like, I've got DID. Oh, yeah, right. Anyway. But I personally, I'm always sensitive to, people stigmatizing disorders. Got to get the facts straight, bullet points, all that. There's a manual for it, with all the bullet points. Yeah, Letecia in her defense needs to read that a little bit. So when she said, cannot block memories out, sorry, but there you go. What are the mental health professionals going to say about that? Anyway, she talked about taking 2. Now, some of you might know the name of that medication better than me, but to me, it sounded like the other name for Xanax. She took 2 anxiety pills, but then she said she was panicking, so she took more than she usually would. So initially she said 2, then she said more than she usually would. And as Jeanette pointed out, she's probably saying that for a reason, because they might find that some of the medication is lacking in the house, missing more. If she thought she's thinking ahead, she's trying to stay 10 steps ahead. And we know that Gannon had hydrocodone and some other meds in his system. So that's a worry. Okay, and the rest is just me calculating things. Yes, I was busy doodling what she's describing Eguardo as. Yeah, literally, she's like, this is what's in her mind while she is describing him. The way she does all of her, she's like a little belt on his head, and then he's got like those acne scars. Yeah, there we go. Lorazepam. Okay, wait. Like mental health topics, all the medication names I don't know so well. Lorazepam. Sold under the brand name Ativan. Among others, is used as a benzo. Oh, okay, benzo. It's used to treat anxiety disorders. Okay, okay. Got it. It's Xanax. Okay, I wasn't far off. Yeah, okay. Xanax, alprazolam, and Ativan, lorazepam are both intermediate acting benzo medications. Okay. You love the drawing. I'll put a picture of it on Patreon, okay, if you guys want to see it. Yeah, I was just doodling Eguardo. I'm like, so basically just trying to visualize, like, there's a belt on his head, jacket, cold weather vest, red. And then she doesn't describe any pants, but pink boots. Yeah, okay. Yeah. OMG, he's a Mayan. Juana says, you've mentioned self-care and love. Can you expanding on my processes? That would be, I would need hours. I would need many hours for that. Yes. Okay, so what time did they say they're coming back? Did they say 15:15 or 20:15? I think they said 20:15, right? Okay, let's see what you guys are saying. So those are the notes I took so far. Wish us all luck with the next, because they're coming back at, it's Denver time now, it's 3:20, right? It's coming. It's 3:15 now. Normally they would finish court by around 5, right? So I don't know how they're going to finish this video. Good luck. I think that's why the defense was like, yeah, this is going to take all the way into Friday morning. So there's no court on a Thursday. In case you didn't know yet, it's Mondays for this trial. Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. The judge attends to other cases on a Thursday. Okay, so there's no day. We're on day 7 now. Day 8 will be on Friday. Whew, they gave me a fright. Here we are. Okay, we're back in court.
All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358 People versus Letecia Stauch. When we took our break, we were in the midst of the video interview of the defendant. That's where we will resume. Prosecution.
And we're back.
I know you said you worked with like victims and stuff before. Mm-hmm. But hard to tell someone about people like touching you. Sure, I get that. Can I just need to like not regret that right now. Can I get a little bit?
Like, you want to take take a break?
I just, you're wanting me to give you like play by play basically of an assault is very hard for you to ask me to do.
Okay.
That's not like me explaining how to play a game. That's very difficult to explain what you remember.
Well, and we can take it slowly, and you can tell me what you remember, what happened, and stuff like that. You know, I want to make sure that you're okay, and I want to try and find Gannon, right?
Right.
Okay. So the more details that I have, the better it is that I'm going to be able to try and help you and to try and help Gannon. Okay.
Well, me telling you about an assault on me is not going to get like a faster result unless we like actually put some action into it, you know?
What do you mean?
Like, I don't know, like action, is it too late to like check your body? I mean, is it?
No, it's not.
Like those type of things. Is that?
It's not too late at all, actually. No, it's not. And if you want to do that, we can actually absolutely get that set up so that we can make that happen. So it's definitely not too late.
Is it like a private like area or like how does that work?
So what it's called a SANE exam, and they're done by forensic nurses.
Okay.
At the hospital.
Okay. So it's like in a actual, people wouldn't know that's what you're there for.
No. And so, I mean, well, obviously the nurses would,
Right.
but not like just whoever else is in the hospital.
Right.
No. And so, because it is like because it's a forensic thing and because it's part of a criminal case, you know, obviously this person who assaulted you, you know, so that we could gather evidence to make sure that, you know, when we find them that we can prosecute them and stuff like that. We would want to take you over there to the hospital and we get the forensic nurse to come and talk to you.
Okay.
And then they have paperwork to go over with you, just like any other kind of like bureaucracy or anything else like that,
Okay.
right? And they get your permission to gather that evidence from you and to do an exam. Okay. And they're all female, all the nurses.
Okay.
So, and you know, they have their process that they go through and they collect all that evidence and then that's turned over to us. So it's not too late at all to do
Okay.
that.
So that was my,
But we need to know what happened because just like if, you know, like, and this is just like a totally off the wall example, but like if your kid comes in and tells you, hey, mommy, I'm hurt because I fell down. Well, you need to know where they fell and how they fell and whatnot so you can help them.
but that's the easy, easy thing. But when you're doing several different things in your brain and not to mention you're being violated physically, it's hard to give that specific, you know, details. I remember the pushing me in the room. I remember having my head hit. I remember those things.
Sure. And what I'd like,
I remember my clothes getting taken off.
Okay.
Okay. But I don't want to be telling this got taken off. I don't want to be on that.
And that's not what it
I would
is.
tell that to like a nurse, you know, in the specific, so that that could assist in the process. But maybe I would. I say I would, but I don't know. It's just a hard thing to be like, okay, your pants are tight. You remember this, you remember that, like that.
Sure. And really, we need to know like the narrative of it, and there will be some stuff that I would ask specifics of. And if you remember, you remember, and if you don't, you don't. Or what you can say is, you know, well, I remember that, but I don't want to say.
No, I'm not trying to not tell you anything. It's just a hard process. I guess maybe I'm thinking you're asking me too much detail. Then maybe I'm overthinking what you're asking me. So do you want me to like I said, do a play-by-play of what I remember? Like as far as like moving?
Like, well, just start at the beginning and tell me what happened. Okay.
So, all right. So when he pushed me into the room,
okay,
I remember like a battle process of like, you know, like back and forth, you know, like that type of thing. I remember that type of thing.
Tell me more about that. The battle back and forth.
Well, if someone he's not much bigger than me, so it's not like it was this big, powerful person that, I mean, I feel like I'm fairly kind of a little strong. So it wasn't just here, get on the ground. It was like getting, like, move around the room. I don't really remember like which direction.
Sure.
After I hit my head the first time, that's when it started to be a little blur into what was happening next.
Okay. So, and remind me, what was it that you remember hitting your head on that first time?
I think I want to say it was that red and black table. I'm sorry, red and blue table that was in Gannon.
Red and blue table.
I feel like it was the red and blue table that was in Gannon's room because I remember like going back to hit my head.
Okay. Okay. And you keep motioning back here. Did
Yeah,
you
like
the back of your head?
Right. Yeah. So like it was in like, well, there was a couple, like the ground was a big force, but I was also fighting back. So I don't want you to think that it would have been some sort of, and I did have like, I was gonna like show you that I did have the bullet in there a little bit because from the little scratch, but I did have the ability to push back some because he wasn't like overpowering that. It was just like, here you go. And
sure.
That sounds awful to say, but okay.
So when you got pushed into the room, and you got pushed, like you guys are doing this battle back and forth, and you hit your head, did you end up on the ground first?
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I don't. I just remember hitting my head, and I remember the next time I hit my head, the second time that he came back after me and tried again. So there was a couple of times that I kind of was in and out of it. And so not to mention, I had taken lorazepam, a little extra than usual.
Mm-hmm.
So it was, a little bit. I don't say like I did not know. I'm like that, but it was
sure
kind of like being like zoned out a little bit.
Sure.
It was almost like I was out, like blacked out.
Okay.
Because it was one of those things where I could like hear what was going on, but I didn't like know what was going on, or vice versa.
What do you remember feeling?
There was not like pain as far as like your female part. I feel like the pain was on the struggle of like your body was tired.
Okay.
So like it's tired in trying to like, your brain's telling you don't give in, but your body is just in a tired mode.
Okay.
And that was, it was more of like, and I just almost like I was giving up, but I wasn't, like once we were, I can't talk about
it. So are you saying like once did he penetrate you?
I remember my clothes coming off. Not my top part.
Okay.
Remember the bottom, and I don't remember if this was the first time or on the second time, which wasn't a successful time. I remember my clothes coming off like on the bottom, and I remember having my top on.
Okay.
And I remember I was pushing like pushing back.
Sure.
And then I like out of my mind, it was almost like a little blur because I hit my head again.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're like trying to push up, like to push somebody off, and you get pushed back down and hit your head.
Okay.
And then it's kind of let it. Yeah, we did it. Like,
I'm not gonna. Here's the thing: is that this conversation, like what we talk about, is not. I'm not gonna run and talk to your husband about, or his ex-wife, or anything else like that. Okay.
I don't want to give in because I wasn't. It wasn't. I didn't agree to it, but at that point it feels like I did give in.
Okay. And thank you for telling me that. I appreciate that. When you say that you gave in and that he completed it, do you?
I don't remember about when I say completed. I mean as in I was able to like I had that bolt of energy to like, get up again. You know, I don't know if there was like completed. I can't. I'm not wanting to think about that. That's just good.
So I'm not asking if he like ejaculated or anything else like that. That wasn't my question.
I'm sorry. That's what I thought.
So my question is, did he put his penis in your vagina?
Right. Yes.
Okay. Do you know? Okay. Sorry, that question. And that was when you were on the ground? Okay. And you said that he was pushing you down. What part of your body was being pushed down?
I don't remember.
Okay. So you said that like you kind of like came back up.
At some point, I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't want to give you wrong information about step by step about my body being violated. I don't think that's fair. Like I don't think that. And then every time I have to keep saying to you like, if it's happening, I have to say that to you again, and I have to say it to you again. Difficult.
Okay. Was there anywhere else that you were penetrated?
No. You mean like an area?
Yeah, anywhere else on your body?
With the penis?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no.
Okay. And then at some point it ended. Okay. What happened next after it ended?
So, but it didn't end at that direct moment because remember Gannon comes in.
Okay.
Like
tell me about that.
Gannon comes in to like jump on him.
Okay.
Like, to like kind of help me out.
Okay.
And so I don't remember anything but like laying back, and I remember that I could like hear that Gannon had came in.
Okay.
I could hear that he knew this is not what you're supposed to do.
That Gannon did?
Yeah, like Gannon was aware that someone was trying to harm me.
Okay.
He might not have understood the complete in essence of it, but he understood someone was in our home and wasn't supposed to be doing what he was doing.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
I mean, our home we're very open. We're always like, we talk about like, oh, you don't have a girlfriend, you don't do this until you're married. So,
okay.
So he's very aware of, you know, like that's not how things happen.
Sure.
In his mind. So he came in at that point in time. And then I do remember that Gannon was like, I don't want to say thrown, but like he can't jump on a big guy. That's a big guy to him.
Mm-hmm.
You know, 5, 6, 7, 8-ish
mm-hmm.
is a big guy to him.
Sure.
Because he's 4 something. And I don't remember from there. I just remember that Gannon tried to jump on him, and I remember Gannon was over here at this point in time, and then it was just kind of like a blur about what happened. But I do remember after. When I say finish, I don't mean what you're asking me about exactly. And I do remember when that was like getting up, that it was a situation. So that was when he had the gun again, and afterwards, not necessarily at him, but had the gun and had Gannon.
Okay. Can you tell me more about that?
So I just know that in the way he had him was kind of not necessarily at like a here, if I had like a dummy to show you, it was more of like a.
Can you have a look?
Okay. It was more of like a just wrapped around, but like Gannon was he recognizing like the gun, he wasn't trying to at that point fight back to him. Okay. He was just crying like to me, like to help him. Okay. And so that's why I made the decision to try to send the other kids somewhere else, because what if I would have ran for help at that point in time? I had every opportunity to run for help then.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not a good enough shooter to like, or really don't, to like go feel like I'm gonna shoot somebody, you know, because I don't. What else are we gonna do? You see what I'm saying? So I'm just not. My mind wasn't thinking that of trying to create harm if I made a dumb decision.
Okay.
And that was probably where I should have done some sneaky technique of. I thought about it after. I should have like gave Lena a letter, you know, or something like that, and said, "Hey, go to the mailbox, take the neighbor's letter." Like this is something I thought about after, but I didn't think about it at the time.
Okay.
Like in the
So,
time frame.
so when you were on the ground and Gannon came in, what do you remember hearing?
Him yelling.
What was he yelling?
Like he was yelling my name, like directed specifically at me, as in like
Gannon was?
yeah, like
What does he call you?
he goes, well, I just remember I told you about my name thing.
Yeah, that's what I was asking.
Yeah. So he was saying Tesha.
Tesha?
He was like saying, "Are you okay?"
Okay.
And then that's when he realized that wasn't. Like, not that I wasn't, but he realized I was kind of like in and out of it.
And what were you saying?
I was like immediately like doing the first part was doing the first time was doing the pushback, like get off of me, get off of me. So I wasn't said that, but I wasn't communicating with Gannon.
Okay.
Like I wasn't saying Gannon go, you know, do this specifically, or like I didn't say like run go do it. I didn't say anything directly that I recall. Okay. Now maybe I did that I recall wasn't specific direction, you know, to guide him in any direction. That was more of like a battle, like a back and forth thing instead of being. But at that point, I do remember like when I was down and you kind of get like that little concrete where your head jars back a little bit, right there, where your head jars back a little bit. Kind of made me a little like dizzy a little bit.
And was the man saying anything?
I don't remember anything but noises.
What kind of noises do you remember?
Noises?
I can't guess. That's the thing, right? So like I can't put words in your mouth. I can't guess. So I know like I'm sorry, pleasure noises.
Yeah, I don't know how to describe it, like pleasure noises, but like sound.
Okay. And so he's making pleasure noises, and then Gannon comes in and yells your name. What does the man
I don't remember specifically. He just came and yelled my name, or if he jumped first. But
okay, what does the man do?
It was more of like a this, but he was still inside of me.
Okay.
Kind of. I say kind of, but like he's moving.
Okay.
So obviously he's got to put more. Got to put more like force on your body.
Okay.
And that's just when I just started to cry. Because it was like a giving up, kind of like a giving up type moment.
I'm sorry that you are upset by that.
And it was just, because what, why are you supposed to do at that point?
Sure.
If you keep trying to fight, but they already taken something from you that you only have pursued of yourself.
Sure. Do you remember Gannon saying anything else other than your name?
I know he was hollering help at some point, and I think that would have been when he had. I don't remember. Oh gosh, I don't remember like any anything other than I think I feel like I remember the second. I don't remember around the second time of the battle he was saying get off of her.
Okay.
But I don't. I'm telling you, when I tell you that, and I hope to God that you are never in that situation, but it's just almost like a blur because you're so disappointed in your like emotional feel, like your self-worth.
Sure.
Like in how you feel about yourself.
Sure.
You feel like you're nothing.
What did you smell when this was happening?
I was going to say that to you. I forgot to like earlier, and again, you didn't ask me that because I wouldn't think about. I could smell like a very um, strong paint or like a almost like a paint, like someone had been painting or like they were around a house that might have had the drywall, almost like it was like a work smell.
Like you're doing this like the drywall. Are you talking about like paint or like the texture smell?
Yeah, like the powder of the drywall. You know how like you sand,
sure.
and it has like that smell. Like I could smell that part on them, but I feel like at one point I thought I smelled alcohol.
Okay. And you said that your ex, Harley's dad, did drywall. So the drywall smell is something that you would be familiar with?
He would have did it a while ago.
Sure.
But I know like in our home and things like that, I'm pretty, I don't want to say like know a lot about drywall, but just from being around the work sites growing up, I think with him, I was young when I was with him. I remember a lot about, drywall in general. So
sure.
I don't know if it's specifically drywall. It's more of like a sandpaper-ish smell.
Okay.
Like
did you smell anything else? You said you smelled alcohol.
At one point, I remember smelling not like a deep, strong alcohol smell, but I could have like a sense of alcohol, like a breath of it.
Sure.
Come up like aroma.
Okay.
And it kind of was like I don't know, like almost like a foodish, like a salsa type smell. I remember at one point.
Okay.
Like if you kind of like you walk into a restaurant and it smells like some fresh tomatoes and that.
Okay. What do you remember feeling on your back?
Just a couple of days before this, I have been having like a lot of lower back pains like already. So it took that like pain away. And it was almost like it was just like, because I'm getting pushed back, but I'm straining. So it was almost like I felt a little bit of nerve, but I didn't feel it. Like I didn't have any, hey, there's the back pain. Oh, back to this. It wasn't like that. I knew that there was nerve being shifted or, changed in some direction.
Okay.
And it was floor. Kind of hard on the floor.
And just remind me, you went upstairs and told Lena to go away, basically, to keep her safe. And then you came back down, and that was when he had Gannon, or he had Gannon before you did that?
You mean
like when you said that he had his arm wrapped around?
Right. So once he had him, once I came back, because once I got up and whatever, there was a ring. Remember I told you about the motion and so he grabbed him then. He had him still when I came down, but
you grabbed him then.
Right. Remember the ring is what triggered, because there was the first ring that wasn't there wasn't anybody on the ring, or there was no one there. Because I think I went up and down, or maybe I don't remember if I went up one time and down, or up one time twice. I don't remember exactly, but I remember there was two alerts, or two triggers to the door. And I was like, yeah, so two triggers. I feel maybe it was two times, because the first time there was nobody there.
Okay.
There was no. Something must have set it off. Yeah. So and then there was Lena was the next trigger.
Okay.
But I knew the next one was Lena, because I knew the timing always perfect, and you can hear from our house when the bus hits its brakes.
Okay.
So I didn't have to go look at an app or anything like that, because I knew that timing was just the same as normal. That you can hear the bus is right there. You can hear, kids are on the way, like that type of thing. And
sure,
I knew it was Lena, and that was my first thing to I open up, I let Lena in, you know, I had a conversation with her just like it was a normal day. But then that's when because I didn't want to be like, here, go. I did quickly say, here, go, whatever. But I wanted to not just open the door and be like, here, go right now.
Okay.
Like, I had to at least make a 30-second, 1 minute, you know, maybe I'm exaggerating 1 minute, but 30-second dialogue of here, I need you to go get milk.
Okay.
Or here, go, you know, Daddy said go ride your bike, or
Sure.
that type of thing. Because later on, you know, I knew she was going to have to eat snack at some point, and I figured just that later on she was eating. I figured out another time she eat snack. I was worried about getting her like, out and about that time.
When
I'm sorry, I should have given her a note. I should have given her a note.
we don't, you know, we don't need to go into like what you should have done or shouldn't have done or anything else like that. You know, things are never perfect, and we can beat ourselves up for 100 years about things we should have done. Right. Okay. So that's not. I'm not here to judge you or anything else like that. I'm here to understand what happened and try and gather as much as we can so that we can help you and we can help find Gannon. Okay. When the attack was going on downstairs, you said you got hit? Your head got hit a couple of times. Were you hit anywhere else?
Probably, yeah. Are you asking like about like punch or like?
Were you punched, slapped, kicked?
I don't remember. I don't remember being hit anywhere else.
Okay. Do you have any injuries?
I don't have like any specific injuries here because I was grabbing like this, like pushing up. Most of it was just like head. I don't want to say trauma, but head force on my head, and then the nerve in my maybe spine for that part.
Okay. And then
I did like have like a little like this about a little part like right there was like bleeding.
Okay.
And then my nails, I know they look crazy now, but they were, and then of course that was the burn mark, so that was so my nails were like that because when I get nervous, you know, like I don't know, or whatever. So, but that would have been from me.
Okay. Yeah. So you go upstairs, tell Lena to go, and then you go back downstairs, and he still has Gannon. What happens next?
So he still has Gannon. Hold on. Can I like be and try to read?
Yeah, do what you need to do.
So like he was the first time my body, and then he has Gannon, and I don't want to make sure he's not hurt, so I go upstairs, come back down. Oh, that's when he was asking. Well, he wasn't asking me. He was demanding different things. You know, he was demanding like I probably didn't tell you that earlier, but I do remember that now.
Okay.
He was like demanding things from me. He was demanding me that I was not to say anything, that there would be consequences. He didn't say the word there would be consequences, but it was in a louder tone or direction of saying.
What exactly did he say?
I don't remember exactly. I just remember there was some sort of you gotta make sure you don't tell anyone at the door. You know, and I had common sense enough to know if he had Gannon and has a gun that I'm not gonna make a stupid decision. So coming back down, at that point in time, I remember being like, what, like, I don't remember if I was necessarily pleading or asking. Gannon was saying help. I didn't have a weapon. I couldn't just go grab and hurt him. So somehow, I don't remember exactly what, we end up being in it again, like being in a commotion again. And that's the second time that he was attempting to try. And that's when I kind of went completely blackout, and I don't remember, you know, I remember I told you he was demanding different things, and I gave him a brown suitcase. I gave him a box that was in the room. He asked me, he demanded the brown suitcase. Well, he didn't demand the brown one. He demanded a suitcase, and I just gave him the brown suitcase.
Okay.
And in my mind, I didn't, I didn't know.
Can you describe the suitcase for me?
I don't remember. I just remember we have like 10.
Okay.
I just remember the brown.
Is it like a check bag, a carry-on bag?
Yeah, maybe like about 27 inches, maybe.
Okay.
Like,
So it's like one you would check, not one you
No,
carry
you
on.
can't check 27. You can only check 20, 21. So
check is the ones that like you give to them.
Right. That it can't be over 21. Spinners or whatever can't be over 20. It has to be over 21. It doesn't have to be over 21 check, but if it's over 21, it can't be a carry.
Right.
So the bigger.
So it was a bigger one?
Yeah. Okay. So like I say about 27.
Okay.
Inches or inches or whatever. And I thought he was gonna put things in our home in it, like take all of our stuff and like our anything that needed. I thought he was gonna like take the gun.
What did he do with it?
And take, like I don't know. I provided what he asked for or demanded, and then we got into it again because there was yelling. And I don't remember what we were yelling about, but it was just anything I could do. I give you this, take everything. And we just, whatever, and.
Okay. And you said that he wanted a box?
Yeah, that was one of the things that I'm trying to remember all of it. And that's why I said I thought he was going to pack our, like, whatever there was in our home. Originally, I didn't think that he was in our home to take. Remember I told you I didn't think he was in our home to take something because he was done. But at that point, I thought he was gonna like clean us out with, or I say clean us out, take whatever he could,
like steal things.
Yeah, like steal things from us because you can. If you're in Morrison Ranch and you're like, oh, I'm going to the airport, but it doesn't look like you're walking out the front door to TV. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
But that was my mindset of like.
Oh, so you think that he was going to, correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like what you're telling me is you thought he was going to take stuff from your house and put it in the suitcase in the box.
Right.
It looked like he was going to the airport.
Yeah,
not like he was stealing.
Yeah, yeah, and I don't want to say specifically the airport, but like it looked like to make it
travel.
Yeah, so like in my mind, I'm just thinking he's about to clean this out, but I don't really care. Take everything.
Sure.
That he wants to take. That was like in my mindset, and then I remember there was like talking or yelling, or I don't remember how we got to part, the second part, but I remember he wasn't able to, and of course between all that, I mean, I wasn't running around naked. I had to put my pants back on.
Sure.
And and that was a awful feeling. Like, I mean, it wasn't like, I just ran upstairs and I had to, like put myself back together.
What do you mean by put yourself back
like
together?
my pants. Like I couldn't. If I would have showed up at the front door or whatever with Lena or anyone, I mean, I walk around in like shorts and all that. But I'm saying like it would have been, and like you say, we're not going to go on what it should have done, but it could have put off alarm to this is what you need or whatever. But this is my daughter. Is it up if I just let her? Uncle wants me. Okay.
Sure. Do you remember? So can you describe the box for me?
Brown box.
Was it like a cardboard box?
Yeah,
like a wooden box.
Yeah,
like a metal. Like, did it have stuff in it?
Yeah. No, like there was nothing in it, but it was just a regular like shipping boxes. Like that's why that makes common sense of I'm putting stuff in there, and but he could have easily have gotten that himself, but he would have had to have let Gannon go. But that that was his way to have control of the situation.
Sure. And where was that box at before you got it?
In our storage room.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is that where the suitcase was as well, or?
Yeah, I got the suitcase and the box, and I was saying things because I did think he was going to rob us. Like I say, like take all of our stuff, and I started out with being like, upset about being robbed, and then it was like taking anything too long.
Mm-hmm. It sounds really scary.
Yeah, it definitely is. Because in my mind, I'm like, but I knew if I am given into the situation, then I can get what like what I would expect the result out of it, which would have been that everybody would have been safe, and he's going to get what he wants. And your intention was he saw someone that he wanted to take advantage of.
So you give him the stuff. There's another altercation, and you said he couldn't, and you kind of trailed off.
Yeah, like he couldn't at that point in time, like take my pants back off. Was it like the first time? Okay. Because I was more of in a like lackadaisical thing at that point. Because once we were like, when I hit my head the next time on the thing, I think that hit some sort of spot that I don't really remember after that. Like,
where was Gannon when that?
I don't really remember
altercation
after
happened?
that. That's where it kind of was. Everything from then was a blur, and so it was me telling you that was like, what do you mean you don't know what happened after that? And no one's going to, understand that unless they're there in that moment that I don't remember.
That's not what I'm saying at all. I have to ask the questions, right? Because if I don't ask the questions, then somebody later is going to be like, well, what happened? What happened next? Where was he? And I can't say, well, I didn't ask, right? Like I have to ask the question.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I wasn't. Yeah. I was just saying, like in general, not specifically.
Right. So if I ask a question, I'm not trying to like make you feel bad or anything else like that. I'm just trying to understand and make sure that we cover everything.
Right.
Okay. So you say that you hit your head again. You kind of don't know what happened next. Do you remember, or I guess, can you tell me how this ended?
I just remember like being out of it, but I could also, like in my mind, like I could hear, like loud banging, but I don't remember. I couldn't see, like what was going on or anything like that. I just almost like I could hear a little bit of a struggle, but I don't know what was going on.
Okay.
And that for me is hard because I need to know, like, and I hope that cause like dreams, I'm like, maybe I'll dream and remember what was going on, or maybe I'll have like a recollection later of, oh yeah, I remember this, but I clearly have been pounding my brain to give it to you about like exactly what was happening.
Sure.
At that.
Sure.
That point in time.
What's the first thing you remember after this incident, after the attack, the second attack?
I just remember being like, where's Gannon? And I was freaking out because I didn't know where he was at.
Okay.
And I didn't see anything that would have told me. And I thought he was hiding.
Okay.
Like I thought maybe he was in the closet or, somewhere hiding so that he knew, like he would be okay, like away or whatever. I thought he was hiding.
Okay. What was the first thing you did after this happened?
I was calling his name because I did think he was hiding.
Okay.
And at that point in time, once I realized that he wasn't hiding, I went into that mode of like, okay, I'm fixed this.
Help me understand how you understood that he wasn't hiding.
Well, because if I am saying to him that I assumed that everything was, I didn't see the guy in my sight. Mm-hmm. I'm assuming that he was hiding, like in my mind. So like I didn't see the guy, so I'm assuming he's hiding. So then I'm asking him, like, Gannon, where are you? Gannon, I'm assuming he's hiding. So then I'm asking him, like, Gannon, where are you? Gannon. So maybe he was in the closet or somewhere hiding, so that he knew, like he would be okay, like away or whatever. I thought he was hiding.
Okay. What was the first thing you did after this happened? So
I was telling his name because I did think he was hiding.
Okay.
And at that point in time, once I realized that he wasn't hiding, I went into that mode of like, okay, I'm fixed.
Help me understand how you understood that he wasn't hiding.
Well, because if I am saying to him that I assumed that everything was, I didn't see the guy in my sight. I'm assuming that he was hiding, like in my mind. So like, I didn't see the guy, so I'm assuming he's hiding. So then I'm asking him, like, Gannon, where are you? Gannon, where are you?
Okay.
So then I realized Gannon would come out, or again, I can't say we do different things at different times, but if Gannon thought it was safe, he'd come out. So then, in my mind, to be honest with you, when I said I'm gonna fix this, I thought Gannon was still hiding. So when the detective searched the home, I really was hoping that's what was going to happen, and he had been scared to come out because he didn't know if it was safe. Or maybe if he was had hit his head or something after what I don't remember, he could have been, hiding and maybe got, I don't know. I don't want to make assumption of how he could have maybe not been aware or alert. But I think my thought process was when the guy said he was going to search the house, that I was going to find it. Like we'd find him. That's when it really set in that. But I didn't know where Gannon was at.
Has Gannon ever hid in the house before?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, they play little back and forth of hide behind the sofa or boo. But it's only a little bit of time. But we don't have the violence of him seeing another man hurting someone. So I would think in that moment he would have been hiding.
Okay.
But he wasn't prone to be like, I'm gonna hide out. But his personality is very in actually getting along with people and that type of thing. So
yeah, I didn't think that somebody talked to the school and they had said that he was pretty laid back and quiet.
Right, and that would have been my thought. Again, Gannon was on his medicine, so he has a different the way he acts is differently than when he isn't.
Sure.
So he would be a more hyper, so that's why I would have expected, that he would have come right out. But on his medicine, he'd been zoned out, how to make decisions correctly, because he would have been, he's just like that. When he takes it, give it to him, he can't do any schoolwork like he has medicine.
Okay.
Reading off everywhere. So my mind was thinking he didn't take his medicine, so.
What's his behavior like when he doesn't take his medicine?
It's not bad. It used to be where you couldn't get him to focus on anything.
Mm-hmm.
If you went to church, he could not sit in church without electronics. And I know that might have been a little bit willful, but he needed something to have that attention. So for the ADHD, he needed something to have that on. So without his medicine, he could, and on the hike, he might run way up there, and then we catch up. Because that much energy.
Okay. And is that what it was like on Sunday?
You mean at the hike? Yeah. It was he had the burst of energy, but then his stomach. When his stomach got hurt, and he didn't stand.
Mm-hmm.
That's when he took more of he was able to control it because he was focusing on his obsessions on cleaning his body. Okay. Imagine walking around.
Sure. That would be uncomfortable for
right.
Pretty much anybody, I think. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What happened to the gun?
So
the gun. This is how I knew. I didn't know in the time that the gun was out. I didn't know. I didn't know the time of the gun. I just assumed with the black colors that it was. You know. So remember I said that I put the stuff back in the closet. I put everything back the way it was because obviously at that time I had told them what had happened because I was in that mentality of I'm going to fix it. So I put everything back in the position that it was, and he did not take the gun. Where he couldn't have because the gun when I left it would have been upstairs. But I didn't bring it downstairs, but that was our gun. So that's how I knew for a fact that he had to have our gun, or either he had it in the process of stealing it and somehow it fell and he maybe had another gun. I'm not sure about that part, but I do know that I put it back in it.
So where did you find your gun?
Correct. My gun over there.
After it was over, and you said you were putting everything back where it belonged.
Yeah.
Where was it whenever you found it to put it away?
So, like at the carpet, because the carpet roll piece had like fallen off, so it was at the carpet.
Okay. And that was, and you said the carpet was kind of
like leaned
in, but kind of had fell over coming out of that storage area.
Right. So it was like, I want to say it was in like pieces. I want to say it was
the carpet or the gun?
No. I want to say that the carpet had like not necessarily multiple pieces, but I remember like maybe different directions. I don't remember, but I feel like I saw different directions.
Okay.
But yeah, it had fallen over, but the gun was there. I didn't see where Gannon was at. That's why I assumed in the situation that he was hiding.
Okay.
I didn't think that there was a concern, at the time that,
Okay. Describe for me what Gannon's room looks like after this happened.
I just remember putting things back together. Like I say back together, but like I remember I had already like straightened out his room from before because when he had the like burns and stuff. And I do remember Gannon was I do remember Gannon was bleeding. And I think from the hospital could have been something with his arm.
Okay.
But I do remember he was, like, he did have, like, blood and stuff like that. I do remember at some point that he was bleeding. I want to say, I remember he was not necessarily on me. I feel like at some point in that, Gannon might have, when the first time he might have, like, landed on me or somehow I was, like, hold him, not necessarily hold him, but feel like he was there.
Okay.
So I had that, like knew he was here, but yet I was still, taking advantage of.
Okay.
And but yeah, back to what you said about the ring. So I put like everything, back in its order. I want to say that it might have been 15 minutes or 20 minutes. I don't know. It would have had to been till because Harley would have gotten off at 4:30. It might have even been. It might have even been a little bit longer that I remember being out of it. And the reason why is because just the time frame.
Okay. And this all happened on Monday, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that I had it all right. So you put this stuff back together. You found the gun on the floor next to the carpet that had fallen over. Where did you put the gun?
I took everything and put it back because when I had to tell like Albert, that was the first question that he asked was like, where are all the guns? Are they all here? That type of thing. So I put them all back together.
Okay. And I don't live in your house, so I don't know where it all back together is. So where are the guns typically stored?
Either in that shelf that I was telling you about.
The silver one?
Right. Or in the closet.
Okay. And so
I put the other guns were never had never been touched until you guys.
I haven't seen you.
Well, you're the person.
Okay.
So they were already in the closet, but the handguns usually are in a different section, which would be accessible in case of emergency. You don't need the shotguns to be that, that accessible. So I put my handgun was already in its safe.
Your teal one?
My handgun was already like in its place completely. I mean, I don't know if it was in the exact same location, but my handgun was present.
Okay. What's it at?
What you just told me.
In that,
yeah.
in that.
Council first for a minute.
They're going to ask, how long is this now?
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take about a 10-minute recess. So if I can have all of you head back to the jury room, we'll be back in 10 minutes. Don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. With that, all rise for the jury, please.
Thanks, Sarah. Okay, wait. I gotta take this off. Thank you so much. Okay, hold on. Now we gotta fix again. Okay. So we do this. Got a bit of a hot mic there. Wait, let's hear what they're saying. Yeah. His mic is on. The mic is on.
Oh, I didn't tell you about the situation yesterday. So I'm watching it. And you didn't actually just like all rise.
I know, it was funny. Timing was perfect.
Yeah, but I was doing it for you.
No, and then he stood up, so I'm like, oh, there you are. That was funny.
Thank you, Miss Marple.
Yeah.
There. Okay, so they're taking a 10-minute break. I think we need like a 10-day break after all that. That was again a lot. I know I say that all the time, but holy moly, you guys, that was so much. Let's just see what I wrote down here. Wait. Sure. I'm still taking notes, but mostly I'm just like, and then what? I mean, she is just telling lie after lie after lie. Okay, the lie that I wrote down, that's just like, what? Was that she should have written Lena a letter. And she was also worried about Lena, which is Gannon's younger sister. She was 8 years old at the time. She should have written her a note, is what she says. A note. After all that, and in the midst of all that, Lena comes home from school, and your thinking is, I really should have written her a note. So she go put it in she said, put it in a neighbor's mailbox. To put in a neighbor's mailbox. Yes. Again, she has no survival instincts whatsoever. And she's continuously debunking her defense's approach at all times. Dissociative identity disorder doesn't work like that. None of the stuff she's saying, she's debunking that she even has it. You know what I mean? Wow. Yeah, the circle talk is draining. Oh man, I wrote here pleasure noises. Someone said in chat, I put it on the screen earlier. I'm sorry if I can't remember who said it, but you were like, what if Gannon really caught her? Now that made me think, because we've never really thought about that angle. What if Eguardo really exists and she was having an affair with him or something and Gannon caught her? I don't think that's really true. I don't think so. But imagine, like, oh my word, because the way she describes him, she said that we've already got all of this, okay? But now we have to add that she said she could smell paint, drywall, and a work smell. And then also the smell of fresh tomatoes. Fresh tomatoes, as we would say. South African. Okay. Wow. That was a lot. It was like paint, drywall, work smell. And that she gave him a brown suitcase? Yeah, actually, it was olive green if you're going to pin this on him, but brown. Okay. Yeah, you saw that too. Forgot who said it. That would be interesting if she was doing that. Eguardo. And says she's the sharpest dull pencil in the box. Effing criminal mastermind. Right? And then she talked about a 27-inch bag and that he was going to pack up. So he's going to arrive there. And remember, later, she changes the story to Quincy Brown. So later, he's got a business card and he's a man with a plan. He's going to come in there, according to her story now, essay her, demand a bag, and then she thinks he's going to pack the bag and take some of the stuff out of the home. I mean, wait, like really? A lot of people, you guys are all asking in the chat, what movie is she basing this on? I don't know. I've never seen a movie like this. You know, like where is she getting all this from? Now, the problem is there at the end, that was pretty scary now. Not at the end, we still got a long way to go with this, but Gannon was bleeding is what she said. Yeah, that was another truth that we know that she was telling. You can smell lies, says Mama True Crime. Oh, yes. One way says, I'm sorry for all the Eguardo in this world. Okay, so I'm going to stretch for a second here too. So what I'm going to do is play some delightful music for you. Just hold on one second. I'm going to find it for you. We're going to put on this. Okay, like this. Okay, I'm back. So what I want to quickly show you here is if you go to my YouTube channel and you go, there's the home page, videos, shorts, live playlists. If you go to the community tab, then members, I've just put this here for you. So this is where the next stream will be. I set it for 5 p.m. color running for me. It won't be a long stream, but we definitely need to debrief just a little bit. Okay. So go over there, and once I go live, you should get a notification as well. So we got that. Okay, now we've got map time on there. Hold on. Always got the maps ready, you see. Always ready to add. Okay, so where is it? This. Yeah, we're waiting for this now. Okay. Yes, that's my kitchen. Very nice. When life gives you lemons, get snarky, right? Ben's like, it was delightful not to hear Letecia for a bit. I agree. Oh my word. Okay, so I don't know how much longer this video is, but I do think they're going to go into Friday morning, just like they said they might.
Sorry for the interruption. We have, we need to wait just 1 minute, I think.
Why?
For one of the jurors.
Oh.
Let's go ahead and bring the jury back in.
I
Work in
know.
that direction.
I know.
You started here.
Yeah.
came to me.
Yeah, I'm sure it's tape. Is it?
I'm sure.
Oh yeah, she's.
I'm gonna recover it.
It's not as bad during the day.
Sorry, I'm waiting for the screen.
On openings, I did too. That was my word. I felt awful the night before. I was like, are you freaking kidding?
I don't even know. Nobody's done it before.
I felt pretty bad. No. I would have.
All rise for the jury, please.
Yeah, I would have too, except for it makes you feel kind of screwy.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record for the reflected jury is present back in the courtroom. Sorry for the interruption, ladies and gentlemen. That was an emergency I had to deal with unrelated to this case. With that, go ahead and start with the word.
And then just as far as timing goes, Judge, do you want us to just play it right up till 5 and then
About 5 till.
5 till? Okay.
Yeah. So everything was already there. I just put, I say gun, when I tell you put the guns back in their place, there wasn't multiple out in different places. I just want to make sure you know that it was, it was, I put that gun back with its partner gun.
Okay.
To make sure it was in the same position.
So you put the black handgun into the silver armoire thing, chest thing, with your teal handgun.
Right, in the same chest.
Okay. And have they been moved since then?
Well, Albert took them.
Albert took both of them?
Mm-hmm. He made me give him mine too.
When was that?
Today.
Today?
Yeah. So like he took all then when you guys, I just say you guys, I'm sorry. When in your department, I guess they went through my closet or whatever.
Okay.
They still left the guns in the closet, but you know, they weren't in the same place that they were.
Sure.
And so Albert took all them too because he was like, oh, well, I don't want you to harm yourself and things like that. He was saying those things to me, so he took them all and made me give him mine as well.
And that was today?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a history of trying to harm yourself?
No. Say things like, he tried to say something about like, I'll grab a knife. That is not true. I do not do that. Like, I have never done anything like that in my entire life. Never received any kind of counseling for anything prior to anything like that, disturbing somebody, nothing like that. So there would be no, like reason. And right there in the beginning, that mental health thing, I've always tried to put a blocker up because I know that, things in your life can cause a problem. And I just never, I never did anything like that. Like, I might be like, 'cause I was raised in the country, so it might be like someone says something, I bet it's funny, something like, you work out, like that type.
Sure, yeah.
But not anything that would have been like, I'm going to cut myself and harm myself. He was, like in his military mode, protection mode. And,
Well, he cares about you. That's good, right?
He wanted to just take everything away.
Okay.
He was like, I don't want you to hurt yourself. And I was like, what?
So I just want to kind of like sum up what I think about, or what I kind of know generally about what happened on Monday. Okay. So Albert didn't go to school that day, or not Albert. I apologize. Gannon didn't go to school that day because he was not feeling well and because you guys wanted to get the carpet fixed. Right. You went to the new build area. You met Eguardo. And you arranged for him to come over to your house while you were gone to work on replacing that piece of carpet for you.
He said, come over to my house while I was going to work on replacing that carpet.
Yeah. You gave him the garage code and stuff so he could come in and
But she said I was gone when replacing the carpet. I was gone shopping while he was
gonna do the carpet.
Okay, I thought you said it. I was making sure that you hadn't twisted the way I said it.
And that's exactly right. I want to make sure that nothing's twisted.
Yeah.
Okay. So you were gonna go to Petco, do some running.
I didn't start to go Petco. I started to go shopping to get dogs some new.
Yeah.
Just happened to be Petco.
Yeah. So you were gonna go do some shopping, and he was gonna go fix the carpet. You left the house around 10:30-ish, 10:30-ish, and then you go. At some point you got gas. You went to Petco twice.
And I seen Starbucks earlier, but it was actually Dunkin' Donuts.
Okay. Coffee. Yeah. Dunkin' Donuts, maybe. Okay. And then you get home about 2:30. 2:30. You come in and you said you wanted to listen to your music and work out.
Yeah, I was in the kind of like donut mode, not in the remembering, oh my gosh, it's going to fix something.
Okay. And then sometime between that 2:30 or after you got home at that 2:30 time frame, you were getting your headphones, putting your headphones on, music, zone out, whatever else you thought you heard something. You went downstairs, and that was when this attack happened. And then what time does Lena come home from the school bus?
It depends. They change the school hours. It could be anywhere between 3:15 and 3:30.
Okay.
Depending on.
So 3:15, 3:30 is the typical time Lena comes home. You don't want her to be in danger, so you send her out to go ride her bike and check the mail. And you go back down, another altercation happens, and whatever the next thing you remember is that you kind of come to and Gannon is missing.
Right.
Okay. So, and that was probably like around 4 o'clock. Rough estimate.
Yeah, because it would have been, or it could have been 4:30. But it wouldn't have been after 4:45 because. All right, let's see. Hollywood took 30 minutes to get home, so she hadn't got home. Lena was still riding the bike or out and about. Yeah, it had to be 4-ish.
Okay.
4:15, no later, like I said, than 4:45 because that would have been already like on her way home.
I think I have a pretty good idea.
I'm pretty sure that was exactly right.
Okay.
Because I think I told, yeah, because then I sent Harley and Lena to Dot Street. Yeah. Yeah. So Harley would have a drive Lena.
What is the you have an alarm on your house? What company do you use for that?
ADT.
ADT. Okay, let's write that down. And you have the same. Is the passcode for the ADT stuff the same as like your garage door code and stuff like that, or
Like, you mean like the login?
like when you go in to disarm the?
Oh, yeah. No. It's different because the alarm is Gannon's birthday.
Jan's birthday.
Yeah.
Okay. 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 I'm gonna take a break. If you need to use the restroom.
No, but I really need to. I haven't showered and haven't eaten, and I'm just getting tired.
Okay.
So,
Okay. All right. And we had talked earlier about whether or not it would be able to take action at this point as far as like gathering evidence and stuff like that with whether it had been too long, and I told you that it wasn't. Is it something that you're willing to do?
right, yes, definitely, I would do anything for you to figure out who Eguardo is and make sure that.
Okay. And it's perfect that
I found what you to say, that make sure that I could just like.
Okay. What pants were you wearing when all this happened?
There was a set of like clothing, and I had like washed the stuff like you and I
Sure.
I get it. I had taken some of the stuff or whatever, but I put it with all the stuff that like I had washed and stuff like that. I don't remember if it was the black and purple or the black and blue, but it was like sporting athletic pants. They were on my chair when I went home last night.
Were they like leggings or joggers or?
Yeah, they were like kind of like this.
Like
Yeah, like, well, but more of the nylon-ish material.
Okay. So they were like black and maybe purple or blue.
Yeah, it was one that I wear like a lot of Nike and stuff like that. So it was one of those.
Okay. And you didn't give them the alarm code, right? You just gave them the garage code.
Yeah, because you don't have to have like the alarm code to come in the house.
Okay.
You have to have, and that's assuming that I even set the alarm. I mean, I may or may have not. I mean, typically I try to log into my phone and do it if I forget. That's just assuming if I had, whether I had or not set the alarm, but I'm pretty positive. I don't say positive. I'm almost certain that I had set the alarm.
Sure.
But it doesn't have a sensor on the door. Like
Are you able to see if you log into your alarm account whether or not it was alarmed at that time?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to show you, but I couldn't serve it.
Okay. Okay. You might need to like plug into the Wi-Fi or something like that.
Yeah.
To do that. And there's open Wi-Fi. It's like EPC. Yeah. It doesn't require a password or anything like that. If you want to do that, you need to use the restroom or anything like that?
No, I'm actually, I mean, am I like free to leave or?
We're not holding you here. We'd like to get you over to the hospital for that.
I would totally do that, but I really am. I just want to get some food and take a minute, and I can drive myself to the hospital. I don't want to feel like I'm some, person they're going to look at differently because I am showing up with, police and people, and that's why I asked you, was it secret, like where people would know, because I understand you have a goal and a purpose, and that is our common purpose to have done here.
Mm-hmm.
But I also am thinking about how emotionally.
Yeah, and I get that. And so I will tell you that if we drive you over there, we don't go in the front. We go in a back way. So you wouldn't be seen by the general public or anything like that. And obviously we're not in like uniforms. Everything is concealed, all that other stuff. So it's not like we walk in with a scarlet letter or anything else like that. So, okay. Let me go check on a couple of things really quick and then be right back. Okay.
Okay, you said I was free to go.
Are you wanting to leave right now?
I'm really hungry. I'm thirsty. Look at my lips. They're chapped.
Okay.
They're like really bad.
Okay.
I mean, you guys know it's not like I don't enter, talk to you or anything like that.
Okay.
I've kept some communication with you.
Okay. Can you give me just a few minutes to just check to make sure that I've covered everything that I need to cover, and then I'll come back in?
She said that I would be able to go. Like, she didn't say I would be. Like, I mean, I'm sure I've been here hours, and she said specifically that I would be able to go.
And I'm not saying that you can't. I'm asking if you can give me a few minutes.
I think if you can just call me, or I mean, I still have, like, you know, I have to maintain my mental health in this situation, and that's very important.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I just want to go. My lips are burning, and I want to take a shower. I mean, look at my fingers and all those things.
All right. So it would be better to get the forensic exam done
Over there, like,
before you
not
shower.
like, not like things. I'm not doing, like, as in stage and things like that. I'm not doing that. I haven't showered in 2 days. I like that. That's disgusting. I'm not doing that. But I will gladly go.
Well, I mean, if you're saying you want to go take a shower before you go get the
No,
exam
I
done?
didn't say I was going to go take a shower. I said I need some time to, like, to just rest. I'm exhausted. I want to take a shower. My hair is nasty, and I'm not going over there, like, dirty, smelly, for someone to.
But you realize that's how we gather evidence, right? So if you go take a shower right now, and I understand that you're, like, uncomfortable, right? And that you want to take a shower,
right?
So that's why I would like to get you over to the hospital to get the exam done.
Okay, well, then I'm driving myself there, because I'm not getting escorted to an exam when I'm already going through a difficult time with having someone violate my body.
Mm-hmm.
To whether you go in the front or the back. I mean, am I not allowed to take myself there?
I didn't say that at all. I'm trying to figure out, and I'm trying to impress upon you, like, if you go take a shower, then you wash away the evidence.
I know, I understand. I just said.
And you said you weren't going to go over there while you're.
Yeah, I don't want to get dirty. I can at least go freshen up or something. Like, I'm.
Okay. All right. I'll be right back.
Okay, so you tell me how to leave?
Please. I have to go over here. Let me get somebody to escort you out.
Okay. Oh, hi. Said that I could go.
Well, can you talk to me about what?
And you told me I could.
I know, but I'm left.
I understand that.
that I'm left, and I just want to get the fill in. So I have a couple questions about Sunday, if you're okay filling that in. I know you're tired.
I'm tired. And I said that I could. So I just want to take a break. That's all I'm asking for.
Where do you want to?
That means I want to go to rest. Like, she said I could drive myself to the hospital, so I just don't want.
What do we need to go?
Am I able
okay?
to just go? I mean, what do you mean am I okay?
But I've been hearing about a hospital. I mean, what's going on with that?
This is why this is frustrating, because I've already given her information that you guys can fully, like, watch and see, and you can know why I'm going to the hospital, because she wants to get DNA, or to have your body checked. Right.
Were you touched for the husband? How did that happen?
It happened on Monday.
On Monday?
What? I can't right now go through it again. I can't.
Okay. So let me make sure that we've got everything lined up for a singing exam. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah, she's gonna do that, and I'm gonna just take a break. I want to get food. Look at my lips. They're chapped. I haven't.
You want some food?
I know.
What do you want to eat?
Okay, she just said I could be escorted out.
Okay.
And I promise you have my number. I haven't not.
You're done with all this?
Right, I haven't not communicated with you. I have been.
Are you done with that cook?
Nothing, but can I not take it?
You can if you want. I just didn't know if you were done with it. We recycle them too. So
okay.
Okay. hang tight for me just real quick. Let me make sure that she doesn't have any other questions because she finished what we just said. Good. I get that. Let's just let me double check with her. She said I could go, that she finished up the interview. I don't know. Holding me here? I'm not holding you. Okay, so can someone lock me out? You want to leave? I will clearly answer your questions. I just want to take a break. Like I've literally done followed all your. Where do you want to go for your break? I want to see my child. I want to get lunch with her. Well, I'm more than happy to get to lunch or to bring your daughter here or whatever needs to happen. I'm not saying that you can't leave, but I would like to finish up this conversation with you. There's a couple of questions about Sunday that I have, and this is the first time that I'm hearing that you're sexually assaulted. You go stand, right? That would be, well, you move towards the door, so open the door. If you would like to have a conversation in the room, we can. It's up to you. But like I said, I missed out on a bunch. So I'm not being able to just go and chill out. Doing this is in the room. Where do you want to go? So am I not allowed to? I'm maybe asking the question. Well, I'm trying. So I guess our communication isn't the greatest at this point in time. Are you wanting to leave the office to go get something? Right. Yes. I clearly you have my number. I'm not gonna not answer you for anything. I'm gonna answer you.
My name's Bethel. How are you? Good. So let me talk to you.
They're gonna fast forward a bit. Will is looking quite entertained here. Look at him. Look at him. He's loving it. It's rocking chair time again.
Man, I just want to get directions.
I get. And so, once again, we're back in the interview room.
Okay.
We're on camera. Mitch Mahalko, who comes with the investigation section. Okay. So at this point in time, we were just a step outside, and tell me if I'm wrong, that you decided that you wish to leave and that there's no problem with that. I asked if,
you didn't ask, you took.
at that point in time, you really, me, I
You didn't release the party, you took it.
I took the phone and I told you that you would be applying for a search warrant.
You said applying. I'm not going anywhere. I literally just need directions. I mean, I have family numbers in there I don't have.
You're going to be applying for a search warrant. Is that understood?
I'm gonna ask you one favor. You let me find out, or you show me something that you can legally take my phone and you don't have a search warrant yet. You show me that. Can you show me that? Can you show me that?
We're being video recorded.
I understand, but could you show me that, sir? Because that feels like that's kind of a little unconstitutional.
And if that's the case, that can be something that you can bring up.
That sounds unconstitutional.
We're going to go ahead and hold on to this phone.
Okay, can I use another phone if I'm returned? That is unconstitutional.
There are multiple phones here. So
I'm not hiding anything from you. I just want directions. I want to be able to call my family. No, you don't understand. No, you don't. You are doing something that's unconstitutional. You need a warrant, have it. Thank you.
So we're going to hold on to this.
Is it? But why? not, you don't even have a warrant yet. I just want there to. I want to get directions. I don't know. I want to be. Oh, wow. That's all. That's all I want. That's the call. You can, it's not about the phone or the number. That's the call. So teacher at this point.
We got you for phone supported. At this point, we're going to be held, so we can do a search for it. So we're going to take the name of it, so it's there. Okay, so we're going to hold you here until we get that search.
Do I have to sit in the room?
Yes.
Nice.
Do I have to like stay at the door? I mean, I've been shut up in here, ma'am, and I've been nothing but respectful to you.
Sure, and
I just, it's can I speak to you too? I don't care that you had the phone. You took it out of my hand, and that was very disrespectful. If you would have just asked me for it, I would have given that to you. I would have said sure. But it was the way that you did it. Okay, so that was my thing with you on that. And then all I'm saying is, we'll have to be trapped in a room.
so Keisha, I understand that, and I hear what you're saying about feeling disrespected about the phone being taken, and that was disrespect.
Okay.
Right. And I'm sure that I'm not letting him speak right now, but I'm sure if I did, he would say that he is sorry for making you feel disrespected.
That's fine.
Okay. At this point, I'm being told that you have to stay, and this is where we have to keep you. Okay. This is going to be the most comfortable environment.
Okay.
Okay. It's like there's a couch and whatever else, or other interview room.
What was he saying? Halo for what now?
Getting search warrant.
We're getting drunk for the phone.
For you.
For me, what is needed?
Because you've given us multiple different stories.
Oh, you're talking about like the thing we stuck on there.
Yep.
Oh, I was like, okay, I got it. I see what you're saying. I got it.
Because at this point, you have evidence potentially on your body.
I got it. Right? I'm sorry. I see what you're saying.
Okay.
Can I at least like go to the bathroom and like,
no,
wipe off? Nothing? I can't see nothing?
Well, I can tell you that a forensic nurse examiner is constant to. We're not telling you can't go to the bathroom. Okay, what we're telling you is that you can't go into the bathroom.
And I had to like,
hold on. And I've offered you the opportunity multiple times to go to the bathroom.
I know, but I wanted to control what time.
Okay. So here's the thing. Okay.
You can take whatever you want from my doctor.
Right. We're not saying that you can't go urinate or defecate if that's what you need to do. Okay. We're telling you that you can't allow to have happen is you go in there and get paper towels and begin wiping possible evidence off of your body.
Do you want to watch me?
Whoa.
We will get back with you and we'll get you to the bathroom here in just a minute.
Okay.
Okay.
So just have a seat for us and we'll be back with you.
You just watch me. What about like the older drinks or something? I don't know. Hot meal? Mm-hmm.
So you need a colder bottle of water or a Gatorade?
Are you taking my drink? What in the world? Am I able to make a phone call? Can I make a phone call? You said I could use the phone.
Yeah. I told you I'm going to do that. We're not asking you questions.
I'm not allowed to make a phone call. I
not asking you.
have a right to.
Okay, so things have changed since I made that statement to you.
What?
Okay, and so that is at this point in time,
I just want to know why.
you're no longer.
You're being-
Please let me explain to
Okay,
you.
I'm sorry.
Things have changed. Initially, you were free to leave.
Right.
And, you could stop answering questions.
Right.
Whenever you wish, et cetera, et cetera. Now,
Okay.
through the course of the investigation, we have reason to believe that you potentially have evidence on your body, and we're applying for a search warrant.
So
to take that
basically,
evidence.
that's what it was. So
You're
you want
not
to escort me there.
free to leave.
Didn't want to be escorted there. Basically, I'm not stupid. I'm very.
We know you are. We know you're very educated. So, and as somebody who's very educated, we're trying to get you to cooperate with it.
But we are going to apply for the search warrant.
I know, I said, since you just gave me earlier.
Here's the thing, because you've already said that you didn't want us to do that, now we have to go through the process of getting a search warrant because you've already declined that
I
option.
understand,
So it's gonna take a little bit longer, and right now I need you to have a seat on the couch.
but I cannot call him back. I can't call him.
Right now, you're being held.
Okay.
Letecia's watching the clock. What is she doing?
Can you do those questions then while we have the time, or you said something about you had questions?
You've already asked for an attorney.
No, I was
Out in the hallway, you said, do I need to call an attorney? I'd like to make a phone call and all that stuff. So here's the thing, I don't want to get into all of that. Any other questions? Because you've already said.
I was saying for attorney to ask them,
I know, and
Not
the thing
against
is,
you.
I do not want it to be misinterpreted in any way, shape, or form.
Right.
Okay? So we're gonna hold off right now.
So you're saying you don't have those questions asked me while we were sitting
Not at this point in time. Okay? If something changes, I will let you know. Okay.
We'll take our evening break. If we can have all of you where you need to be on Friday morning, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourself. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. So, and research about any aspect of this case. Enjoy tomorrow. See if you can get some sunshine. And then we'll see you on Friday morning, 9 o'clock. All right, for the hearing. Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. As I said, my docket tomorrow is virtual, so you can leave everything here. There's not going to be anybody else here except for myself and Mr. Sproul. So you can leave everything here if you want. It's up to you. If there's something that you want to lock up, let us know. We can put it in the evidence closet.
Thank you, Judge.
And get out of here. See.
All rise.
And boom, that's it. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is make sure that the live stream for Friday, I'll set it to public now so that you can see it there, day 8. And this stream should lead you to that one. Otherwise, let me just quickly put this in chat. Yeah, I know. There was such a cliffhanger. I know. Sorry, here we go. Gemini. I'm like, who said it? Gemini 65. OMG cliffhanger. I can't wait for Friday. I can't wait to see more of that. That was really good. I don't know about you, but I enjoyed the day with you. Watching most of the day was that video, but also hearing the FaceTime calls and all of that. Wow. What a day that was. So it was really great to experience it with you. I hope that you had a good day with me over here. If you did, please remember to hit the thumbs up, share the video as well. Make sure that you are subscribed as well. And as always, let me turn off slow mode so that we can talk really fast. You can subscribe for any duration. Slow mode is off. Okay. And now, if you are a member, make sure that you go to the community tab, because that's where it's at. The next stream, I'm going to have just a debrief of today, because there's a lot that I'm sure you guys want to vent. Okay, me too. Let's just snark it up a little bit, and then we get ready for hopefully sunshine tomorrow, as the judge said. Maybe we can get some sunshine tomorrow, but otherwise Friday. Oh my word, we're getting ready for that. Why do we have to wait a day? Why do we have to wait? Okay, I'm going to show you one more time just quickly where to find the stuff. it's going to be here. There we go. This is my channel. If you go to home, go to videos as well here, because you can see here is a video that I uploaded for you guys this morning. It's of the 911 call and the body cam footage from yesterday's trial day. Okay, and there's a tribute at the end of for Gannon. We're live right now over here. The upcoming live stream is right here. Oh man, probably going to change the picture. It's horrible. Just this is enough for one day, but like I'll put an interrogation picture there for us. Oh, Lie-tecia. And if you go to the community tab, then members, you'll find it here. It says let's snark and debrief. Click on that and I'll see you there in the next, let's see what the time is. What's the time? I'll see you there in 10 minutes, okay? Sure. Thank you, everyone. And again, for the stickers, for all the coffees. Oh, my word. Yes. See, you keep me going. I had lots of coffee today. Thank you for the coffees, the PayPals. Oh, my word, you guys are so sweet. PayPal is a very direct way to support me. There's no middleman, taking their cut. So I really appreciate it. And I'll see you if there's any updates. I want to just say this. The Madeline Kingsbury case, Minnesota missing mom of 2. Okay, I'm looking because there was an update today where the ex has come forward to say that he's released a statement from his attorney, with his attorney, and saying that he did not have anything to do with her disappearance. So I'm watching that. If he actually spoke on camera, yeah, we're gonna have to look at that probably tomorrow then. Okay, it's snarky time. So thank you so much, everyone, and I will see you in the next one. Bye.